Good evening and welcome back to Queen's Radio's 24-hour live broadcast covering the US presidential election. I'm Jonathan and I'm joined this evening by the wonderful Elizabeth, and we're going to be taking you through some of the pressing topics and pressing news that's going to be coming through our stream. First of all, we do have some fresh headlines coming on the hour. First of all, we have a man that has been arrested with a flare gun at the Capitol in Washington DC. We also found out that Elon Musk is going to be spending this evening's election night with Donald Trump. And also there has been a Russian found behind a non-credible bomb threat in several states across the USA, and that's come fresh from the FBI. Elizabeth, what do we think of that?
You know, it's gonna be an entertaining day for the most part, and I think it'll be an entertaining evening with us because of these lovely updates. Because, like, you know, a flare gun is pretty mild in the grand scheme of things. Like, if I'm being honest, I'm a little disappointed. Like, I was hoping for a bit more drama, but, like, flare gun, like, it's basically like a firework. And so it's more like celebration than like a real threat.
Maybe they were just celebrating Guy Fawkes.
Yeah, potentially.
You never know.
Maybe it's just patriotism because of democracy. Maybe they're just celebrating democracy. And so I think it'd be interesting to see what side he was on. But I think and then in terms of Elon Musk, he's a very interesting actor in this whole election.
Yeah.
Because he's even... I forget when it was, like, at least this past week, he's been saying he'll give $1 million to a couple people who voted for Trump, which has raised some legal issues. So I don't know if he'll be able to, but even I think he's provided at least $100 million to the Trump campaign. And
like,
so
that's nothing to sniff at. That's a lot of money. Yeah. That's,
and so
yeah.
He has a lot to gain from this campaign, but interesting actor all around.
Yeah. I don't know about these Russian bomb threats. We have had Russian interference in the election in previous years. It's sort of quite pressing. We're sort of speculating how big it was going to be. But bomb threats seems to be taking it a bit far, especially when it's in several states across the US.
Yeah. That I would be interested to see more of that unfold, just because I can understand Russian interference in voting, but a violent threat could risk war. Now that is very extreme. However, I just can't. I would need to know more details on that to have a complete...
Because it's not just putting a threat in the election, it's putting threat to human life itself.
Yeah,
which
exactly.
is something that needs to be taken very seriously and not with a pinch of salt. But yeah, so that's what we have coming in fresh. Elizabeth, would you like to take us through some of the key points in building up to this and how we got to being here tonight?
Yeah, so first... if you don't already know, I study politics and philosophy here at Queen's. This is my second year. And so it's really interesting because a lot of people here act like the election feels like it's the election for this country, not a country across the world. And so even this time last year, I had conversations with strangers about the election because everyone's so invested. And I think particularly in Northern Ireland, everyone is invested. And so some people have more opinions on American politics than they have on politics here, which is pretty crazy.
We love the drama. That's what we're here for. It's all the drama.
Lot of drama. It's a lot of drama, to be fair. And this election definitely has international implications. Like, even with NATO, what the future looks like under Kamala versus under Trump looks very different. And so there are international implications, but it won't necessarily impact here completely. And so I think that makes the interest here and the reasoning for the interest here very interesting.
Yeah, because we think back to like things when like Biden in the past couple of years has been to visit Ireland, and there was a lot of drama and so on about that. There was a lot of things that sort of were done that were a bit like, oh, I don't like this or I like this, and it was just very sort of almost like he was trying to interfere with politics over here when he should have been dealing with his own politics. That would be my personal viewpoint on it, not necessarily everyone else's, but that would be my own viewpoint on it. But like there's always been that link, especially to Ireland, because if you know anything about Americans, I remember when I went to America back in 2016, they love the country of Ireland. They love the whole island and everything that we do. So for us to love them back, I think it shows some
a bit of camaraderie.
Exactly.
Well, and it does impact the politics in the US does impact everywhere else in terms of policy, but also it's very influential. Like, the politics in the US have influence on everywhere else. The debates that happen in the US will end up happening everywhere else.
they're always like the forefront of everything that is politics, and really anything that is everything in the world tends to stem from America. Culture, everything will most likely start. Popular culture all comes from America, so it's really interesting to sort of see that aspect of it and to see it spread.
Well, in that, because the U.S. is influential, but you have to also look at the history of the U.S. itself and where do those influences come from. So even going back to the connection with Ireland and Northern Ireland, you know, there's the trope of the American saying like, "Oh, I'm Irish." Well, a fair amount have Irish ancestry, like I do, but I don't.
She doesn't brag about it like everyone else.
But that has influenced the U.S. The immigration in the U.S. has been super influential to the culture, but also even the dynamics and the diplomacy and the foreign relations. And so I think that's an important thing to watch.
Like even the part of America that you're from San Diego yourself, which is such a diverse culture.
Yeah.
And so much immigration, everything happening there. It really does have. You see on a day-to-day life when you're at home, you see day-to-day the impacts that it has on people and what people do and what people say and everything.
And so even touching on that, so San Diego is it's in California, which I think it's pretty well known, but it's on the border to Mexico. So we face a lot of the impacts of immigration. Like at my high school, I knew a couple of students who would come from Tijuana to go to the school. Like there was so much there's such a huge relationship between San Diego and Tijuana, and so the immigration policies have a huge impact in San Diego. And additionally, it's also San Diego is a huge military town. Or it's a city, not but
it's a town by your standards. It's a mega city by our standards.
So San Diego is definitely an interesting place to watch the election, and so and even because California is a blue state, voting there looks different, and so it's very interesting.
What about sort of how does the election sort of have impact, sort of more focus maybe on certain countries that are like that have pressing issues at the minute? How is it affecting maybe certain countries more or less at current?
Well, so first let's look at Ukraine. Ukraine is the U.S. has poured a lot of money into Ukraine, and so it would suit the U.S. for Ukraine to win, but then also the rest of the EU has poured a lot of money into the Ukraine, but also there's the huge factor of NATO. And so Kamala would very much, it appears from looking at how she's discussed foreign policy, would look very similar to the Biden administration's approach to NATO and Ukraine. However, it's a bit unclear of what former President Trump, what he would do in Ukraine. So he's definitely had a bit more pushback on aid for Ukraine and definitely stepping back on how much money we're pouring into Ukraine. But also NATO's a very interesting role in this election because he's almost pushed against NATO, and there's potential for a complete shift in NATO as an entity if Trump is elected.
Yeah, because sort of America is one of the big players in NATO, and if they were to withdraw or something was to happen, NATO could fall apart.
Yeah.
Because there's so much funding and so on that comes from the US that sustains NATO and what it does. That if that were to be withdrawn, literally the world could fall into turmoil.
And it would definitely shift completely because Trump's foreign policy is really interesting because he's very much pushing against China and looking to bring a lot more industry back into the U.S., but he's also had a lot closer relationships with Russia, but Russia has close relations with China. And so if he is elected, I think that foreign policy would be really interesting. And even all of Eastern Europe, where there's a lot more Eastern European countries looking to join NATO, how would that change? And that will be an interesting thing to watch if he's elected. But again, that's an if. And at this point, we still don't know. And the polls are still very neck and neck. And
yeah, at the minute, people right now, as we speak, are standing in lines or have their ballot papers in front of them and are making that choice, and will be making that choice right the way up until 11 o'clock GMT. We've been here, we've been seeing things coming through. Actually, a very interesting fact that I found out earlier, if you tuned in earlier, you might have seen it on our headlines loop. There's actually a small town in New Hampshire that since the 60s has been the first town to vote in every US presidential election.
Wow.
Can name of it, it leaves my mind at the minute. But there's only 6 people in that town. 6 people make up the population of that small town, and they are always the first votes to get published. They get published within 15 minutes of them being made. And a very interesting thing, funny enough, they couldn't even decide themselves. They were split 3-3.
An interesting election, and definitely foreshadowing.
It definitely shows how tight this election's going to be,
Yeah.
because it's so equal, it's so neck and neck. That's, I think, part of the reason why everyone is so invested, because this is more neck and neck than any election we've had for some amount of years.
And it definitely highlights, I think, the potential downfalls to a two-party system where it is so neck and neck, and I wonder what would a third party change, and would it make it almost a closer, even if, like, looking at the greater UK, looking at the Labour and Conservative, those are the bigger parties, there are other parties that influence it. And then also here in Northern Ireland, there are also multiple like, even though Sinn Féin and the DUP are the bigger parties, there are other parties which play a huge role in the politics here. And so
100%.
whereas the states don't have that, there
is other parties, but they really
they
don't have a say, which is quite sad, to be honest, to see those voices sort of go unheard. It's sort of like, you have to really vote this or this, sort of. I know I was always talking up, like, vote for the bigger parties, because then your vote is being used well.
Yeah.
But then that goes against the point of voting for what you think is right and what you think you want to see in politics and that. So to see that sort of, like, strict two-party system, I think, is something that the US could really work on.
It is, and I think democracy is so messy, because it's even when you have a multi-party system like here, you can't escape two stronger parties. And so, though I think there's needed amount of more, it's necessary to have more voices, and there's even the debate of, is it true democracy when you only have those two options that most people don't actually agree with completely. In most conversations you have, people are upset at the options, and so it definitely highlights some potential downfalls with it. But it's also hard to escape, I think.
Like, even the likes yourself, we were speaking just before we started here, I was asking Elizabeth, I wanted her to keep it a little bit of a surprise before we went on air. Because if you haven't guessed already, Elizabeth is American herself. She has voted in this election. Elizabeth, what was the interesting thing that you told me beforehand?
Well, so I actually voted third party. So as I stated earlier, California is a blue state, and so I knew where I was going to go. However, I don't completely support Kamala, and I don't support all her policies, and I definitely don't support all of how she's been running her election, and so I couldn't bring myself to vote for her. And so because of that, I wanted to show with my vote that I wasn't content with this options. And so though I knew that the third party I voted for, which is the Solidarity Party, which is a tiny party, but, like, I knew that wasn't gonna win. However, I wanted to make it clear with my vote that there's discontentment in the options.
And sort of, we were talking a lot about the foreign policies and so on that the US has an impact over. Maybe let's hear a bit more about, sort of, we were talking about China there, but more specifically about Trump. What does Kamala have to say about China and how it's involved in the US and its relations?
So in terms of what she's outlined with her policy, there's been very limited insight into what she would change. So something I actually respect about Trump's campaign, which, like, is his policy with China, where he does, I think it would be wise to step away from China and have a lot more industry local in the States. And I think being able to better regulate that, it would be easier to regulate that in the States. And that way there'd be less issues with, I mean, even look at, like, all the sweatshops and all the factories in China. I think it'd be better to bring back to the States. However, Kamala hasn't really had that discussion, and so while I think it'd be more sustainable to bring it back to keeping it in the US, Trump's definitely had more discussion on. However, his other policies don't necessarily align. Or even bring the best amount, like the most sustainable industry to the States.
Sort of, we touched base in China. Another important place in this election, especially with the current state of things, is Israel and Palestine. What do we think could go down depending on which candidate gets in?
So Israel and Palestine, so Kamala's been very clear that she's been looking to gain more peace there. However, I think it really would look very similar to what's happening now and to the Biden administration. However, Trump's role in it would be, it's still all up in the air, where he has been a bit more supportive of Netanyahu. However, he's also been pushing more for peace. And so I think with Israel and Palestine, it's a lot harder to claim who would be better for the conflict.
Yeah.
I think Trump might be a bit more, he might be a bit more supportive of Netanyahu, but it hasn't been completely clear. So
Yeah.
that I think it's harder to see now, like what change would bring.
Yeah, but sort of it's gonna take time for that stuff
Yeah.
to come through, and by the time they've
Yeah.
settled in to everything and just settle into the White House and all of that and how it all works, then to do that sort of stuff. A bit like myself, I really don't have a clue how the whole US politics system works. I'm completely clueless. I really didn't do my research before today, even though I was told I should.
Outrageous.
Would you, as our resident American on air, like to give me a little explanation, a little rundown of sort of how the US politics system works and where everyone sits and how things,
So the Electoral College is often critiqued here, especially, and I think it's just a vague system. People don't really know what it is. I think there's often complaints without completely understanding it. So the Electoral College has its roots all the way at the conception of the U.S. as a state and nation, and so it makes it, because there's 50 states that have very differing populations. So looking at California compared to North Dakota, those are very different populations, and so and even looking at the popular vote, it is misrepresent. It doesn't represent the 50 states well, or like with California, it's the biggest state where it's 39 million, and then Texas is 30 million. But then the states where it's like 1 million, and some are even less than 1 million, they have a lot less of a voice in the election, and so the Electoral College tries to minimize that. And so there is a total of 538 votes, and those are distributed throughout each state, and they're allocated because by how many Congress members each state has. And so the swing states are the ones which are, you might already know this, but just to make it clear, the swing states are the ones where they are where they're undecided, where it's unclear whether they're going to vote Kamala or Trump. And so there's 6 swing states: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Nevada, Georgia, and Arizona. And so all of those together can shape how the turnout of this election. And so each candidate needs whoever gets 270 votes first is the victor. They win, but the swing states really do determine who wins because it is so close. And I think Pennsylvania in particular right now, that has 19 votes for the Electoral College, and they are particularly close as well.
Because we've seen a lot of coverage where the likes of, I think it was Kamala was in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Only earlier on today, she was doing her last speech and so on, and we've seen that they've been both presidential candidates have been doing radio shows and so on.
Yeah.
From their bases live to radio stations in Pennsylvania, trying to persuade voters to vote one way or vote the other, because it is the state. Even though yes, we do have 10 swing states, Pennsylvania is going to be the main factor in deciding where this happens. So imagine having a voice in Pennsylvania and being like, I can change the course of the world with my vote. That's a really powerful thing to know. Like,
powerful and heavy.
Yeah. It puts a lot of pressure on your choice then, because you're constantly thinking, oh, what if I make the wrong choice? What if I do something that's just... Yeah.
And especially since they really are polarized candidates, where it really is or not necessarily two extremes, but 2 very opposite candidates.
Yeah.
Or they're a bit 2 extremes. And so it is a hard decision, and it really does change the world. Like, there's so much political tension in international relations right now. So looking at the Middle East, that is tense. Looking at Russia and Ukraine, that is tense. There is a lot of potential bigger conflicts. And so whoever is elected, it is their job to smooth things out, because regardless of what we think of the US hegemony, it's there. Like, they do have power over a lot of other states. It is the biggest military in the world, so it does influence all of these things.
Yeah. And we've also seen, like, in terms of even trying to swing people, where you've seen, yes, the presidential candidates going on and trying to persuade voters, we've also seen a lot of other people coming into play, the likes of where we saw in our headlines at the start of the show there, the likes of Elon Musk. We've had, even as recently as this morning, Lady Gaga was singing at one of Kamala's last rally to endorse her. We've seen so many celebrity endorsements where there is trying to sway, but sort of, I'm unsure, you might be able to help me clarify on this, are they perfectly within their right to do that, to just express their own political opinion, or do you think that there's something behind that they've sort of been brought in on purpose to try and sway a certain sort of age of voter, or a generation of voter, or gender of voter, or along those lines?
Oh, they have definitely. There is definitely personal gain from Elon Musk. So he's a bit of a rogue one, but in terms of especially a lot of the celebrities the Democratic Party has brought in, they have definitely been used for especially the younger audiences. So looking at the Gen Z voters, there's been a lot more Gen Z voters for Kamala than there have been to Trump. Not to say that there hasn't been. However, it's been more towards Kamala, and so it'd be interesting to break down those reasons for it. And so looking at the celebrities, have they actually been impactful? But then there's also been a lot more on social media. You see a lot more influencers and activists. And so how influential has those been, and how does consumption of media impact how you vote? And so that would also be a very interesting thing too.
Like, even in the course since the last election in 2020, we've seen this, like, the likes of the social media landscape has changed completely. Even back in 2020, we only saw the start of the likes of TikTok and so on.
Yeah.
But now TikTok has completely taken over the world in terms of, it's such a powerful social media platform where it might not have been, and it's got so much power over those younger generations where they will look at stuff and they will go, yes, I believe this, or this is my main place where I come to get information like that, and who I should vote for. They're not necessarily looking at other sources, because there's that much information coming at us nowadays that to try and narrow it down to one source is really difficult. So a lot of people have just sort of gone with TikTok because that's what they're used to getting most of their information. You can get recipes, there's a shop, they have all of the fun content. You could do anything on it. It's mad how big it's become and how much it can sway stuff like this.
Well, and I think it goes to show what the role of media in elections looks like, because people are on social media, they get the information they want to see.
Exactly, it's all in the algorithms.
Yeah, it's all in the algorithms, and so people are unable to look at the other side in this election. And you can see it with Gen Z, but it'd be interesting to see if it's the case in older generations as well, and it definitely appears to be so, where the polarization isn't just like what they believe, but it is, they can't see the other side. They can't have dialogues with the other side. And I think that's been very problematic in this election, where because it's such polarized candidates, there's been no room for thoughtful discourse on what comprehensive election, what comprehensive democracy, and what comprehensive solutions, comprehensive solutions to these global conflicts could look like.
Yeah, algorithms can be like, I remember I'm a broadcast production student myself, so we do learn and touch base on the likes of this stuff, and it's scary stuff. Like, you see, like, it knows what you're thinking. Like, you see those ads on your phone where they literally, you'd go and look, I was thinking about that about 20 minutes ago, or I didn't say anything, and it's suddenly bringing that up now. Like, things are so smart nowadays, and they know what you want, and they feed it to you, literally on a spoon, because they know that's what you want, and they know that's what's going to keep you interested in that. It completely ruins having a complete outside perspective on things. Whereas like some older generation will be looking different forms of media. Maybe they're looking even different social media platforms, but even looking at the likes of going back and looking at facts and figures from previous elections and and manifestos even. Like, I wouldn't personally sit down to read a manifesto, but that's just personally me. But looking at the likes of that stuff and looking to see what candidates will do and what they will do for them, that sort of opinion is lost on that younger generation.
I agree completely, but I think part of it also might be lost on the older generations too, because looking at the older generations who are a lot more susceptible to misinformation.
Yes.
Because in my classes, especially in high school, we talked about where do you get your information, and even in classes we discuss how do we know information is valid and how do we look for varying opinions. But because the older generations didn't have that before, they aren't surrounded by an education or even an awareness of what echo chambers necessarily look like in media.
Yeah.
And so I think while younger generations are susceptible to not knowing where to find like thoughtful information, I think older generations end up getting stuck in specific places in media, so even specific places for news, and that shapes this election as well.
We see that in the likes of like the news channels there's so many news channels across the US. We saw that with the likes of literally too many, because you don't know where to turn. There's so many different opinions, and even we see with the likes of Fox News where it's maybe more orientated towards Trump's views, or even
MSNBC
being orientated towards what views?
The more like liberal
views. There you go. This I don't know a lot about this, as if you haven't already tell.
We're just pretending.
But we're just playing along with this. We're having a great time though.
I am actually, yeah.
We hope you're having a great time as well listening to us, because I know I couldn't listen to myself yap for an hour about this sort of stuff, but I hope you're enjoying it.
I think people are falling into misinformation because it's more entertaining.
Literally.
So I'm hoping you guys are entertained, but we're trying to keep it
as informative as we can.
Yeah.
So if you were to be voting in this election, you'd make an informed opinion.
Yeah.
You never know, we may have some viewers from the US who might be actually going to cast votes.
Yeah.
It's very far-fetched, but we may do.
Yeah.
They may be looking and see, oh, what's this? And click on it, and they'll be listening to us right now, so you never know.
Well, and I know my mom's voting. I mean, my mom's watching, but she's already voted.
Hi, Elizabeth's mom. I hope you're doing well. I haven't met you yet, but someday I'm going to get over and visit. Elizabeth's promised that we're coming over to visit. The whole gang's coming, so prepare for us.
I'd highly recommend San Diego to the other viewers, too. But,
a little bit of a self-plug there.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Another thing I also want to touch base with is sort of the gender of politics. Because this time round, this is almost going back to 2016, where we had both a male and a female candidate. And yes, they are running for two separate parties, but I wonder, does there tend to be a split where female voters will vote more towards a female candidate and male towards a male, even regardless of policies and so on and stuff like that? Have you seen anything?
Well, so there's been, the gender gap in this election has been crazy, because it is, I want to say 53% of women are voting for Kamala, and about like 36% of the women are voting for Trump, whereas the men, 53% of men are voting for Trump and 37% are voting for Kamala. And so while I don't necessarily think that women are voting for Kamala just because she's a woman, I think there's more issues on where her policies lie, and even how Trump's been running his campaign. I think that's been very impactful to the gender divide. Because
we have the likes of the abortion things and everything that have been brought in with her campaign, which Trump doesn't necessarily agree with. Well, he hasn't really outwardly stated. He's sort of tried to brush it off anytime it's been mentioned, from what I gather.
He doesn't have a clear policy on it, which
but it's, I think, sort of things like that, like women's issues for women, have really been attracting voters more towards Kamala.
Yeah, and I definitely think that's the case. And so I definitely think the issue of abortion is very impactful to this election. But I think even with how Trump's campaign has been, I think it has been a bit more suited for the male audience. And even how he's talked about women, I don't think has been receptive to women.
No.
And so I think how they've both been running their campaign has suited each gender, but this also isn't new. While it's a lot more dramatic this time, I think, and it'd be interesting to see how socially that those politics are informed in each gender. It's not just unique to the situation, but it's especially more dramatic to the situation, which is very, and I think that'll be interesting to see the further implications of what that looks like in these next few years.
Yeah. And even sort of going back to sort of like almost the stereotypes of American politics, we always think of like the Republicans are down south, they want to be their own people and so on, and the Democrats tend to be more up north, they're sort of the high flying business people. Do we still see that in modern trends, and also do we see it in terms of like social classes and social trends such as that in this election?
Oh, definitely. So especially in cities, you see a lot more. You see it's more likely to be blue. It's a lot more likely to be Democratic, while the more rural areas are more Republican. So even in San Diego, though it's generally more liberal, we do have some outside sections that you see a lot more Trump flags there. Or even in California, there's like a middle area in California that's just empty farmland, and you see a lot more Trump flags there. But so a big part of Trump's appeal is he's been very much advocating, or he's definitely been connecting himself with the working people, with the everyday blue collar people. And so because they have had a messy representation in politics, where there is a man who is talking about the concerns they've had. So with immigration, while there's a lot of misinformation on immigration, and I have, and especially in San Diego, I have a very different perspective on immigration than they do. However, they have concerns that Trump is vocalizing, and so they very much feel heard, regardless of whether or not that's valid, or even if it's misinformation, that is an opinions they've had, or that's frustrations they've had, so they've very much connected with that.
Just on the topic of misinformation, have we seen a lot of the likes of, well, for use of the term fake news, bouncing about the place this election on a lot of platforms?
Without a doubt. I mean, it almost goes back to the social media discussion first, where there is very little regulation on social media, especially there's a lot of new social media platforms where there's absolutely no regulation, and even going back to Musk, where X has been the place where misinformation thrives.
And only as of today, I'm pretty sure, Elon Musk in his final speech before the polls opened said that he was revoking Trump's ban on X.
Yeah.
So that he can come back online. And funny enough, I did actually look back and see, and his last post was in 2020, and suddenly there's a post from 2 hours ago, and it's really mad to see that sort of loop full circle, because we've seen Donald Trump's opened up his own new social network called Truth, which is basically a copycat of Twitter, where there's absolutely zero regulation.
No regulation. And so it's really where people vent their opinions without actual accountability, because opinions sound honest and sound like the truth in our head, and frustrations sound like the truth, but in settings where there's no accountability and no true discussion, misinformation just flourishes.
Like even the title of the app itself, Truth Social.
Yeah.
It's really deceptive, because if you didn't know anything about it and you saw truth, and you know anything about the English language and you know what the word means, you'll go, oh, that must be good.
Yeah.
And you go on to, and you could be reading absolutely anything. It's quite frankly terrifying, especially when we're talking about that older audience and that older generation of voters who are looking information about this election. If they end up and stuff like that, you never know what people could be reading.
Yeah.
Like it is obviously very, very important to have those opinions voiced, because you can't have everything be biased. You need to have those independent voices be heard. But then again, you want to make sure you're getting your information from somewhere that is fact checked and is actually, that you can trust the news from, and it doesn't end up being the likes of fake news.
Yeah. Well, in fake news, it flourishes when it's fear mongering. Yeah. So when people, you see it a fair amount in really both campaigns, where Kamala uses fear mongering to make voters vote for her rather than Trump, where she's like, you will lose your democracy, you will lose your basic human rights if you don't vote for me. Whereas on the other side, Trump completely makes immigrants villains and villainizes Kamala just as much as she does him. And so that fear mongering has led to a lot more misinformation. And so because people feel things so deeply, they're a lot more likely to accept misinformation, and a lot more likely to buy into it, and then not just buy into it, but then apply it to their everyday life and apply it to how they vote.
Yeah. Just on the topic of Trump there, we know obviously you are from America. You did grow up part of your life under the 4 years of the last Trump administration. What was it like actually living underneath it?
Yeah, so to be honest, like, you get by because I remember I think I was even 11 when he got elected, and we
Yeah.
thought the world was going to end. Like, I remember we had school presentations on climate change, and I said, but the world's going to end, or like, if Trump's elected, and then he was. And we thought that we were going to have to move to like another country because it was going to be horrendous, but we made it through. Like, even though we weren't necessarily happy with it, like, life moved on.
Life goes on.
Life
yeah.
goes on, and like the 4 years go by. So I think these next 4 years might be hard on either side you're on, but they will go by, and so they might have international implications. So maybe there will be a World War III, and then life won't go on. But at the end of
Way
the
to
day,
give us hope, Elizabeth.
but at the end of the day, I think both candidates, none of them want war. None of them want a world war.
No.
So regardless of opinions on either candidates, neither are looking for World War III.
Yeah.
And so there might be policies that I don't agree with, and they're even with climate change or even immigration, like there'll be things that there's disagreement with, but life will go on. It might be, but I think that's definitely important to go into it, though it does still have international implications, and it does impact everyone in the States, and it does also impact
Just sort of, we'll quickly touch on as well, seeing as we've talked about the Trump administration. What do you think? Obviously, we know that Biden was initially running as a Democrat for this election, and he stepped down due to medical reasons back in July. Do you think if he had stayed on as a presidential candidate, we'd be in the same position as we are now?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do. I think Kamala had started off a bit stronger once Biden stepped down, but I think, well, actually, I take that back. I think Biden was very clearly not fit to be president, where he wasn't physically capable of being president, and so I think that definitely, that I think Kamala's in a better spot than he was in. However, I think it is a very similar race, and what her points are very similar to his, or what her policies are very similar to his.
Yeah, so sort of it wouldn't have majorly changed
Yeah,
the
I don't think
course
so.
of anything at all. Well, that's always good to know, because sudden changes like that within an election sort of, they do shock the people who are meant to be voting, because they're suddenly going, oh, this is a new person. Like, thankfully, Kamala was she was vice president anyway, so people did know who she was and did know sort of what she stood for and everything, which was always... What are you going to say? You're going to jump in there?
Well, I think the start of her campaign, she wasn't transparent much with her policy, and she very much was running on her reputation, her past reputation, and so I think she very much benefited from Biden stepping down, because then everyone was relieved Biden stepped down, so people were all rooting for her, and so I think I think she wants to be a different candidate from Biden, but I think her policies very much mirror his, and so yeah.
So we're going to go to some new headlines. So we're going to go to some headlines very shortly. We'll be back with you very shortly. Please stay with Okay, perfect. All right, so we're just back. We actually have some new headlines for you, as we just said before. We went to the ident there. So we've got actually some fact-checked fraud claims that we've got back. So apparently there has been a viral claim that ballot marking was...
It was proved.
Yeah, so it was
Yeah,
proved
it's false,
false. That, so there was some claims about false ballot marking.
Yeah.
There was also a claim
Outrageous.
about absentee ballots for military personnel that were being, I'm guessing, forged.
Yeah, and that's definitely been a big critique.
Because we were
where-
talking earlier about how
Yeah.
big the military is, like that could be,
Yeah,
that's major in the terms of the election.
yeah,
We also have apparently there were claims about illegal voters in Pennsylvania that went viral on X, formerly Twitter, which also this is all coming from BBC Verify, which is a very good source for fact checked information.
yeah.
They take their sources from everywhere around the world and bring it back and just make sure that what we're speaking is truthful. Another one and final one we have coming in is apparently there was claims about voting machines in Kentucky. There must have been a malfunction with them, and apparently it didn't affect voting. So
So I think soon coming next hour we should probably discuss what the complaints on voting fraud and whether or not they're actually clear. All of these have been proved false, but there's been frustration over voting, and especially with Trump's what he's been saying, and so that'll be an exciting thing to explore.
yeah, there was even such a simple thing. There was actually a malfunction in the system this morning. I think it was in Pennsylvania, and there was a malfunction in one of the systems, and they had to extend the voting period by 2 hours instead of ending at 8 or having to end at 10 p.m. So that had to be rushed through courts and everything all the way through today to get that out, so people could still have the chance to vote, to make it completely fair, like stuff like that. Like, can you imagine if you were in that courtroom, so getting that stuff out? Like that's heart pacing stuff right there. If it isn't already.
Yeah, stressful times.
Yeah.
Prayers for all those people who
Exactly.
have to, like,
Prayers to you, because you're doing an excellent job. We've also had in the past election, I know we had a lot of issues with, wasn't it Russian
interference.
Russian interference was the
definitely
last
been
election. Would you like to tell us a bit
some
more about what happened that last election?
Yeah, so it appeared that there was some Russian interference with the election. Now that was mitigated, and so it didn't impact the results. However, there's international powers all around the world who want a specific candidate, and so Russian powers as
They're always
a
going to
big
try and
one.
have a little bit of a way in.
Yeah, and so, but also it had like the rhetoric in this election on the legitimacy of voting is huge. Like going back to January 6th, where there were riots because there was the false claims that it was a rigged election and that the voting.
That was absolutely massive.
Yeah.
Those riots, it proves how quickly that sort of information can spread.
Yeah.
It's dangerous how quickly, and look what it escalated to. And there's actually been a lot of businesses and so on in the big cities have boarded up windows and so on because they're scared.
Understandably.
They're scared of what could happen after this.
Because the threat of violence is huge in this election, where so many individuals all across the states are worried about the results. Where if Kamala wins, going back to 2020, there was the rhetoric that it was false because he didn't win. And so there is a bigger threat for political violence, especially this year. Even going back to the man who had the flare gun, though it was just a flare gun, it highlights the underlying threat in this election. And so it is a tense time to see what happens, because people are genuinely their whole identity is almost put into this election, where they think their whole life will be ruined depending on who wins. And because of that, they're willing to do anything. And so you have
to sort of defend their candidate and to defend what they think is right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's tense times, and even like the violence against the poll workers, that's been big. Not big, but there has been.
I haven't heard of it. Do you want to explain a wee bit just before you
go
in there?
Well, so there's that, like, even looking at like the trucks that have been set on fire, like people want a specific result, so they're willing to interfere with the results and willing to do whatever they can for it. And so because people are so angry about everything, and because they believe there's a threat of voting interference, there's almost anger against the poll workers, where they are almost part of the evil system. And so these ideas and this fear mongering has definitely shaped the threat of political violence.
We've actually just got another headline that's come in there. Apparently,
times.
Up to 4,000 people voting overseas have had their ballots challenged.
Well, let's hope mine's not one of them.
Exactly, I hope so. I'd like to hope your ballot made it through.
We'll see.
Apparently, California, because it is such a military heavy state.
Yeah.
Apparently, they've had this plan in place for years for overseas ballots and so on. Elizabeth had to fax her ballot to America. Of all the things, a fax machine. I haven't seen a fax machine since about 2010.
Oh, I didn't have to use a fax machine. I used like efax.com, which is it's a safe, secure system. Highly recommend. I have a 7-day free trial right now. I have to cancel it before they force me to pay for it. But yeah, no, I didn't get a fax.
There's another thing that's just come through here. We've also seen that there's been arrests made, and apparently there's attempted election violence happening somewhere across America as well, which we would expect.
Yeah, which is as expected.
That was happening down in Washington DC. Apparently, we've just had that clarified there, which, to be honest, we probably would have seen coming, because we did know there was military police and so on out and about just to make sure things were happening.
Yeah, so, just with this big threat. Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see how that develops, as we are still in the voting stages. We haven't actually reached the point where votes are being counted and anything's being announced. We've still got all night for that, so stay tuned. But
exciting times
there
ahead.
might be more stuff coming with that. There's also another one here that's just come through to us. Apparently, Trump says he will concede if he loses a fair election, and fair in air quotes there. So I wonder who's determining the term fair there. Is it him, or is it the party, or is it the actual system, or is it what? I wonder.
It will likely depend. Well, so one, if it's super close election, I think there will always be an argument made that it wasn't valid.
It was unjust.
Yeah, that it was unjust, or that there was an error that happened. If it is such a tight election, there can be quick arguments to say that there was a margin of error, and so if Kamala wins, that maybe it wasn't genuine because it was so close. So a fair election, and even, going back to January 6th, I think the history shows, now that's just one event, however, it has shaped the violence this year. And so I am hoping that regardless, Trump does have the power to lead a riot to the Capitol, like we saw that last term. Yeah. And so I'm hoping that he really will concede if he loses, because his voice plays a role in how much violence happens in the U.S.
Because there'll be people who will be willing to lay their lives
for Trump
very easily, and it's a powerful thing, because to have that much dedication to that message and that cause it's something else. But it's scary stuff that could happen with this. It's going back to the days of almost revolution, which hasn't happened since the 80s really, when we saw the fall of the Eastern Bloc.
No.
Like those types of revolution where people were laying down their lives for a cause that they believed in.
And that's where populism and the role of social media and the role of media and fear-mongering as a whole is crazy interesting. Yeah. Because while they a lot of his supporters really are working class, and so they do have hardships in their lives, but they aren't oppressed. Like in the grand scheme of things, they aren't oppressed. What they are fighting for is not for freedom. However, it's been put so that it seems like they're fighting for freedom. It seems like they're fighting for everything they believe in, because their whole identity has been placed in Trump's policy and in Trump's as a president. And their whole identity's been placed against everything Kamala stands for, which makes political violence a lot more likely.
Exactly. That's an excellent analysis there, and that I wouldn't have even thought of that myself. Goodness, we've covered so many things in this hour. I feel like we haven't stopped talking.
Then we're doing our jobs.
And we are doing our jobs. We've been excellent newscasters. What else could we talk about here? Can we even touch base on... Because obviously Kamala seems to be, well, in my opinion, seems to be quite new into US politics as becoming vice presidency. You're giving me a weird look as to say that's wrong. I'd like to give me sort of a rundown of how Kamala came up through the ranks to be where she is.
So Kamala isn't new in U.S. politics.
Didn't think that.
She was a prosecutor beforehand, but she's had a big role. I think this is quite bad of me. But so she worked in California. She was a big prosecutor in California and worked as a prosecutor for the government in California and worked her way up there. So she did a lot of the legal work in the California government, and from there she's gone into politics. So she's not new, but and so then in 2020 she was running for president herself before. So she was running for president herself in 2020, when Biden got it, and then he chose her as his vice president. So she has been in, especially the politics in the Democratic Party for quite a while now, and so she is an influential figure. However, like looking at her, it's been a bit. Her policy has been made clear more these past few weeks. However, starting off, like she's mainly been advocating, like the big thing she's been advocating for has been abortion, where that seems like that's been, I mean, she's also been looking at like justice and been talking about her past role as prosecutor, but in terms of what it sounds like she's been passionate about, she's been very passionate about abortion and about like over bringing back Roe v. Wade, or at least bringing back abortion, access to abortion throughout the states. And so, and I think that's been very interesting. I think the role of abortion in this election has been interesting, because while it's not been the main thing voters are looking at, it has been influential.
It is important because actually sitting on 10 states ballot papers is where you can vote if you are pro or anti-abortion in your state.
Yeah.
And if you want to have those services available. So it is important to mention that, especially for those voters who maybe are unsure as to what to vote or what they think is right.
Well, and because my issue is that the abortion debate has been polarized, so it's not discussion. It's either you are pro-choice or you're pro-life, where there's either abortion access or there's no abortion, but there's limited provision for women and families.
Yeah.
And so this polarization just has limited dialogue, and because of this limited dialogue, people feel they have, where they either have rights because of Kamala or they can protect lives from Trump. And so there's
no middle ground with it.
Yeah. And it's not, and so, and there's no dialogue, and Trump also hasn't been a major advocate for, I mean, he's had more of a pro-life stance, but he hasn't really discussed it much in his campaign.
No, anytime he sort of brought it up, he sort of just brushed it off, because it's not his main focus on his campaign. We may see that change if he was to be elected president. That may be posed to him, and we may see more developments from that. But at the minute, he's been quite quiet on his stance. So it's unsure if sort of leaves that sort of to the imagination almost to know if he is pro-life or he's pro-choice.
And I think for his campaign, he would call himself pro-life, because he has actually gotten voters solely for that reason.
Yeah.
But he himself has had very little passion for the issue. However, because he has had more of a pro-life platform, he's gotten some voters solely because of that issue.
Yeah, and he's not going to turn around and say, oh, actually, I'm such and such, and lose those voters, because the aim at the end of the day is to get as many votes as you can.
Yeah.
So you're going to do certain things, and you're going to say certain things that sort of get those voters up.
Exactly.
It is politics, after all.
Yeah, all the joys of politics, and I think, it's politics and democracy is very interesting because of the role information plays and the role of presenting information plays, and even looking at both of their history, where Trump very much prides himself on being a businessman, where he went into politics because the politicians were just being too much of politicians, where they beat around the issues and where they're not transparent with Americans, and where they represent the narrow issues and the narrow perspectives of niche politicians, while he's here to represent the everyday people. And so that it really has gotten voters, and it has raised, I mean, his campaign is a populist campaign, where he is transparent about that.
Yeah.
And so it is a very interesting it is an interesting election, because it is a businessman versus a politician. Yes. Neither of which are not very moral position, are necessarily the most moral jobs in the world.
No, this is true.
And so it's interesting. It's an interesting dynamic, and I think it'll be a fun history to go over in 100 years.
Yeah, I remember when Trump was initially elected, I was sitting in first year of secondary school, and I remember my history teacher telling me, being like, this is history being made. You're watching history being made right now. And looking back, I didn't think of it much back then, but looking back, I actually think, yes, history was being made back then. History like this is made every 4 years. Like, it's big and it's important, and I didn't think it was at that stage, but it really does impact the whole world's lives, as we were talking about earlier. But we also, another fact we have to think about is Trump. Yes, he's a businessman. He rose he's been on the go since the 80s.
Yeah.
He's built his way right the way up. He's built his millions from not much, from what I gather. Well, from what I remember off the top of my head, he's really built up his business and his industry and all the stuff that he now owns, like Trump Tower and everything. That was all built off of his riches. So he's really built his way up, whereas the politics side of it sort of came after that.
Oh yeah, really wasn't until 2016.
He didn't start to be a politician until then. He thought, oh, maybe I could do this.
Yeah, well, because I remember in 2016 when it was the primary, where it was the first round, where it was like all the Republican candidates, where we had no clue he was gonna win, where we like surely he wasn't gonna win, like surely it's not gonna be him, and then it was, and so it like Trump is a really interesting figure, and I think he has not just been influential in the States, but he has been influential all across the world. Like even looking at his relationship with Elon, that is interesting. And so
like we've even seen in the likes of the demonstrations we've seen Trump dancing, we've seen Kamala getting on board the Charlie XCX whole brat campaign with changing all of her socials and everything. So at the minute it almost seems like there's a bit of a battle over like personality and so on over actual hardline policies.
Yeah.
What do we think of that?
Oh, it's definitely been a battle of personality where both sides know the other side hates the other. And so they've been relying on making themselves look like the better candidate, but even more so making the other candidate look absurd and making their sort of policies look absurd. So therefore you have to vote for that person. And where I think Kamala's very much, I mean, it sort of shows how she's gotten all her Gen Z voters. She's been she's been using a lot more celebrities and a lot more mainstream celebrities. And so that's very much been boosting her campaign. Where it really is almost like, it's almost peacocks. Like it is peacocking, is showing
That's
like
a good term for
it. Here's what my party is, and here's how cool my party is.
Showing their feathers and being like, I love this.
Yeah, where it's like the Republican Party is like, these people are actually crazy, and then the Democratic Party is saying like, these people are all actually crazy. There's no conversation, so there's no understanding the other side. So therefore, like, it's absurdism all around, where how could you possibly have that perspective, or how could you possibly have that perspective? And so it's an interesting election because of that.
Yeah, no, we've seen so many instances of this during the rallies and during the campaign, like the brat, Kamala doing all the brat stuff and Trump dancing and everything. It's just, I was actually making a ballot sheet on this earlier for a bingo quiz and all these things, so I was really getting quite the deep delve into what's been happening.
Yeah,
but it's just
like, I don't know if history will look at us seriously.
Exactly.
Like it's sort of embarrassing that that's what sells. Like on both sides. Like it's embarrassing how influential celebrities are. It's embarrassing how influential. I don't think dancing is influential, but like it's just. It
was the Bee Gees he was dancing to, wasn't it?
You know, I can't blame him for that. To be fair.
I mean, everyone loves a good boogie. But just keep it to the right time and place, I think.
Maybe that would bring peace. Maybe the Bee Gees would bring world peace, to be fair. Maybe
Bee Gees for president.
Yeah, maybe something there. So
but it's also things like that have sort of provided a common ground where the politicians have been able to more so level with their audience, which has been really good, because everyone can go on stage and do a dance somewhere. Everyone can change their profiles to be brat green with black text, which I think is absurd in my head.
Not a fan.
Yeah.
Are you not a Charlie XCX?
I mean, I know part of the Apple dance.
I don't even know if the Apple dance is.
That's only because they tried to make me do it and work for a TikTok. I work at a little small farm shop in the middle of Royal County Fermanagh, if you know where that is. If you don't look it up, like there's so many people just not there. So I thought that mightn't do my reputation much good if I was to start doing that.
No, I don't think it would. I think I might lose a bit of respect, actually.
Yeah, there is another TikTok coming in the next week or so. You may lose a little bit of respect for me, but not as much as I initially thought.
What's more influential on the world? A TikTok from a small cafe in Fermanagh or the US election? I think potentially this TikTok.
You never know. Things blow up.
Things do, actually. That might bring world peace. Not the Bee Gees, but that TikTok.
Exactly. The definition of going viral is only a term that came about in the past 20 years.
Yeah.
Like that's all new stuff as well. It's changed the course, like even before these past couple elections, right the way back when Obama was won as coming president, all this stuff was happening, and it was completely changing the landscape of the way things are announced and the way we look at things.
Even in terms of like being able to track the election now, we can have it on like 10 different tabs on 10 different appliances.
We have 5 tabs open in front of us. We have different documents. We have maps. We have everything sitting here. Whereas sitting in 1994 when was it 94 when Clinton was brought in, something like that. I don't know my dates very well. But the likes of in the 90s or in the 80s where we didn't have access to the internet, we were sitting looking at encyclopedias for information instead of Wikipedia, like,
or the radio. Shout out to UB Radio. Still influential today.
Like we could it's not QB Radio, Queen's Radio, to get the proper terminology. People seem to get that wrong all the time, and it really disheartens me, Elizabeth. I hope you know that you've just disheartened me.
Hashtag Queen's Radio.
Hashtag Queen's Radio. Hashtag QRTV is putting this excellent production together. You should see the setup that we have. I've been buzzing all day. I was here last night helping our wonderful head of QRTV, Matthew, set this up, and
I'm very impressed.
We feel like we're live on proper national television.
Yeah, I
like
feel
it's
like
mad.
I should. Yeah, I feel like I should be like global television with this setup.
You never know. Someone could hack into the BBC's feed and just put us up.
Potentially, and it is global because it's coming from all the way from San Diego and here.
Exactly.
So crossing seas.
Literally, we're building bridges on this sofa right here, right
now. International broadcasting.
That's the Power Street Radio for you.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. We're going to take just a quick break just to gather ourselves. We're going to get a drink of water and just want a proper drink of water because those little sips really aren't doing much good. Get a gulp of water.
And I don't know if you want ASMR.
Maybe not. We'll be back with you in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Queen's Radio's 24-hour presidential election coverage. I'm back here with Elizabeth, and I've also got the lovely David Ballard with us. David, we're going to have a little bit of a chat just about Biden.
Right.
We haven't really touched base on
Exciting
Biden in our talks, in me and Elizabeth's chats. So let's see here. We've got some points in front of us here. So we're going to talk about what's Biden actually done in his past tenure to sort of build Kamala up almost for her current tenure at the minute.
He set good groundwork. Obviously, it was a tight election last time. Won and got in, and it was a change from the Republican party. It was the Democrat again, so it was again another swing. He has obviously he had the COVID pandemic to deal with, which was a tough ask for anybody to deal with. Like that was unexpected. There was no guidelines or rules. It was just sort of, what do you do? Glad I didn't have to deal with that. But no, I think his COVID response was okay as a whole around the world. It wasn't great, but we didn't know. I think he did a decent job for the situation he was faced with.
For not knowing what to do with it, to sort of just make a half job of it, and then look at it afterwards and go, what could be done better?
Definitely always flat, but I think there wasn't any like standout big like, why did we do that sort of.
No, there's no big blunders.
Yeah, it was pretty okay, as much in the sense of, you know, it's not an easy task at all when you're faced with that. So I think he did as good as he could have probably. He also has set up the groundwork, sort of not undoing, but some of the stuff that the Democrats would not agree with, that Republicans brought in, sort of undoing that in that sense, or changing policy. Bit of a U-turn on the immigration, I think, from Trump, or
definitely a bit more.
Yeah, it would be a bit less. No.
Yeah, definitely more like provision for asylum seekers, and there has been a bit shakier on the border. However, he's been really pushing for providing for the immigration, and definitely more for immigration than Trump, where he would almost want to completely close the border and
by building a wall. They undid some of the wall as well, didn't they? Took down parts of it, I think.
Maybe. Well, in San Diego, I've seen the wall. Yeah, in real life, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've seen it on a YouTube video.
What a privilege, you've seen the wall.
Yeah,
That's class.
I went horseback riding with my little sister for her birthday, and you just saw it.
Wow.
It was just there.
Yeah.
Wow. That's class.
That is quite cool.
It's a wall, like, it's a wall in the middle of nowhere. It's kind of cool.
Well, it's not in the middle of nowhere.
No, but like it's not like.
Just there, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like
it's very exciting.
in Belfast. Well, hopefully it's not Belfast, but.
Well, there's walls in Belfast.
Oh, that's actually
There's
fair point. That's a fair point.
Those are quite exciting.
That is a fair point. What was I talking about? Sorry, I've just lost my train of thought again. Immigration, yes. So immigration it's quite controversial.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And no matter how you look at it or which party is in as the president, it's a very divided opinion, I think.
Yes.
It's hardline, no, absolutely not. And then you've got sort of the hard line, well, no, we need a provision for this. Yeah. And the constant swinging between that, when you went from Republican to Democrat and then obviously up to now, it's sort of quite, I wouldn't say tricky, but it's interesting that just throw from one extreme to the other and back. I do think that, well, am I right in saying Donald Trump tried to get the wall to be paid for by Mexico?
I think, especially
there
earlier, I think it's one of the things he's probably said.
And didn't necessarily follow through on.
Yeah, well, and I think, I think that's, but it definitely is more, like, it is funded more by the U.S.
Right.
But, and so.
The other thing I'd seen on immigration, quite a few people again online, this is just what I'd seen, but talking about was issue with movement of goods through the border.
That's a big one.
Could you sort of give us a bit of a, from what you know of,
so I don't know if everyone's familiar with the fentanyl crisis in the States.
Yes.
And so the fentanyl crisis, so I mean in general the drug coming from especially South America and Mexico into the US is a huge issue, and a big problem is that a lot of these drugs are laced with fentanyl, and so there's been a lot of cases of overdose where it's been like the set amount for like cocaine or something, but then because it's been laced with fentanyl, it's been a lethal dose.
Right.
And so actually a lot of these crossing, like I think a lot of the blame on the movement of drugs is placed on illegal immigrants, whereas in reality there's a lot more legal crossings that that carry the drugs, because illegal immigrants will be searched completely. So it just doesn't make sense to send illegal crossings with the drugs. And so there is without a doubt a need for reform on the border. However, people are still looking to come to the States for refuge. And so a lot of the illegal crossings are because they're looking for safety. And so I think it's better for it to be done in a legal way, and our system needs to provide for that.
Yeah.
However, the issue of drugs and the villainization of illegal immigrants has definitely shaped Trump's approach to
I do
immigration.
feel that there is sort of a stereotype. Well, they're coming across the border illegally, so they're also carrying all sorts of other stuff. And as you say, it doesn't make sense because they're going to get searched to send them with stuff. It doesn't.
Yeah.
You'd be better doing it. I remember seeing a TV program a few years ago. It was the border crossings where the cars come across and searching it. I remember seeing that.
Yeah.
And going, even on a person you couldn't carry that much, whereas put it in a car you can carry a lot more. So it doesn't seem to make sense to do it that way, especially because the distance from civilization at some parts of the wall are it's just where is it now? Is it parts of California on the southern border or somewhere that side? There's quite a bit of distance from either side of the border wall to
That will be
civilization.
more Arizona,
Right.
And the more
Middle.
Yeah, it's like
yeah.
Midwest.
Yes.
Or no, Midwest is north. They don't border Mexico.
Wow.
So,
Midwestern
yeah.
South.
Middle of
Yeah.
America.
So the middle,
put it simple.
I would say between Arizona to Texas, where there's a lot of open space between it. It's really hard to cross, and it would be really hard to get anywhere quickly with a lot of drugs.
Yeah. Again, there's obviously an issue with that. Would you say that's an immigration problem, the movement of illicit goods, or is that a different issue in itself?
It is a different issue itself, because the immigration issue is people coming to the States, and then there's the fear of taking the housing issue, and especially in California is huge, so that perpetuates that problem, and even jobs, but there are jobs. But so the issue of drugs, and even I would group that with human trafficking, that is a separate issue. However, it all falls onto the border, and so we do need a secure border. We do need a border that has that makes sure that is limited. However, it's under the best interest of both parties to do that.
Yeah, it is. And as well, as you said, the open parts, obviously the idea would be that you cross legally and you get the paperwork, but at the minute with the current situation,
It's really hard.
it's really hard to do. And I know, again, I'm not too experienced on what it is in America, but I know even here, the crisis we're having, it's months of asylum seeking to even get your name on a list. And then there's scams going around with it too. So it's, in an ideal world, it would be great if everybody crossed legally. But the problem is it's so difficult and long wait that when you're in that situation where you're having to flee your own country, you don't have 6 months, 8 months to sit and wait. You need to go. So there needs to be, I think, a bit of work on that too to
I agree.
reform that or make it more streamlined.
And I think that has to start with the humanization of illegal immigrants. And I think both sides sort of fail to do this, because the illegal immigrants are people running from there's, especially in South America, there's a lot of issues with the cartel where people are running for their own safety and bringing their children for their own safety. And so in San Diego, because it's on the coast, people will take rafts from the Mexican shores into the San Diego shores.
They've expanded that wall out into the sea.
Yeah.
Haven't they?
And so people still try, but it's deadly. And so people are willing to do these scary hard things and pay these scary people to do anything they can for refuge.
I do think it must be, if you're in that situation, you have to flee anywhere, it must be an awful experience to have. You wouldn't, it's sometimes, I feel like sometimes the media, or not even the media, but certain people and opinions can sort of paint it as they're just coming here to steal jobs. And you're I know obviously there is the issues with that, but I don't think they're just doing it because they woke up one day and thought, let's go to America for a bit of crack. Wouldn't that be fun? I don't think it's like that. I think, if you're going to a situation, if you flee a country and move that sort of distance and that sort of risk, your own life and your family's life, it's not because you just decided you wanted to. It's because your living situation is so horrible that that's a better option.
People want to be able to live in the country they were
Yeah.
born in. No, I left, so I'm probably a bad example of this. But people,
Go back every Christmas.
yeah, I go like. Sorry, I'm stealing jobs. And housing. But no, people want to stay in the country they're brought up in. Like, they want to be with people who are like them. So moving, like, from a home is so hard that people don't want to do. And moving family, like,
Yeah.
moving your family is really hard.
Like just uprooting from, you know, where you've lived, even though, yes, okay, we all have issues at home of some sort, but, you know, to, as you said, you want to stay at home and to just uproot
Yeah.
your life and go to, as well, again, I'm not too familiar with the culture, but I'm pretty sure that American culture and Mexican or South American culture would not necessarily align. There would be some differences, and that would, you know, especially if you don't speak much English as well,
Yeah,
like
language
to uproot
barriers
your
are
life, try and get a job, housing, earn money, while also barely speaking English. Like, that must be like near
literally
impo-
leaving with whatever you can carry.
Yeah, basically,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's terrifying.
Terrifying.
Like, I packed the car, and what I can fit in 2 hands to pack the car for a week is scary. Yet, no,
Yeah.
packing to go away forever. Like,
Yeah.
it's yeah,
It's scary.
upsetting almost. It's like,
Yeah.
how do you even begin to think about what you take or what you
Yeah.
want to bring? And
But I think issues like, especially immigration, because it's a big one,
Mm-hmm.
can be with throwaway comments so easily. It's just a bad thing. It's just bad things happen. And I think there's such deep issues that have
Oh,
deep,
yeah.
complex issues that it's not just as simple as build a wall and stop people coming. You know, it's not just as simple as that. It's the
No.
problem of why they're leaving. You know, the issues down across the border that are
Mm-hmm.
issue. It's such a complex issue, and I do think there is obviously a lot of room to work on it. But where do you even start with that as well?
Where do you
You know,
s- yeah.
it's not an easy. It's not as easy as just go on, tick a box, we're done. You know, it's a readjusting of the whole system. It's
Yeah.
not easy.
No, and it takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of investment, but it's so necessary on both.
Yeah.
Like, one, especially looking at the states where international intervention is huge. What responsibility is there for if you intervene in a place? Does the U.S. then bear responsibility to take care of the people they like isolated or?
Yeah.
But also the U.S. is a country built on immigration. I think we touched on this even a bit
Yeah.
earlier. And so the U.S. has the role of immigrants in the U.S. is critical. But policies, there does need to be common sense policies, and
Yeah.
there does need to be provision for citizens first. But
Yeah.
Also, yeah.
Because I do think, as you say, you know, obviously the US was literally built on immigration. It was, but you do have to put your own citizens first, because after all, they're
Yeah.
members of your own country, and then not put them second in that sense, but put them second in. As much as, yes, you need to try and help them, they aren't US citizens at that point, so you need to focus on your own people once that's sorted, then that way.
or even working with them to get to the point where they are US citizens, and then they can begin to help
Yeah,
more with
exactly.
the same systems that they already have, and then they don't have to focus so much on trying to build up completely separate systems
Yeah.
to work with them. It's getting that part of the process sort of done, dusted, and out of the way,
Yeah.
so then you can focus.
And I
Exactly.
do also think as well, I know it's sort of painted maybe a bit like, yes, they're coming across and getting jobs, but it's also not as simple as they're just coming and stealing jobs. I feel like they're not just like shipping the money off somewhere, you know, they needed to survive and live. Again, I think it's because they're sort of generalized and painted in with the illegal goods trade, probably, but it's not, you know, they're like, nobody uproots themselves, moves across the country to go and work a low paid job to then buy drugs with it or sell it, you know,
Yeah.
doesn't make sense.
Well, and this is very ideal. Like, so I think this isn't really on topic, but going back to Lee Trump's policy with China, bringing industry from China to the U.S., you need people to do that.
Yeah.
And I think immigration goes hand in hand with building up small businesses and internalized systems. So the U.S. is dependent on U.S. economy, but you need people for that.
Yeah.
So you can't, like, again, it's the problem of the polarization and no communication.
Yeah.
You can even see it in the likes of China itself with, like, well, the likes of Macau that's now back with China, but the likes of Hong Kong and so on, which is still an autonomous region. The amount of
Yeah.
people that, before the wall fell and everything, who flocked to Hong Kong because there was a need for those low
Oh, yeah.
paid jobs to build up that industry, to build up that whole shipping industry
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
everything. That required immigration.
Yeah, and I remember a friend of mine whose dad was in the police was offered 3 times his salary to leave the place here and go and work in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like needed people, you know, because it fluctuated so quickly. It was,
Yeah.
and then obviously, as you said, the wall fell and stuff, and it changed again. People were then exiting as quickly as they could. But no, I think it's quite easy sometimes for these issues to be one size fits all. That's what it is. That's what's happened, and it's not when you actually start exploring and talking about it and get into it. They're not just one answer solutions. They're not just even a change of, you know, policy. It's a change of thought behind it and the whole idea of it and the
stigma,
outlook,
almost,
the
it
stigma
sounds
and the
like
outlook on it, as opposed to just, you know, tarnishing everything with one brush. You need to actually address it, like you said, you know, like reforming the system and everything like that, not just tarring everybody. Well, legal immigrants and drugs, that's all the same thing. It's not. And when you talk about it, you know, it makes sense. That why would that be the same? It's not. But it just, I think it gets so
Sort
quickly.
of in passing thought, you almost think it just
Yeah.
creeps in your head and
Yeah,
just go,
it's-
oh yeah, yada yada yada.
Yeah, it's but when you actually talk about it, you're like, that doesn't make, like we were saying, you know, that doesn't even make sense. That doesn't work. Why?
Yeah.
It's sort of, I think that does happen a lot, and it influences the media as well. You know, if you think Trump says something at a rally and it's maybe a 2-hour rally and you clip a 30-second thing and put it on Instagram, you can paint that how you like. And same for anybody, you know, if you took a 30-second clip out of this with no context, in the wrong, you know, in the
Goodness
wrong way,
knows what you could do with
yeah.
it. I'd like to hope nothing
Yeah.
bad.
I don't know, it's just
you know,
some scandalous things
without
said.
context behind a sentence, it changes the meaning of it. I think
Yeah.
that's, I know we're sort of touching on misinformation again here, but it's not necessarily misinformation, but without the context behind it, you know, it can mean something wildly different
Yeah.
and can be manipulated to look like you've said something or you're meaning something by that. That's, I think, part of the problem with it too. Sort of misinformation leads into it as well. Obviously, there's the issues, but it sort of gets painted with one brush and then not even throw away statements, but in the middle of explaining something, it's just like if you took a sentence out of what we'd said, you know, about immigration there, you could make it look like we weren't having a sensible chat. You know,
Yeah.
you could change it so much, and I think that's the big problem. It's misinformation or without context of
Yeah.
what it was said in.
Well, and I think that almost goes back to the dehumanization.
Yeah.
Like this election has been riddled with dehumanization, and so if you don't see the other side as people or even sensible people, you
Yeah.
don't care about their perspective,
No.
and their perspective is outrageous, so you don't look into it.
Yeah.
You don't look into understanding individuals, and so there's no conversation, and so there's no sense of there is sensible policy, but there isn't comprehensive sensible policy.
Yeah. And if you don't see as you said, dehumanization, if you don't see that person as a person, whether or not you even agree with it, you're not even going to give it the time of day. You're going to, you know,
Yeah.
because it's not a human. It's not like human. You know, vote for him or voting for them because that's the thing. And that's, as you said, you know, dehumanization of, I think, candidates by the other one, by vice president candidates, by really sort of everybody. It's just this. Oh well, they're on my phone. They're on TikTok, so they're not an actual person. You know.
Yeah.
I sort of feel like that is, you know, they're not real, you know, or not real, but they're just that guy, and you know.
And it feels like that with Kamala and Trump. Like they don't feel like real people.
Yeah.
Like
If I'd never heard them before, AI, or something, or something
Yeah.
like that, they do, you know. And again, it's because I think you see, like, if you go onto your phone, you'll see clips of it. You don't see the whole
Yeah.
thing. Because we've no attention span to watch the whole thing nowadays. Where 30 seconds is enough. I can't watch any more than that. Sorry, lose interest. But
30 seconds, actually, the average attention span now is it's 5 seconds, I'm pretty sure.
seriously,
5 seconds. Yeah.
well, thank you to all the viewers who have been patient with
All
us.
of yours would have been and gone.
for the last 5 seconds, that was
You're
good.
the real ones.
But
like, it's scary, like,
Oh, it
how
is.
much we need to capture our attention nowadays.
But
Yeah.
like I remember, I know this is sort of off topic, but I remember even 2 or 3 years ago joking about, like, you know, the jokes about brain rot, and now you're going, people literally can't watch more than 5 seconds of content. What? How do you view not an attention
I
span
can't sit
for?
and watch a film. I find that far too long.
No, I'll take like 3 days to watch a film. It's really bad. Or shows, I'll dip in and out of shows. I'll watch like a season, be like, nah, I'm done with this, and then come back to it a year and rewatch it because I lost the context.
And so then I think this is also not on topic, but does that raise the point, like, should there be policies that limit it? Like, I think it was even last year where they wanted to ban TikTok, or not last year, it was a couple years ago where they wanted to ban TikTok.
I think they still are. They banned it on
Still
government
in process,
phones, I
think,
believe.
Yeah.
And then there's something about it.
Because there was the whole thing with it being associated with China and the fact that they could be planting stuff
Yeah.
on government phones and devices that
Yeah.
would leak through.
But-
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so anyways, the economy.
Yes, the economy.
The economy has been very important to this election, where I think Pew Research showed that that 81% of registered voters took it into major consideration with how they were voting, and that was even more the case with people who were voting for Trump, where the economy was one of the bigger. I think it was 90-60, at least I think it was 90% of voters for Trump had heavy emphasis on the economy, while 60% for voters for Kamala had a heavy emphasis on the economy.
Thanks. Yeah. No, the economy is, as you said, especially the last 4 years, COVID. Again, to go back to that, I know we all try to forget it because it was awful snogged for 2.5 years, but I think the economy has had such a big impact because obviously the economy worldwide took a massive hit.
Yeah, there's inflation globally.
I think we're still inflation. It's coming down, but it's you know, we will have lasting effects for 10 years or so probably. If you look at the last housing crisis,
it's like almost like when the bubble burst in 2008.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's just, we even there's just before the pandemic, we still didn't even recover from that, and that was 12 years long. The economy took such a massive hit because the world literally came to a standstill for 2 years, and a lot of people had obviously furloughed and then getting laid off as well, losing jobs. I think that, as you said, will have a big impact on it too, because again, yes, COVID, I can't believe it's 2 years ago now, or started 4 years ago.
It started 4 years ago.
Which is
just January, and it'll be March next year. It'll be 5 years.
That's crazy.
It makes me feel old.
It does. It really does. Yeah. But I feel like although that was started 5 years ago and all that happened, but the economy and people's jobs and lost income, that doesn't just fix overnight. Just because the world is relatively normal again now, it doesn't just fix overnight. I don't have much knowledge about the economy. Do you? Either of you?
Yeah, so the approaches to the economy is very interesting in this one, and it's very polarizing. So on the more Republican side, especially with Trump, it's building an economy quickly.
Right.
So bringing back energy, so taking away the regulations on oil and gas, and so really and also limiting electric vehicles, so getting all of those moving, because then it's a lot cheaper if you have more of it. And again, going back to bringing the Chinese industry into the States, it's building industry, building economy quickly. And so I think under Trump, you might see quick changes. However, under the even Biden administration and Kamala, it was a lot more emphasis on sustainability. And so I think there's been frustration of the inflation. However, it was global. You could not avoid inflation. And there has been big change in the inflation, where it has been reduced these past few years.
Yeah, it has slowly come down from there. I think we had a high of 14% at one point or something stupid. I think it's down to 3 or 4 now, I want to say.
I think we're down 4.
Right, hopefully still going down.
Yeah, we'll find out. And so there's also emphasis on the Democrat side for also building up small businesses, but still maintaining regulations in business. And so regulations is a big difference, and then also bringing climate into it is also where you see a major difference.
I do feel like, again, from the media, there seems to be, the Democrats seem to have a far more, as you said, not necessarily in quick growth, but long-term sustainability as building for the future, whereas the Republicans and Trump seems to have a more quick, snappy, well, who cares about climate? That's not who cares about climate, but it's not really important.
People first before climate.
Yeah.
And that's probably what he would say.
Yeah, and I feel like there's merit to both. The sustainability, that's great. There is a short-term frustration when you have everything costs a lot of money, and you're being told, obviously I know they've gone back on the policy, but here you're told 2030 you're not allowed to buy anything but electric vehicles, and people are going, I can't afford a £60,000 car. That's not going to work. And then I think they've reverted on that possibly, or extended it. I think they extended it and actually went back on its hybrid vehicles or something. But it is a hard pill to swallow, especially when you are maybe not on a high income, you're on lower income, and being told, I know you're running this 10-year-old car custodian for, but I'm going to need you to buy an electric car next year. It's going to cost you 10 times that.
If someone turned around to me and said, I drive, my car's 12 years old. If someone turned around and said, okay, drop 18 grand on a new car, I was like, you can look at my bank account. I don't even have half of that.
Yeah, but I think that's yes, okay, it is long-term sustainable, but that is the problem. People tend to think in the here and now. They don't tend to think for the future.
Yeah, and it costs money for the future.
It does.
Yeah.
But I also feel like the people first climate thing also has merit to it, as in it's the short-term fix, but then you have to make sure that you're investing in that and making sure that you're still going to get to that climate goal.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's an external pressure as well for both sides from like the climate goals and the agreements that they've committed to and said, you know, by 2050, isn't it, the climate goal?
2050,
You have to have this, and they're going, you know, the Democrats, I think, took the approach of let's start now today, and the Republicans, I think, took the approach of let's fix things now and then look at that later. And I don't know, I think it's a tricky one to see.
Yeah.
Neither's great because one's quick term good, but long term it gets like, very expensive because you haven't done it as quickly. But the other one's from day one it's expensive. So I don't know. I think they're both different approaches. Neither I would say is probably better. They're probably positives and negatives for each other.
Well, and I think where your like I think in the city you definitely are more likely to feel the weight of climate, whereas in the like especially rural America where it is more farmland, where those regulations are costing them a lot of money.
Yeah.
So I think people are feeling the sides of both, and so because of that, people like that does impact voters. So like in rural America, obviously you see more people before climate, whilst in the city you see more climate before. Or
Like even you notice it over here. Like I come from very rural parts of Ireland, and I see a complete difference when I drive an hour up the road to Belfast to come to uni.
Yeah,
It's night and day.
Oh, it really is, yeah.
100%.
But last summer I was in California for a bit, and I found that obviously we complain about our transport here.
Yeah.
California has interesting. It was Los Angeles room, but it was interesting transport.
The smog.
Yes, this was.
Do you guys know what smog is? Because
Only in London is only the real place where it's prominent.
oh, it's prominent in San Diego and Los Angeles, where it's just gray on the horizon, and then there's more asthma there too.
You've got the side effects of it.
Yeah.
But the public transport I found when I was there in Los Angeles, I know we complain about ours here. The lift scooters and bird scooters was interesting. I found that quite interesting. Just the way you just tap your phone and go, which I agree, it's electric and it's for short distance. But I feel like compared to here, the long distance travel is very reliant on like Uber as opposed to there. I noticed like compared to here, there's not a lot of bus compared to here, and not as.
You mean Northern Ireland? I think Los Angeles has more public transportation than Northern Ireland.
You know,
that is true. But you have to remember also
our population will.
Even if you look, this is an area that I love to delve into. Like even if you look back to the 50s and you look at the urban planning in America, the urban planning was designed. Everyone would have a car.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah.
The whole point of like, okay, residential is completely separate from your commercial and from your industry. You have to have some form of transport between those. Yeah. And they were like, oh yeah, everyone's going to have cars. We don't need to worry about putting in buses or train lines or subways or metros or anything.
And now they're realizing, oh, this isn't good for the environment.
No.
Oh, but everybody lives in grid systems miles away from everything.
They're just having to sit for hours in traffic to get to anywhere they want. It's just not efficient.
I remember we were driving one of the days we drove from, we were staying on LMU in uni. It was for a week, but we had to drive up to Sacramento, and like
that's a fun drive.
Distance wise, it wasn't that far.
But LA traffic.
Like I found it crazy that the roads were like 5 wide, but that's like 5 and
bumper to bumper.
So I was like, you know, this is massive. Like when we're driving on late, but even late. Well, not late at night. We flew in and it was quite late. And I was like, how is it still busy?
LA's really bad for it.
We stayed most of the time in Santa Monica, so like but even up and down the street, it was just like it's bumper to bumper everywhere. It's like driving cars not like a sustainable.
I feel bad for even Pearl Elizabeth. Pearl Elizabeth does drive in America, but she drives a manual. Like, how do you sit in those traffic jams with your clutch? I don't know. There's a reason why all Americans drive automatics.
No, it's actually so traffic's worse in like where I live than like most of the place. Like it's actually so fun driving on a freeway when it's completely open. But yeah, my poor clutch, like my poor car. But you know what? Like she's stronger because of it. Well, actually, don't know if that's true. But
she's got one bigger calf than the other. Little do you know.
Yeah. I learned quickly, and it's actually easier to stall when like you can't move forward than when you're at a light. Oh. It's better to learn. Fun fact.
There you go, shooting facts there as well.
But so, anyways.
Let's see, what else can we touch base on quickly before we move on to our next segment, where we're going to have lovely David and the lovely Matthew Wilson, head of QRTV, is going to be joining us. They're going to be talking about some of the technology that impacts things like elections and so on. So that's going to be a really interesting topic. So do stay tuned. But we'll wrap up on one final point here. Let's see.
Go for. So much to choose from.
Yeah, there's Should we look at? So, but
You can tell I'm not the politician here.
so should we look at like our any new headlines before we conclude?
That's a very good point, actually.
2 minutes to, or 3 minutes to
Goodness
9.
Yeah, final headlines before we finish off. It's been a lovely experience, I must say.
If anyone knows anything about me, they do know that my head is not very good in terms of memory.
That's all right.
Let's see if we can find our
Oh,
headlines
Is
is
it
here.
the
that our
brain rot
headlines
because of
for
social media?
8? Is this also for us?
So we've seen 3 Atlanta counties are seeking extensions to their election, their polling stations, because they've seen bomb threats actually come through into their stations. So they're seeking, like Pennsylvania did earlier on today, they're seeking those extensions coming through. And that's probably our key headline
Yeah.
next bit, because we already talked about the bomb threats back at the start of this segment, that they become more prominent, and there you go, that's it applied.
Yeah.
And we've only hit, it's just coming up to 9 o'clock here.
I believe voting closes the last
Last
main
votes
one.
come in at 11 o'clock GMT.
GMT, right? Okay, so
Yeah, so we've got 2 hours left on voting, but then all the counting starts.
I think
Yes.
it's technically more in California, but that's okay.
I think the last to be cleared is 4 a.m. here, or 11.
Yeah.
11.
But the important ones.
Yeah,
too.
the important ones are sort of the swing states.
Yeah.
They're the rest are sort of, not pre-decided, but they're going to be blue or going to be red.
You
It's
know,
more,
yeah, we already
it's
know.
like you can sort of probably 60% of it.
And the polls have just been pretty clear.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're
There's
transparent.
there's a lot of states that aren't going to change their swing, but it's those important ones.
It's those 10 that
It
are
is
really
those
going to,
10, yeah.
as we said earlier, they're going to decide
Oh,
the
they
outcome
will.
of this,
The
100%.
fate of the world.
So stay tuned, us. We're going to
Yes.
have more on this coming up later on, but at the minute we're going to take a short break, and David, as I say, will be back very shortly talking about the technology that impacts elections like these. Do stay tuned. That was excellent. You can really yap for a good bit.
Told you.
Well, I had no doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, we spent an hour on the phone last night.
Yeah, which I also yapped on for.
Yes, you did. Because
Yeah,
me and Matthew were looking at each other and we're like, can we go?
Yeah, I'm going to go. Someone's going.
Keep talking.
Oh, yeah.
All right, take care, folks. We'll see you later.
Good evening and welcome to the 9 p.m. show here on QRTV's 24-hour broadcast for the presidential election in the USA. Tonight at 9 p.m. we're going to look at the digital battlefield, tech and social media's role in the 2024 US election. But just before we start into that, we have one news update, which is that currently the person who was found with a flare in Washington, D.C. is now under investigation into why he was carrying a flare in Washington, D.C. That might cause an investigation, wouldn't you think? But anyway, back to the topic, the digital battlefield. So just as an introduction, David, we're obviously back with David here, who specialises in this digital and tech and social media world in terms of the election. Just can we get an overview of the role of technology and social media today in elections? But it's obviously evolved over time, going from TV elections and campaigns way back in the day to today, social media dominance. And Kamala obviously was sort of labelled as brat under Charlie on TikTok and Instagram, and she rebranded herself, and that got her voters as well. So it's just so different now. So could you give us a brief overview of that?
Yes, I definitely can. Technology obviously has changed, aside from elections, so much in the last sort of 10 years even, really. It doubles. I think they reckon it doubles every 2 years. So no, I think it's in a positive effect, but also a negative. So the role in the election itself, obviously there's now digital stuff in place to make sure it's fair. There's cameras and stuff watching the count centres, so there's no accusations of extra stuff or spoiled ballots or whatever it happens to be, or change votes. That's tightly regulated, and I think some of it's publicly available. You can get in the viewing gallery to again have third-party people who just turn up and just go, I just want to check this is fair. But again, think still can't beat a human. Nothing can beat a human.
Very true.
Until a high takes over.
Indeed.
But no, so that has taken that's there. But also, I know we've touched on this a lot tonight, but I think it is definitely one of the main concerns of this election: misinformation, and that
100%.
It is. I mean, it's kind of freaky how you can get a deep fake of Donald Trump. Now, I know he was doing the YMCA. That's not deep fake.
Yeah.
We can't confirm, but we're pretty sure.
Quite a bit of action there.
Quite a bit, but that you can have AI generate stuff, or even just, as we were talking about actually just about 20 minutes ago, the out of context thing, whereby if we said on this, if you took a 5-second clip out of something we said here without context, it is a completely different meaning, and it is a problem. It really is, because you can make it seem like somebody said something when yes, they said that, but when you add the context, it's a lot different. So I think that's definitely a cause for concern.
I think just on that, I think Trump is very good at taking quotes from people, as well as Kamala on occasion, but Trump in particular has had occasion where he has taken things out of context or put stuff on social media but not provided proof of that statement. And obviously there's been a number of incidents over the last few weeks of that. So I think there's definitely a big issue with misinformation, and that's been one of the big headlines today that we've had to keep coming back to, due to sort of range of misinformation that's coming out, especially about ballots, as you were saying, and the spoiled ballots, or untrue myths going around about the ballots being spoiled today. So yes, I'm glad we're clarifying those and making sure that people watching are sure that what is being said is correct.
And what I will say, and I think the whole team here can probably agree, is never take information at face value, especially if it's on social media. And I'm not naming any platforms, but there is a few to be named. We've talked about it, X and Trump social. Yes, but no, definitely take everything with a pinch of salt and do your research before you believe or act on any information. Whether it's from even from us, not everything we are saying is 100% fact checked, and if it's not, we will try to not present it as fact. So try and follow. If you see something on Instagram, go and do a bit of research into it off that platform. Look at what other people. I always say the best way to find out if something's true is look at the other side of the opinion, because if they don't match up, then the truth usually is somewhere in the middle of the two sides.
Yes,
that's usually what it is.
If you're wanting reliable information, if you go on to, say, using Google or Safari, there will be a fact check box beside accurate information. So if you're looking for something to base your opinion on, or base a truth, see if it's true, and look for that fact
and even
logo.
Mainstream media, there's been issues with BBC in the past whereby actually I suppose this ties in with the election or misinformation, so it's not just sort of off topic, but there's been issues with even BBC, with there's being so much information. We're in a digital age now where there is so much, and it's so easy to, I'm sure that's right, or it seems right, and get even simple details wrong, and people can lose trust if you get it wrong. So it's, I think, especially us, obviously, it's definitely the media's responsibility to make sure what we're posting is, at the time of posting and the time of information, as true and accurate as we can possibly find out.
Definitely.
And to not knowingly, obviously accidents happen, but to not knowingly post stuff that, you know, you find in a comment section on a Twitter post. Because, like, realistically, you know, like the community knows how to say, talking about actually the misinformation. I know we sort of come back to it, but I think it is such a, in today's world, even more than 2020, I think, you know, not even misinformation, the whole, obviously part of this is social media too, but I think, you know, it is such a big platform with so many people contributing that it's so easy to manipulate, obviously with the likes of us, we're saying AI and deep fakes and different things like that, but just also genuinely, hold on, listen.
Like, weird things coming up.
Weird things coming up. Yeah, weird things
then you're
coming
like, we need to check this, and that's the key point, that you need to go and fact check stuff and go over stuff and make sure that what you're looking at is completely correct.
Yeah, and make sure, you know, like I said, you know, even, you know, the likes of BBC, or for American viewers out there as well, the likes of CNN, or you know, everybody's making mistakes. There's been apology. You know, BBC have had to apologise, and they usually are pretty good. Obviously, they have guidelines that we follow as well, but you know, accidents still happen. So I would say go and do your research before you believe anything you see, and don't act upon something you find on the internet somewhere, because the internet is a great place. It is amazing, but also sometimes
it has flaws.
Yes, and it's usually caused by us people,
yes,
not
definitely.
us personally, but people in general.
Yes. I will say, all the headlines that we're posting out, we are fact checking against 3 or 4 different news sources. So the news articles and the headlines that we are putting out are checked, and
accurate and true to the best of our ability. Because again, even with doing that, you know, it's still always not 100%. So if you do it to the best of your ability, and you know, with that, you know, we're fair. I would say we're very confident that they're not, you know, they're from reliable sources, BBC,
agreed,
NBC.
yes.
So yeah, but 100%. No, I thought I'd just clear that up. I know it sort of wasn't on the talking points, but I thought I'd clear that up because we're talking a lot about misinformation, and I thought we should probably talk on how we are dealing with it. Definitely. And I'm assuming, I have no doubt, other media, you know, the likes of BBC, NBC, CNN, also have these. I know we were talking earlier about, we were reading on BBC's policies.
Yes.
Actually to help follow ourselves, but how to deal with misinformation, you know, or if an issue happens live on air, because as much as, you know, there's a set of rules to follow, you can make a mistake, and you have to have plans, so, you know, issuing apologies and how that's done. So no, it is in place, and I would say mainstream media, there may be mistakes, but their intention is not to mislead you. Don't speak for everybody, but their intention would not be to mislead you because of what's at stake. So
definitely.
But again, do your research. That's the takeaway.
Definitely.
Do your research.
So coming back around, we've gone on a bit of a tangent there. So coming back around to the digital battlefield, we talked about sort of just generally there, and just to bring it back then to some more historical context. So obviously social media has taken hold today, but there's still a lot of TV footage, and obviously a lot of here in the UK and also in America are doing round the clock footage tonight, like ourselves, to cover the election. But back in 2008, when Obama was running for president, this area and this technological era looked very, very different, and it was mainly technology and TV in particular campaigns were the key turning point of that election, rather than social media. But since then, 2016, 2020, and now 2024, social media has been the key aspect.
Oh, it has.
So can you just talk us through why there's been that switch and how technology has advanced to get to that point?
I touched on this very briefly, because I knew we were coming to this show later, so I left it for that. But no, I talked about it briefly in that, obviously we said at the start, technology doubles every 2 years, and you think elections every 4. So the time between technology, I think it says it gets twice as good every 2 years, or no, it's 10 times every 2 years, isn't 10 2?
Yeah, like some of the how fast technology is.
So if you think what technology we had in 2020, even think back to yourself, at the start of COVID, you know, what iPhone were we on? The iPhone...
It was at least iPhone X, maybe
11. No, we did 11. So you think we're on the iPhone 11? We've just released the 16. This, like, we're not we haven't personally. Apple have released the 16. You know, a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And that's in 4 or 5 years. And you think of the difference between an iPhone and an X. You know, 2 cameras. And you think of it, you know, a modern phone. They're different completely. So that's a simple example of a phone. But I actually remember when I was the 2010 wasn't it election? Yes. I actually remember seeing part of it.
2008 or 2012.
Sorry,
in there. No, that's all right.
I got that confused.
That's all right.
6 minus 4 is not 10.
Don't worry.
Little maths fact for you. But no, so I remember actually seeing in 2000, I think it was 2012, we got our teacher, and I think it was P2 in 2012.
Wow, that was a throwback there.
Yeah, that's crazy. That makes me feel old. That makes me feel old. But I remember seeing part of the TV debate, and that was the thing. I remember always seeing, tonight's TV debate, that was the thing, that was how you reached the nation. And now, I would say probably, I don't have statistics, so I'm not even going to try, but not everybody's watching live TV now. A lot of people, now you've got streaming services, it's really only news and your regular, obviously we're in the UK, so we have BBC, but
yes,
your regular daytime TV, everything else now is on, whether it be Netflix or streaming platforms. So, that live TV is now, I would say prediction in about 15 years time, the TV license will be, they'll have to switch it to subscription license or something, because, or I could see BBC, I don't know if the iPlayer, I could see them going to like a subscription model too or something, and more digital, but we're moving in that digital age. And even if you think back, it was TV debate. Then we've got 2016. I remember I want to say,
well, say it, 8 years ago now?
8 years
ago,
ago,
2 elections ago now.
I think it was P6 or P7.
Yeah, and that was when Trump won that election.
Yes, Trump won that one. I actually remember watching my grandparents' kitchen on there.
Yeah.
Oh, they actually still have one of the old square TVs. It was awful. I can't believe glad they got rid of it. But I remember watching it on that, and it was obviously televised. I still haven't got a phone. Like my first phone I got a year later was an iPhone SE, like the original brick that had the awful battery. Yes. I put up with that thing for 3 years. Don't know how I did it. But that was then. I was younger, but like the iPhone 5C was what we had.
Yeah.
And you think even back to 2012, I think the iPhone 3G was the rave.
Yeah. Yeah.
3G was it?
Yeah.
Or was it the 2G actually?
That's a real throwback.
It was 2G and then 3G.
Yeah.
It might have been the 2G or the 3. Sorry, minor details, but no, that was released then, and you think even the difference between that and the 5C,
100%.
Technology, it shows you time and time again how quickly it goes, and I think as opposed to just technology double, especially in an election that is driven by PR, because that is, realistically, if neither candidates ever put themselves out there, you wouldn't even know they existed.
We were looking at Kamala's social media earlier. We noted that she'd put out at least 20 posts in the last day alone, and it's just the amount of
maybe we should
social media driven platform. We might look at that later in the evening.
I'm actually thinking we should do a deep dive into that for you guys.
That might, we might look at analysing that a bit deeper for you later on in the evening.
Trump versus Kamala's.
But there's a lot of stuff going out there, but I think it should be noted that as part of these elections, even in 2024, there is a televised live debates.
Yes, which are great crack.
Which are interesting. Yes.
Whether or not you enjoy politics, if you enjoy politics, definitely think you should watch it. But even if you don't and want something to laugh at, laugh for it.
Yeah,
better than most stand-up.
It was an interesting watch, especially this year and this election. Can we just briefly touch on the TV debates? Just very brief. We'll move on to the next sort of part very shortly, but just a quick overview of the TV debates in this election.
Yes, so the TV debates, again, going back to my point, great comedy.
Yes.
See, don't pay for comedians. Not official, right? Don't pay for just go and watch a TV debate. Amazing quality. You can watch it right from your living room as well. You don't have to pay for tickets.
Exactly.
just a TV license if you live in the UK.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting things with the debates this time was the fact that the first debate with Trump was actually against Biden before he stepped out of the presidency. I know we looked at that earlier, and we're going to look at that again later on in a lot more detail.
There was also some great real moments come out of that.
There was indeed.
Very good.
Oh dear, but yes. So Biden obviously stepped down from the race, and Kamala took place and stepped up into that mark.
July wasn't.
I think that was the case.
I was on holiday. It was end of July 20, and that's that's the thing. I know we talked about this, I believe, with Fiona earlier, and
Jack as well.
Yes, Jack. Yeah. About the fact that, because Fiona had asked me about being such a short campaign, I obviously said about advantage, but when you think about that, I think it was around the 26th of July, around that date, last week of July, that it switched. It not even voted in as the candidate. It was Biden stepping down, Kamala Harris is going to run for president. Yeah. And then a month later, literally, this is still summer, which sadly feels like forever because it's now awful and dark outside. Yeah. But that was literally a few months ago, and then told, you're now the leader of this party, you're going to run for this. And I do think being the underdog could
help,
whether or not it win. I think playing the long game, maybe this short burst to our short-term attention span.
I think a prime example of that is in the first. It was either the day or the first week alone of her campaign. The donations that came flooding in were just coming in at the millions of pounds mark, and I think that was an indication of how she utilised the likes of social media and then the TV debate that came very shortly after to take that to her advantage and to get more money into her run to see and we've seen the results of that and seen how successful her campaign has been with the poll so
Oh,
close now.
yeah.
So we'll move on then,
Right.
and we'll sort of discuss then. We've obviously discussed that Trump and Kamala are both using social media.
Yes.
But can we dig into then sort of what techniques and what strategies they're using across the major platforms
Yes.
then to grow their viewing base and to swing voters towards them?
Yes, definitely. So I touched a little bit in this earlier, but again, I was sort of saving this because I knew obviously we had this one deep dive. But they have both, I would say, utilised social media very well. Very good, but in two different ways. Very different ways. I feel, I talked about this earlier, and again, obviously, my opinion, but I do sort of think there's some merit to this. Trump is very much aiming towards a conservative, older audience who aren't, as someone, down with the kids, the cool TikTok trend in that sense.
Yes.
It's not that he doesn't understand, because I've no doubt he does understand. A lot of them would understand how social media, managing teams and social teams, but there's no point in him appealing to that audience because that's not who's going to vote. As I said, I talked about that earlier too, about there's no point in appealing to people you're never going to get to vote for you, because it's a waste of your effort. You're better focusing on the people who you know will vote for you, or you can persuade to vote for you.
It should be interestingly noted, though, that there is a number of states where young, particularly African Americans,
Yes.
are actually, even though potentially Trump's visual stuff is not maybe catered to them, they're voting for Trump for his policies, which
Can I
is
actually talk
interesting.
for that for a wee minute? I would like to.
Yeah,
dive
of
in
course,
a little
we can dig into that
So,
slightly.
Obviously, in the past, Trump has made some. Let's just say he's made some comments.
Yes.
That maybe aren't the most politically correct, or not politically correct at all, and quite defend everybody. Plain spoken, I would say, doesn't wrap his words up in.
I think he's fairly clear and potentially at times blunt about what he's saying.
And some doesn't come across sometimes, instead of sort of wording or changing it to be politically correct, it just comes out with what it is he's trying to say. And to some people that can be offensive, or it can be, well, he said that, yeah, but is that what he meant? Because if he wrapped it up like this, but I think he just in the words of one of the rappers, says it how it is, and he does, he says it straight up what it is.
Yes, 100%.
Whereas maybe other Kamala Harris would sort of dress it up a bit, still get to the point, but sometimes that comes across as negative for him, because on the face value, you're like, why did he just say that? That is awful. Please don't say that again.
Definitely.
So I think, what I was going to get into about this is, typically the Democrats would be again, I don't speak for everybody, but the African American community and minorities in general would tend to veer towards voting Democrat. At least it has in the last few years, and there's been a push for that too.
Yes, definitely.
Especially Kamala Harris being, a female, and I believe she's half Indian and half African American.
Yes.
So, very diverse ethnicity there. But actually, from what I have sort of gathered from a couple different sources, she has lost some support of the likes of the African American community. Seem to have switched quite a lot over to what do you call it? Switched over to Trump, I think.
Yeah.
There's been a big shift there, specifically the African American community, which is quite interesting after the obviously the issues that happened in 2020 under, I believe Trump was still in at that point.
Trump
wasn't he?
was still running against, it would be Biden then at that point.
So he was still president at that point, and there was those issues that happened there that maybe weren't fully addressed or dealt with, in the best way. Again, we were dealing with a pandemic, but some of the stuff that happened isn't brushed under a pandemic, and I don't know whether that was necessarily leadership. Again, that's up for other people to debate higher than my knowledge base. But no, I do think there's been an interesting shift, and I thought it wouldn't have been a shift. If anything, there'd been a more shift towards Kamala in that sense, purely because she is that underdog warrior in that sense. Obviously I have, we're both from the UK. To us, the election, the winner doesn't matter. We're trying to. I'm clearing this up before go any further. We have no bias either way. We have our own personal opinions, but realistically, to us, it doesn't matter who gets in. We just want to give you the information on both.
Yeah.
And I think it's actually good not being from the US that way. We can be neutral in the sense of, because okay, yes, it'll affect us, but it doesn't really matter. We're not voting. It's not our country, so it's good to report on it. But it doesn't means we can be that bit more, independent and
Definitely,
sort of unopinionated about it,
Definitely.
or not as passionate maybe about it in that sense. But no, I feel like I thought there'd be more of a switch, because obviously, she is the face of what it means to be, a liberal and Democrat. She is going first woman as president, I believe. Who's also a ethnic back or minority, and also is young. If you look at Trump, he's 68. Biden was in his 70s. Typically they're old white men, with the exception of Barack Obama, and have been since America's creation. So the fact that she is like everything for those smaller groups, it's that's what I said. It's good to see, and it could work out.
Definitely.
But I thought that was interesting because despite being the face of that,
yes,
there's been a switch towards Trump, who, again, some of his clear-cut comments don't always come across great and can appear racist or, sexist at times. And there has also been some sexist comments, but
very true.
On a whole, I would say quite interesting to see that demographic shift. Because if anything, as I said, I thought it'd be swifting the other way. But I believe it was maybe Jonathan touched on it earlier about gender roles in this as well in terms of voting.
Yes.
And although there is more females voting for Kamala Harris, I don't actually think personally, in my opinion, it's not because she's a female. I think it's because she's a strong, young, in America's society over quite a while, she would have been considered disadvantaged because she's a woman and she's of an ethnic minority.
Yes.
So, it's more that underdog, that strong leader, young, comes out of the blue.
100%.
I think it's more that wow, who's this? Because if we I talked about this earlier, the polls, like Biden was trailing 30% in the polls. Kamala Harris gets straight up 50-50.
Definitely. I know, it's unbelievable.
It was definitely a good move, I think, from the Democrats to Joe Biden to step down, help with that. But should we move on? Yeah,
I think we shall. I was just getting some news in there, so we'll give you an update on that very, very shortly.
Do you want to actually do it now before we move on?
Well, we can have a look. There's a few updates in terms of just regarding the investigation that's ongoing as well, and then there's also some more claims floating on social media about voter fraud, which ties in exactly with what we're talking about in terms of technology.
Yes.
But yes, there's 4 we clarified earlier, and those 4 still stand, and there's more clarification coming through on those. So we'll keep you updated on that as soon as we can.
We will indeed.
In terms of obviously Facebook and Twitter, now known as X, and then the likes of even Snapchat and TikTok, will all cater to different demographics, and will all have different algorithms which will reach different people. So I think those are really interesting, but I think then there's another aspect, which is Trump's own social media called Truth Social, which is this sort of groundbreaking social media.
It was created in response, to the best of my knowledge, in response to his ban on most social media platforms. Yes. Because prior to Truth Social, he was not allowed in any social media.
Yeah, due to comments he'd made, he was basically removed. However, interestingly,
reinstated on Instagram, X, and I believe he's been reinstated in everything.
On everything. Now, this may have come after Elon bought over X, and he was reinstated Trump, because Elon is one of Trump's biggest supporters.
As the elections ramped up, if he's not, companies haven't been able to keep him banned because they're saying you're censoring me. So he created that in response to that, based on, as the name would suggest, truth. Now again, there has been issues concerned over it, because the whole idea between both X and Truth is, there's no big company moderating you, and I think yes, that's like I talked about earlier. That's good. You don't always want just some company, Facebook deciding exactly what you can and can't say.
Very true.
However, Truth has no admin moderation. There's no moderation. There's no communities. You just post what you like, and that can be great because it means the smaller voice gets heard, but it also means that
the big voice.
It's not even that. Like we talked about earlier, the line between having free speech, which we enjoy. Both the US, obviously, it's one of your constitutional rights. We also enjoy it here as a human right.
Yes.
But the line between free speech and inciting violence or hate speech, and it's a very blurry line. I think it's difficult to, where do you draw the line at that?
Yeah, definitely.
So I think that's definitely a challenge, and for everybody, because, well, I said that this is misinformation, and you're going, no, but that's my opinion. So it's very difficult, because if you have free, true speech, then people will get hurt by it, and it can be obviously some stuff, taken out of context, but if I have truly free speech, there's nothing I can't say, and there's some stuff I shouldn't be say. You know, so I think that's a whole issue as well.
Definitely. I think one of the other issues that keeps coming up, especially with this election, and particularly on meta platforms and TikTok as well, would be the issue of deepfakes. Now, obviously, deepfakes have been sort of pervading all social medias and a whole range of different things, not just the election. However, I think that has caused a few issues in this election in terms of videos going out that maybe aren't true, or videos, as you said earlier, being taken out of context. So I just think I want to touch on that very quickly in terms of how we can maybe spot deepfakes and how we can avoid believing stuff that isn't actually true.
Going back actually to what I said quite a bit earlier when we were talking about verify information, first thing I would say is, well, first of all, actually I would say, if there's a video of, for example, one of the election candidates doing something completely daft, and you're going, there is, you know, in your head, you know the saying, no such thing as a free lunch. If you're going, there is no way that happened. Yeah. You know, there's a good bet. You're going, is there a logical possibility this could actually have happened?
Yes.
He's currently eating the space station. Yeah, that's probably not happened. Never know, but it's probably not happened.
Get that fact checked.
But the likes of the YMCA, for example, you know, you're probably going, well, did he do that?
Yep.
Go and look at other researchers. Go to mainstream media because, okay, it's not fact checked, but if they're reporting on it, it probably happened. And also, just because you see a video of somebody saying something online, don't take that. Like we said, do your research.
Yes.
Also, there was something you've said about bots.
Yeah.
Bots, something I would like to talk about because it is, with actually the pandemic really made botnets a problem.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point,
so
actually.
Up until, you know, some viewers at home may have experienced this, when during lockdown you tried to buy a new PlayStation or Xbox, and scalping. So scalping was basically where bots were scalping it and then selling it for stupid money on eBay.
Yes.
And that was when it first got used because there wasn't really a need for it before that. And now they have these botnets, like, let's do stuff with them.
Yeah.
So bots, you know, will spam websites to take them down, overload with traffic, spam hateful comments or contradiction comments and different things like that. You know, it is malicious, and I am fairly certain, depending on where you are in the world, it's illegal. I know here it comes under the Computer Misuse Act. It's not like hacking, but it's not okay.
Yes.
It's you know, morally, I think everybody could agree.
Yeah.
Morally spamming, no matter what, as Jonathan touched on earlier, you know, about humanizing people. If you can't see people as a human, you know,
you're going to have an issue.
You're going to have an issue because you're not going to want to take the time to hear them. So if you dehumanize, if you're dehumanizing somebody by spamming them, it doesn't matter what their, you know, opinion is, you know, to do something malicious like that, they should still, even if their opinion and because obviously opinion is opinion, we can disagree. You're allowed to disagree. You know, an opinion is opinion. It's not fact. I can say whatever I like, and you can disagree or agree. Yeah. So that's the world we live in, and it's great to have that.
Definitely.
But even if that person is saying, you know, stuff that you really don't agree with, and they're wrong, to go and maliciously do that, to not heard, that's not, and that's been a problem as well on both campaigns in this election.
I think even on a lower level, so even the YouTube stream that's been streaming today for us, we've seen
quite a
Trump
few.
And like Kamala bots
that we've had to remove from chat because they were spamming.
From chat because they've been spamming. So even on a lower level in terms of comments on videos,
it's a widespread
both sides, it is becoming such a widespread issue that anything that goes to it will affect it.
And to clarify, as far as I'm aware, most mainstream social media, including YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, it is against their TOS too, because obviously, you know, you can't buy followers, you can't buy likes and views, but it is against their TOS to engage in view botting, like botting, comment botting, any of that is against their TOS, and you can have your account terminated and get in trouble. So again, just think before you do.
Definitely. 100%.
Somebody told me, I believe it was my actually school principal, is it kind, is it thoughtful, is it nice?
Yeah, and that is a very good motto to live by, as well as approach.
Just because it's true doesn't mean you have to say it.
Exactly, and I think tying into that then as well is the sort of whole big topic of data privacy now.
Yes, that is a big one.
And a new term that is sort of coming to the fore, especially from the 2020 election right to the 2024 election here, is micro-targeting, which is where bots and people are targeting specific groups to try and get them to think a certain way. So can we chat a bit about the data privacy of social media and how maybe this is being influenced, or whether it's working well, potentially as well, on during the election campaigns?
Yes. To give a bit of an overview and context first about data privacy in general, a lot of you probably won't know this. the reason social media is free, we've talked about this at length actually off the air too,
Yes.
is whenever you create your account, Meta is one of the biggest ones, Google as well, Alphabet company and Meta will, everything you do, they'll track and watch, and they'll build a profile and they'll sell you to, and that's how you'll have said fridge one day in your kitchen and start getting ads for fridge.
Fridges.
They basically they work out what you want to sell you it, and you know that's the most valuable resource on the planet right now is
100%.
ad data. You know,
Yeah.
that's why you click on YouTube and you get 6 unskippable ads. I know we're live on YouTube, but seriously, YouTube, fix your unskippable ads. 6 unskippable ads before I can watch a video. Like,
Unbelievable.
it's a joke. Or just pay $16.99 to get rid of it. Oh, thanks.
Well, there you go.
But in fairness, there is no such thing as a free lunch, so you have to pay for it some way. Would you rather that or pay a subscription? I'd probably rather just get some ads.
Yeah, that's a very valid point.
Except on YouTube, because that's getting ridiculous.
Well,
But that's a story
That's
for
a whole
different.
other
That's a
story.
whole different talk. I think data privacy. That's basically sell the data privacy concerns with this. Just trying to.
I think
Popped up
one of
there.
the data concerns is sort of either people's information being shared on social media
Yes.
or potentially across the dark web. I know there has been rumours about that. Now, none of them are properly founded as of yet. If we do hear of any that
We will
are
let
founded,
you
we'll
know.
let you know. But we know that there is a worry about that, and especially with tampering with election results. Rumours as well going around now. Obviously, a lot of these are unfounded as well.
Yeah.
We've debunked a lot of them, but there is still the rumours there. So I think people are really aware of data privacy and the worry that these that people have about
Yeah.
what
Oh, totally.
people can do with their data. And I guess it's not just an election issue, but in terms of election in particular, like topics like race and gender and abortion and all those sort of things are such big topics in this election. And if your data is shared and your view on something is shared, that can affect what you're showing and like how people treat you as well. So I
Yeah.
think that's a big thing. with
No,
this.
definitely 100%. Yeah.
Especially with the violence from the
Well, we even
last
looked.
election.
Well, I was even going to look to obviously US audience, but if you are tuning in from the UK, you'll know it's a bit late now, but you will know that over the summer we had issues with there was an event that happened in Southport,
Yes.
and a lot of misinformation and jumping to conclusions led to fighting right across the UK with police, clash with police, people got injured, and it was really quite bad actually.
Yeah,
So you know, again, going back to what I said, think before you speak. The way my great granny told me is, if you wouldn't say it to me, don't say it online.
Yeah.
And I think that's, if you couldn't say it to your
Yeah.
granny, don't say it online. And I think that's pretty fair.
I think that
Yeah.
ties in with another point, which is social media has given so many people a voice
Who
which
would
is
never
such-
have had a voice.
yeah,
It's amazing.
Which is amazing.
You know, you can be Joe Blogs from middle of Kansas with never met any, never, you know, you live on a farm and you now have a voice to talk to the world, which you would never have had. And I think that is a good thing.
Brilliant.
But there is a big but.
There is a big but, and
Everybody gets a voice, including.
everyone gets a voice, and I think one of the things that is coming from it, this voice, is citizen journalism.
Yes,
But unlike
that
the
is a great
news
topic.
stations, is that these people a lot of the time maybe don't have the most reliable sources and don't have the most reliable facts, and that is leading to then misinformation going out. Acts not maliciously, not in a way that is meant to harm, but even accidentally, which can harm. And I think that is an issue that's becoming more and more common, especially as people are just posting so much stuff on social media now, and everyone's getting bombarded with information.
Yes, I have to turn off notifications because I made a tweet today about one of the things from the election, and I used a hashtag US election.
Yeah.
I had 76 notifications in 3 minutes. My phone tried to vibrate all stuff on the desk. I was like, I need to turn this off. It's too distracting. But you know, as you said, the citizen journalism, and I think as well, if anybody is watching here, open your phone. If you've Twitter, open Twitter and click on election hashtag.
Yeah.
I guarantee
The
you,
amount
you
of
will find.
stuff.
We were sitting in the studio room
Yeah.
while they were on air earlier, looking for a couple of things, and everything was just. It was. I don't even have words for some of it, honestly. It was.
Yeah, every single thing had a topic, and everyone had a view, and I think it's really, really good. And I think that's something that America prides themselves on: everyone having a voice and having a view.
Oh yes, and you know,
However-
America was based on the Constitution of, you know, you're you. Nobody tells you what to do. You know, obviously it's a controversial. The right to bear arms, protect yourself. You know, that is a controversial topic that I think we're going to probably touch on a bit later, aren't we?
we
And
will
the influence
touch it,
election,
yes,
we'll get to
yes,
that later.
100%.
And also the issue with, you know, free speech. You know, that is what their country is based on. You know, obviously we have the right here in the UK, but we don't have a constitution. You know,
Yes.
their fundamental, you know, constitution is what forms that country, and that's their principles and what they're set up on, and that's, I think it's the first or second?
I think it's the Second Amendment, but again, that's not a factual statement. Just to clarify.
Yeah, we're not great. We didn't pass US history. Apologies. But no, that's. I think that's. It is.
It is a huge.
It is, yeah.
Topic coming into this
It is.
election, and it keeps coming up again and again. Even today, sort of the amount of stuff that news articles and news companies are having to debunk, due to sort of like people in the street reporting it and filming it, but taking it out of context. I think it comes back to taking it out of context.
Yes.
Because everything is so short and so snappy on social media now, so much stuff can get taken out of context.
Like, take his sentence he just said out of context. He said, can take it out of context. If I just changed it out of context, you'd think I'm talking about something else somebody else has said. That's how simple it is.
Definitely. And I think one of the things with out of context is that, so obviously people who are there will obviously see that event live and understand what has happened. However, if people are watching that online or in a different country who don't understand the context to that,
I've seen a lot of stuff actually today coming off social media in different forms of people in Europe being very unhappy. Polls, they did a poll around the world about people, and people were like, this is not representative of me.
Yeah.
And there was one of, I believe it was Denmark. The poll said 96% of people in the country wanted Kamala as president. Now, again, maybe they did, but I just find it hard to believe that 96% of a country wanted to.
Yeah, that's definitely.
And then after some people were being interviewed, they're like, no, the actual poll was like 60% Kamala. Where did this 90 come from?
100%.
And that was posted by a pretty reliable source.
Yes.
Actually, that original post, it wasn't media, but no, it was, I think it was GB News.
Right, okay. There we go.
So like an actual news outlet, and again, they have since redacted that statement, so it's better. But yeah, no, it's
an interesting
it
topic,
is.
and
It's
there's
a
a lot to dig into. on that
there
topic.
really is, and it's a rabbit hole.
Yeah, and I think
Slow up.
I think in terms of the foreign influence, it doesn't just start with the people who just your average people on the street. This is influencing people at the top of a government, the people who
Run the
are
country.
making the decisions and
run the world.
100%. And I think that is where a really big important point comes between like government and technology companies in particular. I know that the American government has sued Facebook and Meta over the last few years for a number of items on that.
Australia recently, the Australian government have sued, I think, Facebook's AI. Here's a perfect example. Facebook's AI, you'll notice if the US, you guys are enjoying that feature and happy, it's still not available. It's available for businesses in the UK, and the EU it is not available for. It just shows you the difference of, and I think the EU with the AI, because there's been concerns over Meta Ray-Bans and Facebook. I'm pretty sure this is factually correct. Facebook were just, whenever you got them, were automatically opted in to sharing everything with Facebook at recorded,
Right, wow.
and you couldn't opt out.
Right, okay.
At first you couldn't opt out, and then it was opt out only, not opt in.
Right.
So that was some concern raised worldwide, and that's why the EU, I think, still have it blocked.
Yeah,
They still couldn't
from
use
what,
the
I've,
AI
from
features
what I've heard,
because
yeah.
the EU said no, we're not going easy on this. We want to protect our citizens.
I think, as you say, because governments and countries are becoming more and more aware of this, especially with the election, we've noticed that countries are coming together now to try and debunk things and trying to fix algorithms and counter these efforts by the likes of the bots. Can we just touch on that and touch on how governments are coming together?
And
to
actually,
fix that
what I
issue?
think is, even aside from that, more is, it used to be the government was who ran the country and it was the biggest voice.
Yes.
And now with social media having that platform, if you look at Facebook, it has more users than, we'll take Northern Ireland, we have 1.8 million people here. Facebook has, is it a billion users?
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Over a
numbers.
billion accounts, but
yes.
I think it's got monthly like 600 million. Again, don't quote me on this. This is just off the top of my head. About 600 million monthly users. Our population is 1.8 million. They are 600 times the size of our country. And that influence is massive. So if Facebook turn around and say we're going to delete a load of accounts, or Facebook in theory could turn around and say we're disabling it from the US, like happened with Epic Games and Apple, with the Fortnite thing.
Definitely,
That was an example of a company putting their foot down and going, I don't care what the ruling was. They said, I don't care what the ruling is. We're doing our own thing, and we're bigger than you, and we can do that. And that's the issue. It used to be governments used to be bigger, but now these companies and the following behind them have such a big influence. It's hard to place and deal with. It really is.
And I know internally as well within these companies.
Yeah.
There's obviously issues with just so much data going out, and they're so hard to police it all.
And there's agendas in play too.
Exactly, and obviously one noticeable one is at the minute. So Elon Musk, who's the owner of X, formerly Twitter now, he
ran a ballot for an election,
yes.
an illegal lottery whereby I can't remember the state. I believe it was Pennsylvania, but I can't remember. It was. I think it was Pennsylvania.
Yes, which
possibly.
to clarify now has been passed by the court and is going ahead. Someone in one of the 7 swing states who votes in this election will be receiving £1 million from Elon Musk if they have voted from Trump.
Everybody who votes for Trump will. I don't know how he's going to verify that though.
That's a good question.
How he's going to verify that would be interesting. But
He won't be able to use X, I don't think.
No, I don't think you vote on X.
Well,
anymore.
indeed.
Is he going to do a poll maybe? Get a poll?
Well, that's another whole argument as well about the American voting system and how a lot of it is still on paper, but there is moves to it being more online. But as we've heard this evening already a number of times, voting polls have failed, and a number of counties, states as well across the US
in Pennsylvania as well
have had to request extensions because either of power outages or glitches with technology or people not being able to use technology correctly. And so there's so many issues with that.
And I also think, to clarify, obviously I am studying software development and cybersecurity at the minute, so technology is my thing. That's
Yes, definitely.
That is the thing I love the most in life. Maybe not. I do love my girlfriend too, actually.
Yeah, well, that's very important.
Maybe not if you're watching, Hannah. I'm sorry. But no, I feel like that's my bread and butter in that sense. But there's something about paper and pen. You know, technology. Obviously, we've had the issues at the last election of both recent elections actually have, you know, issues of voter fraud and that, and I do still feel paper is hard to cheat.
Definitely.
There was obviously the accusation of more votes and that could theoretically happen, but I feel like if it's online it could just be too easy. There's no,
especially hackers as well.
If,
like it's just,
you know, realistically, if they say we got 6 million votes, they have to present 6 million pieces of paper, and if they don't, then they didn't get 6 million votes. So online you could just change a number. So I do still feel there's not some. I think the argument is still stronger for paper, even as somebody has said who is tech is everything. Yeah. I still think the stronger argument is.
No, there's obviously issues with paper as well, and we've seen that in previous elections. But I think we're going to be in this weird hybrid period, at least for this election, and we'll see about future elections.
I would say it will be a slow and messy transition.
I can imagine, and we've obviously seen a bit of a messy transition in a few states tonight, because this is the first time some states are using technology to the capacity that they are using it in this election.
And one thing there's a saying in the tech world: when you need technology to work, it will break.
And
it will not fix itself.
100%. And
it will work for 6 months, and then the day you need it, it will not do it.
Yeah, and I think we will. Like, you do find that again and again. But I think as technology advances and as it grows, it could potentially become a more viable option. And I think one of the things is just because of how unique the US voting system is.
Yes, obviously
it can
in
take
the UK,
longer
we
than most
we
to
work on
transition.
first past the post, so whoever gets the most votes, you know, wins. So if you get 1,000 votes, you get in. And if somebody didn't get that, but I feel like the US system, again, it's different to ours. But the US system obviously works on, I believe it's obviously the Electoral College, which was explained very well because I did not fully understand how that works. So very well explained. But they have, you know, typically the popular vote is not the winner. It's based on state. And I think it is such a difficult situation because in the UK we have 4 countries who vote for their woods. And woods across, obviously.
Excuse you.
In the Westminster elections, getting these. Yes. Need to get a coffee anyway. The Westminster elections, but it is a different system, and there's criticism and there's merit. But obviously we did talk about this at length actually earlier. But no, it is. The future will be interesting. I think of this. It will be an interesting future.
But yes, speaking of a coffee, I think we are going to take a break here for a few minutes, probably 5-10 minute break, just to be able to refresh David here, who's been off for quite a while, and we'll just offer some final thoughts later on as well on that. Yes. But yes, see you soon.
Bye.
Hello again and welcome back to Queen's Radio 24-hour coverage of the US presidential election. We're getting closer and closer to starting to find out some of the election results, which is very, very exciting. But first we have some headlines for you here at 10 o'clock p.m. Tonight. So the first one is that Elon Musk has cast his vote in Texas and is confirmed to be meeting and staying with Donald Trump tonight. As they find out the result of the election.
We also have the co-founder of a pro-Palestinian uncommitted movement that says that they will vote for Kamala Harris.
A man has been arrested at the Capitol and had a bottle of accelerant substance. Police believe, so there will be an investigation in this. We'll keep you updated.
We also have heard that a federal judge denies the Georgia GOP request to reject hand-delivered absentee ballots, which is a very interesting story. Hopefully we'll be touching base on that later on.
Definitely, we'll get you an update there in the next hour or so about that. Results expected to be faster in swing states Pennsylvania and Michigan than 2020, with Michigan expecting to be finished counting by 0200 Eastern Standard Time, which is 0700 GMT, so time in Great Britain where we are right now.
So keep up to date. We will be running right the way through until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so feel free to, if you want to tune out and tune back in, please come back. We will be giving you all the live updates as they come in.
Definitely 100%.
We've also got a final headline here from Trump's former lawyer has called the Democrats dishonest and crooked, so make what you want of that.
We'll wait and see what else comes from that. Okay, so over the next hour we're going to be unpacking January the 6th 2021, which was the day, if you're not familiar, that the Capitol riots occurred, and a lot of protesters, particularly supporters on the Trump side, stormed the Capitol and basically took over the Capitol for up to 4 hours before being removed again. And I think this was a really big influential moment in US politics history. And since that point, there's been a lot of worry about this. And I know for this election, there's been gates and massive amounts of security put up in Washington, D.C. in particular, to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Even despite Washington, D.C., even in cities such as like Chicago, they have been boarding up shops. They have had riot police on task ready just in case, because you never know what could happen after that, because no one saw that coming. So
Definitely.
People don't know what to expect this time around.
Yeah, 100%. So over the next hour, we're hopefully going to give you a bit of an overview of why it happened and what happened, plus a bit of a historical context, and then the importance of the events and how they're affecting this election here today. So we'll start with the events. I think that's one of the big things. So the events, how it began was that there was claims, some argue unfounded claims, but there was claims that, particularly from Trump, that the election that Biden was announced to have won was not correct and that Biden should not have won it. And as a result, Trump called a rally very close to the Capitol in the morning of the 6th of January, 2021.
Yeah.
So this followed, this began as a Trump speech, which went on for a period of time. And other speakers were speaking there as well. But partway through that speech, a number of the people attending that rally near the Capitol then began to march towards the Capitol. And this started as a small trickle and slowly and very rapidly increased, marching towards. There was many police lines throughout the Capitol. However, a lot of these police lines were breached very, very quickly because the numbers that were coming forward from the rally towards the Capitol were unprecedented and not prepared for, because they weren't expecting this at all, just as Johnny had said.
You can see, if you watch back in the live footage, you can see them struggling under the pressure of these masses of people coming towards them, and they crumbled.
Yeah,
because they simply just weren't prepared for something like this to happen. They thought they were just having a normal rally, but it escalated far too quickly for them to be able to catch up.
Exactly. And what started as a peaceful march towards the Capitol soon turned to some people starting to chuck barriers and railings at police officers and pushing police officers, and then this escalated to a full front line of people fighting with the police, and every time they breached a different level, then police had to retreat back and they kept marching towards the Capitol. Now, there was senior police officers who were present at the time in the area, and they were adamant that they were not going to break through the lines and were trying to get police on site because they were moving at such a rate. They really, really struggled to hold the line long enough to let other police people come in, and very, very quickly they were very, very close to the Capitol. Now, when we got to the Capitol, there was a lot of police there, and they did manage to hold off for a number of hours outside the Capitol. However, slowly things escalated, and more numbers started to arrive, and this, we're just doing a wee tech error. Hopefully that will fix the audio. If not, we can change the mic. And the technical, sorry, I've lost my train of thought. We'll go back a wee step. The police were being pushed back, and then over a period of time at the just in front of the Capitol, where the inauguration was going to happen in about 2 weeks. Following that, they set up massive, big scaffolding thing, like towers to cover and cover with cameras, and also then develop the presidential inauguration. However, these were sort of overrun by people, and they used these as shortcuts to get up into near the Capitol building, where the police weren't really expecting. One point of particular action, I think, that was really influential and caused a lot of concern for well-being, especially of police officers, was there's a tunnel that enters up into the Capitol, and this was where a lot of the people were trying to break into the Capitol, and this was where a massive police barricade was trying to push people back. However, over time, as they pressed forward, they managed to grab a police officer and drag him out into the crowd, and there was a number of death threats out of this police officer, followed by him being sprayed in the face, I believe, with something equivalent to pepper spray, and also getting tasered, and which has caused him life-altering injuries. And there is an interview the BBC have produced with this guy. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. If I can get access to it, I will let you know. However, that was a really moving and powerful story of just how one police officer was affected so strongly as a result of this. And I know other police officers also had stated about the fact that they had felt so much fear as this crowd mentality pushed them back and back up the tunnel. However, as more reinforcements arrived, they were able to push that crowd back. But at the same time, people were also starting to climb up into the Capitol and climb through the windows. And it is actually quite funny, some of the first people who climbed through the windows into the Capitol, they realised that they've never actually been in the Capitol and they don't actually know where they're going. So they just sort of walk around a bit aimlessly and have a bit of a laugh and go, we're in the Capitol and what's going on?
They were just so utterly shocked that they actually made it that far. Like, well, what do we do now?
Exactly. Like, it's just unbelievable to think that they got this far and then they go, well, we're a bit stuck now. We'll see what we do. But I think eventually there were so many through the windows, and they'd smash windows to get in, that they eventually realised that they should rally together and make this a purpose. And you'll see in the videos and the CCTV footage from inside the Capitol that they started to march up and down the corridors trying to find the Senate room, the big room in the middle, where, and you'll see in the videos later on tonight and the photos later on tonight, where the House of Representatives meet, and then also the Senate meets as well. And I think they marched around for quite a while, and then they eventually were getting very close. And within the House of Representatives and the Senate at that point, there was meetings going on, and there was all the representatives in the rooms, and there's many a testimony from them that there was fear building as well, and they were aware something was going on outside. After a while, they started with not sure, and they were getting text messages from family about it, but eventually then it came to light that this was happening inside, and eventually police officers came in and escorted them all out through back entrances, and this escalated and escalated. And I think the tipping point of the escalation was when they were just outside the House of Representatives, I believe, and they were in a corridor with a glass barricade door, and a police officer spotted the crowds coming, and they were bashing the glass. They'd smashed the window, and at that point a shot rang out, and one of the protesters was shot and sadly later died in the hospital. I think that was the turning point of the riot. It was realised that force was going to be used, because for some it was an unacceptable breach of security and a breach of a place of immense power in America and so much of respect, I think.
Yeah.
I think it just led to shock across the country, and some of the photos you see from it are also rather shocking, and I know that a lot of the people in the Senate and the House of Representatives felt very strongly, and there's a number of suffering from PTSD as a result of what happened on that day. But I think on the other side there is arguments for people who stormed it and said, look, we felt that this was an unfair election, we have reasons for why we would believe that, and we felt this was the way of making sure that people were aware that we were not happy and that a change was needed. And I think that's a very powerful part of crowd mentality, I think.
Yeah.
And I think you see that throughout the day.
It's like that mass mind of thinking where everyone just flocks, like they go with the flow. They see one person do it, like, oh, if they can do it, then I can go and do it. And then it built and built and built until they were all inside the building. They were like, well, where do we go now? And then there was this sort of pinnacle. They were like, okay, we've got this glass.
Definitely.
Maybe we can try and get through it. And then that shock of just, someone's just shot.
Yeah.
That could have been me. That could be any one of us. That could be anyone standing around here. And that's just, to them, that wasn't acceptable. Of course, the use of force is something that people try and restrain as much as they can, unless it's really necessary.
Yes, definitely.
Which I would say this situation, it might well have been necessary. Obviously, we weren't there to observe it. But there is questions into what the law enforcement actually ruled as, could they not have used it earlier on to stop them getting into the capital full stop?
Definitely.
Why did they wait until so long, or why did it even happen in the first place?
Exactly. I think there's a lot of questions to ask, and I think you bring up a really, really interesting point about gun laws in America, and I think we will come on to that topic later, because that is just such a huge topic in America, and I know both Trump and Kamala and the Democrats and the Republicans have such strong views on that. But I think that definitely led to a lot of debate about the gun laws in America and whether they should change. However, we have seen that there has been changes, and especially regarding automatic weapons in America, but a lot of other weapons have not had such influential changes made to them. And I think that is going to be a debate, whoever wins this election, that will influence part of their policy for the next term. But we'll have a look further into that later on in the evening. I think another thing of note with that was that the fact that it was so heavily, the storming of the Capitol was so heavily influenced and run by far-right groups, as reported by a number of news outlets that were at the rally supporting Trump. And I think one of the other really interesting, notable things was that Trump did not really make a comment about the fact that they were storming the Capitol for a number of hours, I'm led to believe. And that, I think, was a really influential moment, which was that there was arguments from Biden and his party, the Democrats, that perhaps Trump was a part of this. And obviously since then we've seen him go to court over an insurrection charge regarding the Capitol riots, and I think that is a really interesting point as well, that there is a potential felon, and theoretically a felon, because it's something he has been charged on a number of counts running for election, and whether that's possible, and if he gets into power, will he be able to reverse his felony and his charge against him?
Exactly. It's really interesting topic points, because this is, again, something we have never seen before in the course of US presidential history. Even new facts that came to myself today, the fact that he was charged in New York means that he can actually still vote, as in there's a special rule in New York where felons can vote so long as they're not incarcerated within the state system, which I thought was mind-blowing. It's very interesting.
And we should clarify that is not the case in a lot of states. If you have been charged and you are considered a felon, as they say in America, that is considered that you're not voting in a lot of states in America. So it is a really interesting point that he is still able to vote. And let alone vote for himself, I'm led to believe, as well, and his party. So you can take and make of that what you will. But yes, I think we'll move on to a point regarding sort of the law enforcement and how their part of this was a very important part in this, but also quite obviously a dangerous part, and a very life-altering part in this, and how this is going to move forward to this election, because obviously you've seen that the National Guard has been, I think figures earlier were suggesting 125,000 members of the National Guard were being utilised across a number of states to ensure that there is not.
I don't think we've seen security presence like this at any US presidential election, and I think it's purely because they are scared. Yeah. They're scared of what could happen. They're scared for the people of America and what could happen to them or what they might do. Definitely.
I think there's a justification to that fear and that worry, considering what we saw on the 6th of January 2021, and we'll go from there. And I think leading up to that, there was no suggestion, as you said, that this was going to occur. And I think it's really interesting to note that there wasn't any information about this, and that this sort of came out almost seemingly that people met for a peaceful rally and it just came out of nowhere, with no indication that was going to happen, and that's why there wasn't police presence. And then as a result of that, then there was delayed police response time, National Guard response potentially, according to sources, not happening for up to 4 hours after the start of the riot, which was when eventually the tides were turned, and it sort of turned the other way. And
There's possibly that almost they were hoping that something wouldn't come of it. They were sort of holding out for the fact that, oh, maybe things might calm down.
Definitely.
Maybe they might not go as far as this. And then suddenly they were plunged in, they'd think on their feet. They were like, right, what do we have here and what can we use?
We're definitely plunged in the deep end, you could say.
Oh, yeah.
And yes, I think that is probably a concern for a lot of them looking at this election. And I think that obviously the aftermath as well, and the PTSD and the injuries and the number of deaths actually of police officers, especially interestingly regarding suicide. There was a number of officers committed suicide after, due to the fact that they some of their family members said that they couldn't cope with the PTSD and the struggle that they went through that day. And I think that is an important point in terms of life and sort of the value of life as well, especially during this election, in terms of a number of rights that are being discussed across the board, which we will get into further later as well. But yes, I think we'll keep going here, and we'll look at the immediate political reaction, which was very much a very shocked reaction, I would say. And Congress responded with quite a harsh response to that, and obviously not everyone in Congress agreed, and but it definitely changed the course of that election, and the decision to certify the election results that evening was something that had not really been considered up until that point. But when that happened, it went very, very quickly through, and there was a statement by someone in the Senate and the House of Representatives basically saying, no one is leaving this building until this bill and this certification of the election has been signed off and it is confirmed, because I think there was a fear there that if it wasn't signed off that night, the
violence could re-escalate.
Exactly. So I think that was the immediate political reaction, but I think it also increased a political reaction in terms of the whole political climate in USA, but also further beyond as well. I would say, including, which we're seeing this election, increased polarization in terms of between Republicans and Democrats, which I think is a point that is becoming more and more apparent. But at the same time, we're seeing very equal split on that. So it is an almost 50-50 polarization, which is an interesting point. We don't see that very often.
No, we don't see that very often. And just speaking on when I was on earlier with my colleague Elizabeth, and we were talking about the polarization, it really is almost as if they're seeing the other side as not human.
Yeah, 100%. I think you see that in speeches as well.
Yeah, it almost recertifies that pack mentality where people who were looking in from the outside just looked and saw this mass. They didn't see a mass of people. They just saw this mass movement down through Washington DC and into the Capitol. Those weren't humans that were doing it. It didn't seem like it. It seemed very surreal watching it. If you weren't there in the moment, it was so unbelievable. And it almost, because it was it stemmed from Trump's supporters, it put that sort of stigma into people's minds, thinking, well, what are they going to do if they lose? And it put a real panic into people's minds coming around to this year.
Exactly. And I think one of the key words that came out of that was mistrust, and the fact that can we trust the politicians, I think was a theme at the time, and can we trust the police and the armed forces and all the other,
especially at that sort of time, there was a lot of the stuff in terms of Black Lives Matter, and after the COVID pandemic and everything, we were still coming down from a lot of big matters that were in US politics that were really changing the course of how politics and people looked at politics.
Yes, definitely. And I think we're just saying that continue into this election. I don't think it's ever fully settled on.
No.
And that mistrust is obviously still there, and probably as strong as ever, I would argue, between Kamala and Trump. And you sort of see that in the insults that have been thrown at all those different election meets as well. But yes, and I think I touched on this with David last hour, but I think the use of social media as well. There was people live streaming. There was a man live streamed the entire event, from when the riot started right through until he was the last man off the Capitol building. He was in an electric wheelchair, and someone had lifted him up the steps at the start of the day, but he got stuck because everyone else ran away and he was left, which sort of shows the crowd mentality again. But he filmed the whole thing all day and live streamed it, along with many hundreds and potentially thousands of others. And interestingly, a number of news reporters also went into the Capitol with the people breaking in to report on stories as they were coming live, and a number of interviews since then were just they were saying about the emotions that they felt were so raw on that day. And I think that was exemplified and indicated through the use of social media. And I think social media is just so influential now, especially in this election.
Oh yeah, 100%. We've seen such a shift between 2020 up to now, where we've seen a change in how we use social media and the different platforms that are now so prominent, the likes of TikTok and so on, which is still, it is a video-based platform. So videos like that are what people are looking at. It comes up in their feed. It's just, if it's breaking news, it'll probably be there. So it's just...
Definitely.
It's changed the landscape of how we look almost at the world around us, because we're seeing things not necessarily through our eyes all the time or through a television, but we're looking just at our phone. We have it on us 24/7. We could be standing anywhere and looking anywhere in the world at something that's happening.
It's so true. And the reach that the phones have now, I was saying with David, like, there could be the US election, but we're getting influenced by it here, by videos and social media and TikTok and that sort of thing. And even the US election itself, the Trump and Kamala during this election term have both used social media stars. I know Kamala used the term brat from Charlie, and then Trump has also used the likes of Musk and Elon Musk and his vast range of support network to their advantages. And I think there is merit to that, but there is also distinct disadvantages to that as well, in terms of people being influenced by influencers or people online, where maybe that wouldn't be how they would typically stand as well, which is an interesting thing.
They're looking at likes of, say, with the example of Kamala Harris using Charlie and the whole brat theming. People are looking and going, oh, if Charlie supports her, then I support her. They're not necessarily looking at Kamala herself and going, do I actually support her, or are they just supporting the brand and the identity that she's creating?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. And I think... especially, it's been really interesting because that went completely viral, that the brat term that Kamala then took on, and I think it was sort of an indication of how much the youth are affected and infiltrated, as some of the politicians and the news stations used, by social media, and how their minds are changed, which is definitely a really, really interesting point. But we should come back to the topic of the 6th of January 2021. Yeah. We've gone on a bit of a tangent there about social media, but we'll look at the legal and the judicial outcomes as well of this riot. I know we'd already said that Trump was obviously there was a charge against Trump that was put to him regarding this. Now, from as far as I know, this has been removed as a charge now. However, it stood as a charge for a good period of time and
numerous years.
Yeah, definitely. Alongside a number of other charges, I think it should be interesting now, and also a number of the rioters who rioted on that day also were arrested and incarcerated on a number of occasions, due to their involvement and due to their use of certain weapons or abuse in terms of regarding the police and the armed forces during the riot.
Yes.
And there has been a number of prominent cases. However, it has been argued by some that these have become political standpoints, and it's always become like a martyr for their political standpoint, which is an interesting point to make. And I think it shows the power of normal people. We were talking about social media as well, about the power that normal people now have on social media. And I think that is another way that some people feel that they can make their voice heard in the election, which is maybe a bit of an unusual way to some to be considered as the way to make a voice, but a voice all the same, it could be argued.
Yeah, it's looking at that different aspect between the different generations, where as an older generation may see their voice is actually going up and signing up and saying something in real life. The younger generations may see it as, oh, I'm typing a description on a video, or I'm typing a comment and saying, yes, this is my opinion, and then they feel the same way. It's just there's a real difference in how social media, the reach that it has, because it is reaching that younger audience, but it's leaving sort of that older generation out, which do still have a very valid say in what goes on in their country.
100%.
Yeah,
definitely. I think sort of moving on then from the valid say from people in the country, then we move on to then the higher up in the country as well.
Yes.
So a lot of people know of the CIA and the FBI, as well as the Justice Department as well. I think there was a lot of they were throwing a lot of shade, for want of a better term, from this event, and it was how they were recovering from that. And I know in this election, like even today alone, the FBI has been involved on a number of cases regarding, especially in Washington, interestingly, where all the security is focused on. There's a number of FBI cases ongoing, particularly we mentioned about the person with the flare, and there was another person who's been caught with an illegal substance there just at the start of this hour as well. So the FBI are getting involved in investigations, and the Justice Department will also be involved. And they were seen to be cracking quite hard down on the people who were involved in this riot, and that I think was an indication to others of the sort of warning not to repeat
the lengths that they can go to and they will go to protect the peace and so on.
Definitely.
In that sort of a situation, because that's their job after all.
100%. And I think protecting the peace has led to change in legislation regarding meetings and rioting and a number of other things, alongside the likes of Black Lives Matter, as you said, and a number of other police issues that have occurred in America over the last few years. And I think just as we wrap up this topic and we move to another topic that we will study with you for the next half an hour, I think it's an interesting point that some have made that potentially the riot was a threat to democracy and showed how democracy doesn't work. That's a bold statement to make, I'm aware, but I think some said that this was an indication that democracy doesn't always work. I think is probably a better way.
Yes, that's maybe a better way of phrasing that.
And how there is vulnerabilities in a democracy that some may be able to exploit and be able to use to their advantage. And I think some argued that Trump potentially did that on that day, and I think that is a worry that if he doesn't win the election this time, he could exploit again. But also on the flip side, Kamala could use that, and there could be anger there as well, because tensions are so high, as we say, like things are so close. Everyone is hedging their bets and who's going to win, who's not going to win, what are they going to do after the win. There's so many things on the line with this evening, and the votes are going to be starting to come in actually in half an hour. Very exciting.
We are very excited for here.
Yeah, I know, and even today alone, both vice presidents have stated that their own party, that they are confident that they will win the election, that they will be able to improve the country. So if both sides have that view, one side obviously will come out on top, and whether we find out tonight or very early tomorrow morning, or later on in the coming weeks, we don't quite know yet. However, according to the current polls, it suggests that we may well know and be fairly well set on a result potentially by tomorrow morning, near the end of our stream, considering how fast voting is actually.
I think the figure that's being bounced about is about 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
we should have some more confirmed figures and basically probably a steadfast idea as to where this is headed.
Now, I think one of the swing states is in after that, which could be a massive influence. But as a whole point, at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, we hopefully will be able to report a fairly good summary of what's happening. We'll get the maps out, and we'll get showing you. We'll get the maps out very, very shortly. We're very excited to get that to you, and we'll demonstrate how everything is being affected currently around as we hear votes coming in. I think finally, just in regards to the rioting and how it's impacted, is sort of the global implications as well. I think a lot of countries looked at the US after the 6th of January 2021 and were shocked, I think is the best word to describe it.
I think they were utterly shocked at the fact that in such a country as America, where democracy has been so steadfast over the period of its existence, that something like that could actually happen so easily.
Definitely. And I flick up a switch, it goes from peaceful to then like a full scale to riot and sadly deaths as well as a result.
Yeah.
So I think that also changed perspectives on democracy and also perspectives on elections, I think, worldwide as well. And there's obviously been incidents and riots and things in elections since around the world, but I think it has changed and had a lasting change worldview on that topic as well.
Yes.
But yes, I think as a summary of that and a call to action for all of us, I think, is that we should encourage you as listeners to stay engaged with the democratic process and not to be blindsided by one particular view. Make sure, as we were saying earlier, that all your facts are checked and you triple check them, and you can use fact checkers on your websites that you're looking up to check that the stuff that they are saying is correct, and use those processes and stay informed, and that will really, really help, especially tonight when there is going to be so much information pouring out of the election votes and all of that later on tonight, that it'll really be important that you stay on top of what is true and what is not. We will try and keep you informed as best as possible, and we will give you all the information as it comes in, and if we get breaking news, we will give that to you straight away. So I think we shall I think we'll move on to a different topic. And
Yes, I think so.
We've covered that topic in a bit of depth.
We'll not bore you anymore with it.
And we'll potentially come back to that at a later point tonight if
Yes.
we feel that it may influence some of the election results. But I think we could have a look now at Kamala and Trump on the world stage, and the fact that this is arguably one of the biggest elections and closest elections in US history.
Yeah, this is an election that, quite frankly, it does not just affect people of the United States; it affects the people of the globe
Worldwide.
as it is.
Yeah.
The US has so much influence now over everything that happens across the world that literally, if we had the prospects to vote and we could vote, we probably would. So that's why I think that real excitement comes, even though we're not in the US ourselves, the excitement comes from it and the tension comes from it as well, because we do feel the impacts of it.
Definitely. And I think, like, I know there's people tuning in to our stream from worldwide and many other streams of information worldwide, and I think there is a general excitement around the world, but also a nervousness as well. I know one story we were reporting on is Ukraine at the minute, and the fact that Ukraine could be negatively or positively affected by this vote. And another country that is going to be very heavily influenced by this vote is Israel. And I know that when I was on earlier during the lunchtime and afternoon updates, I had said about a member of the Jerusalem committee there in Jerusalem was saying that there's part of the committee would love to have Trump into power because he feels that they would benefit the Israeli fight over there, and that they said he would support them through anything that they were going to do. However, we've got some breaking news for you. We'll let you know very, very shortly. We'll just listen in. Okay, so just off the back of that breaking news, what we've seen in the exit polls so far, do you want to summarise what we've seen? No, okay, we'll go back. That's all right. We've seen both in Kamala and Trump voters some key points coming out. Armin, would you mind just repeating in my ear what the key points are that we're seeing coming out of those points? Brilliant, thank you very much. So what we're hearing is that democracy is the key point for Kamala voters, and economic points of view is the key point for Trump voters, which is a very interesting point of view from recent economic polls, and we will be touching that we'll be touching on this in the next 20 minutes as we dig into this point different, and we'll investigate that a wee bit further. So one of the interesting first points that I think we can refer to in terms of potentially the economy, but also regionally, would be the NATO impacts. I know we were talking about the war in Ukraine and Israel there, and NATO was obviously a huge tie with that, and America sort of takes a front seat on NATO. So Kamala would say on her side that she wants to reinforce NATO ties and take a multilateral approach to issues like climate and security. So there's a lot in that. Do we want to sort of package that out? So climate's probably our first one.
Climate is definitely one of the most pressing matters coming this election. We're coming up ever closer to the deadlines for meeting climate goals.
Indeed, yes.
Up in 2050. So every preceding election is going to be more and more focused on meeting those goals. Of course, working together with the rest of the world through NATO is one of the things that needs to be done simply, and Kamala seems to be keen.
She seems
to
very
work on
keen.
that, and especially within the US, she's definitely more supportive of those climate goals and reaching those climate goals than, say, the likes of Donald Trump.
Yes, he has a very go it alone strategy in terms of he will step away from a lot of the climate involvements that Biden put in place and previous presidents such as Obama put in place. I know during Trump's last presidency, he tried to remove himself from a number of the different sort of climate committees and that sort of thing that America was involved in. He was successful in some, but not successful in others. But I think if he gets back into power, this will be a priority for him, because he feels that a go-it-alone strategy that does not depend on other countries would be preferable. However, obviously, as you say, Kamala would take a very, very different approach to that, and would feel differently on that. And I think that also ties into the NATO ties as well, in terms of there's a number of wars around the world, and that obviously affects the climate, but also then economic changes as well. That will affect both USA. I know recently a number of cost increases due to in shops. I think that's one of the big things that is potentially swinging some voters towards Trump. He's promising to bring prices down and make it more about America again and putting America at the centre of American politics rather than focusing on countries around them. And I think the European Union is watching on very, very carefully tonight to see what the results of this election are and to see where their next 4 years will stand and NATO's next 4 years will stand as well, because it's going to have a big, big impact.
Because America is the biggest country that is involved in NATO, so anything that basically goes down there goes down in the rest of the world. As we were saying earlier, they have such a massive influence on not just world politics but world wars. Anything that happens across the world is somehow related back to America. So the likes of NATO changes and so on, all will come with them, and we're just delving in now into NATO and so on, but we're also looking at sort of towards Asia, looking at the likes of China and India and how the US and their industries overseas and so on
definitely
are going to be hit.
Yeah, and tensions are incredibly high between the Asia area and the US at the minute, especially due to a number of threats, especially by China towards Taiwan in recent days. This has caused a nervousness in America, and I think if Kamala comes into power, she has made it clear that she will continue with Biden's policies upon this, whereas Trump's stance is arguably going to be very, very different and will look at increased tariffs and tariff rises in China in particular, he feels very strongly about, and also then the US-China tech rivalry, which has been an ongoing item for
since the 90s basically.
Yes.
Since the dawn of technology and the production of technology chips and everything, it has been the US versus China right from the get-go, and we've seen it become so much more prominent, especially when it comes to these times where it is crucial that we look into it deeper
100%
when we're looking at stuff like this.
I think the Asian governments will also be looking at this very much deeper and very much closer tonight as this unfolds. And if we have any updates from those countries and as well as from the Middle East, we will give you those updates as soon as we hear them, as more breaking news comes in. In terms of the Middle East, as we were just referring to, obviously relations there at the minute are tense with the whole the war going on between Israel and Gaza at the minute. We can touch on that later on as well.
Yes.
As that is also going to be a very influential topic in this election, I feel. But it is not just Israel that's going to be affected. Obviously, Iran is now involved in that conflict, and Syria and Saudi relations as well are at an all-time interesting point in their relations, and I think it'll be very interesting to see over the next few months and the next few years, whoever gets voted into power, how these relationships pan out and how we go from there. I know during Donald Trump's tenure back in 2016 to 2020, it was an interesting time as well. There was raised tensions, but also some goodwill gestures made.
Yes.
We shall see how that pans out.
We also must consider the likes of, we've touched on the of Asia and Europe. We also must consider Latin America,
Definitely,
because of course America borders very few countries. Latin American countries is one of them. It does border Mexico, and we must of course mention, when we're talking about Donald Trump, we must mention immigration.
Yes, that is one of his big red flashing light points on his voting ballot for today, the immigration, and the fact that he feels that immigration is at an all-time high and that illegal immigration essentially should not be the case, and that there should be very harsh restrictions and potential economic policies against Mexico to stop immigration occurring, because he feels that this is detrimental to the US economy. In comparison to this, Kamala obviously takes a very different approach and follows on from Biden's approach as well, which is that immigration can be a good thing, and that there is an idea of open borders there, which could bring economic stability and, to an extent, anti-corruption, which is an interesting point, which we will also dig in deeper to later on in the evening as we unpick that a bit further.
Because we also have, just on that topic, a quick point, we also have seen that in Biden's presidency, and we actually saw the unemployment rate in America drop to its lowest levels of 3.4%. So we're unsure if that has a direct correlation to immigrant figures and immigrants coming across, but we'll do some more analysis on that, and we will definitely bring it back to you with some more in-depth analysis.
We definitely will, and we will develop We'll develop that as the night goes on, and we get more poll information in using our brilliant map system that we will be utilising very shortly.
We've got 16 minutes left until the first election results coming in, and we are buzzing in the studio here, aren't we?
Yes, the tension is building, and we were very excited to give you these results as soon as they come in. So I think another sort of topic as we look at these last 15 minutes before we start announcing results potentially is the economic and trade policies that will be impacted and will be introduced potentially under this election, whoever wins. There's so many topics here that we can unpick. There's global markets, there's trade relations, and also alliances. I know we just mentioned about China tariffs potentially if Trump gets into power, and also EU trade. I know us here in the UK and Great Britain have obviously gone through Brexit in the last few years, and Brexit will be affected obviously by what happens in the US as well, and prices could rise or fall here depending on what happens over there as well. Moving on, we also then have the climate policy as well. Do you want to have a think about that with me as well, about how, as you say, we're moving towards 2050 and the move towards electric cars? And I think it's a really interesting point that Elon Musk is working alongside Donald Trump, and he is all for electric cars and all for moving in that direction. However, Trump might take a potentially vaguely different stance to him on that point.
Yeah, no, Donald Trump would definitely sort of takes more of a stance of almost like short-term benefits instead of the long-term benefits. And sort of he sees it bringing back the likes of oil and gas. Yes, it brings back industry to America and brings back those sort of local industries that used to be present, but it also takes a focus away from reaching that 2050 goal, which has been so pressing on Joe Biden and especially on Kamala's mind. As we've been in the run up to this election.
As I was about to say, you thought what I was thinking. Kamala, it is a main part in Kamala's sort of tick box on things that she wants to cover is the climate and making sure that there is rollout of global environmental commitments compared to potentially the rollback of global environmental commitments from Donald Trump if he gets into power. And then just getting some news. Spot on. We're just going to bring that news to you that polls will start to be closing at 11 o'clock here GMT. However, we may not be starting to get results, and not all polls will close until 12 o'clock. So we have another hour to wait until all polls will close, but we may get some early indications within the next hour, which Fiona and Jack will be covering very, very shortly. So we'll keep you updated as we hear more. But moving back onto the topic, we're looking then now at global security and military strategy, and sort of the international security implications of what is to come potentially for the next 4 years. Obviously, I was chatting with David about how fast technology is moving, and every 2 years technology sort of increases 10 times what it was 2 years before, and we see that year on year. And I think one of the interesting points is, especially in terms of global security, there's cyber hacking, and there's a lot of hacking now, and obviously in the last 4 years the US has seen a number of hacking attempts on a number of important systems in America, which have crippled widespread, not just in America but worldwide as well. We also saw the Microsoft bug. That wasn't obviously a cyber hack, but that was a bug that got into a system and completely shut down computers worldwide. I know that was a shock for me when I woke up in the morning and turned on the news and was shocked by what I saw, has to be said.
I'm just glad I wasn't catching a flight that morning, because I fear it just might have crumbled in the airport.
Indeed, it was a tense time for all.
It was.
Some people who were away at the time, and it was a worrying time. I know David, who was on with me, was actually away at the time as well, and there was a worried phone call regarding that on the day that we heard the news. So there was obviously cyber threats, but then there was also the sort of ever-present nuclear threat as well. Obviously, there is a lot of wars worldwide, and there's obviously worry about them escalating as well, and obviously there is the risk of nuclear weapons, and I think there is also probably two very different approaches in terms of Kamala and Trump regarding nuclear weapons. Now, I can't bring you all the information on that right now, however, we will dig into that further later on as well, as we have more information on that. Our researchers are working hard on that right now to be able to provide us more information on that later on in the evening. However, an interesting point potentially is that under Donald Trump there may be a potential reduction in political alliances and particularly military alliances as well.
Yeah, you never know, because the initial relations that they've built up, say from Trump from his past term, some of those aren't particularly steadfast, especially after the events of the last 4 years, where so much stuff has happened. Particularly when he comes back in, you never know what people are going to turn around and say now. If they're saying yes, we still support you, or no, actually, because you've done this and this, we aren't actually supporting you anymore, and we're not supporting your policies, and we're not going to work with you on this. So it's never just as simple as it seems, as maybe Donald Trump may think it is, to just walk back into the White House and be like, okay, let's pick up from where we left in 2020.
I think he may get a shock on some fronts. There's been a number of changes in the last 4 years as well. I think, sort of expanding on that further, within the security breadth, there's also, we were mentioning the FBI and how they've been involved, particularly today, but also in the 6th of January 2021 as well in the riots. But there's also going to be influences then on the FBI and the CIA, and in relation to working with foreign intelligence services as well, such as here in the UK we obviously have MI5 and MI6, and that could be influenced as well by this election. And if we have any news from military strategists or security analysis on that later on, we will bring that to you as soon as we hear.
Yep.
So just as we sort of wrap up, we're sort of into the last 10 minutes of this segment, and we are going to just summarise some of the key points that we've touched on this hour, starting with the 6th of January 2021 and then moving on to the more economic and social points regarding Kamala and Trump as well, and how these may influence tonight, and how voters have been influenced via social media and via a number of other things regarding these points that we've just put together. I think one of the key points that I think a lot of voters either way will want is probably global stability and collaboration, sort of regardless of the election result, whatever way it goes. I think people in America are calling for peace. They've had a lot of turmoil, I think, in a number of ways, not maybe potentially of their own fault a lot of the time, but in a lot of different states, a lot of areas around the world over the last 4 years. And I think they are wanting a bit of peace, I think, arguably, and I think it'll be really interesting to see who ends up on top and who they feel is the person can provide them with this peace, which will be an interesting one to unpick as we sort of see the results starting to come through. I have to say I'm very, very excited to see the results coming through. It's been a long day waiting for these results.
It's been an intense bit of constantly looking at headlines to see if we can tease anything out to get to use, because we're so excited.
I know we got the New Hampshire news this morning at quite an early hour. Obviously they have their election results in at 12 a.m. on the dot almost, and we got the election results fairly soon after we started this morning, that the 6 people who voted for that area were equal, tied 3-3, and I thought that was a really interesting start to the election results, and it was a indication of how close this election really
I just
is.
thought, you never know, there might be some very unhappy couples in there. You never know, one's gone one way, one's gone the other.
Definitely, it could be an interesting point, actually. I hadn't thought about that. And I think also we're seeing, obviously, from the breaking news that we announced during the show about the key points for voters and what they are looking for in terms of regarding economics or stability or political views, and I think it'll be really interesting to see, as more exit polls start to come in throughout the night, how these are affected and how these are going to change the course of what is going to happen during this election in these next 4 years as well. But yes, anyway, we'll move on to sort of suggested actionable takeaways for the audience, and how international, as we are as well, international listeners, and we can stay informed about the US foreign policy changes tonight. Obviously, we can use the sources. We obviously will provide you with as much up-to-date information as we can, but there is also obviously sources regarding the American political systems on their websites, and also regarding the CIA and FBI. I know they've released a number of updates today regarding this, and there will be potentially a number of policy changes in the coming days as
Just hot off the back of our new president-elect.
Exactly, and we will look forward to seeing what those policy changes are, and we hopefully as QRTV will be able to keep you updated on those changes as we move forward over the next few weeks and months as well. And I think I think following the US election, the US relations and the post-election relations will be very interesting to dig into, and we will definitely have fun looking into that as they develop, particularly tonight, but also as we overview it over the next few years. But yes, just to refresh on the main piece of news for the start of this hour, yes, was that a person has been stopped in the Washington area regarding his chemical carrying. But yes, we will see you very, very soon. Fiona and Jack will be returning shortly. But yes,
To bring you all the updates as we start to get live results come 11 o'clock. Join us soon.
Hi everyone and welcome back to Queen's Radio's 24-hour live stream of the presidential campaign. Tonight we are joined with Daniel Kenny, also known as DK, who we'll talk to, so thank you so much for joining us, Daniel.
Yeah, no bother. It's good to be back home in East Belfast, and it's good to be with you tonight to discuss probably the biggest election in a long time, so let's begin.
So first of all, we'll cover some of the headlines for 11 o'clock. So CNN exit poll, about 3/4 of the voters hold negative view on why things are going in the US today. Democracy and economy are voters' top issues according to early exit polls, big divide between Trump and Harris voters. Google has now fixed polling station search bug. Trump claims that there are talks of massive cheating in Philadelphia. CNN exit poll says only 1/3 of voters think the economy is in good shape, as well as the CNN exit poll also said about 3/4 of voters say their vote was in support of candidate, not against opponent. Nearly half of voters say that they are financially worse off today than 4 years ago. So why don't we get into some questions for you? So what are the key factors that typically determine voter turnout in presidential elections, do you think?
Well, personally, I think it's the economy. It's always the economic issues surrounding a country. So I think there's going to be a big turnout for Trump today, and particularly Rust Belt areas. So Indiana, Iowa, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, because these people have been left in the dirt. Let's be real here. If they're worse off than they were 4 years ago, then there's going to be a huge motivation by particularly working class people all over the place, but particularly in those affected areas to come and vote. So I think key factors also foreign policy. It's no secret that the world's in a bit of a mess right now. There's a couple wars going on, not only in the Middle East with Israel and Gaza and Hamas and all that, and Ukraine and Russia. I think the fact that people can look back 4 years ago and say we were at peace back then, and then look now and say we are in such a big mess right now, I think that will also play on the minds of many down the road, middle of the road voters. So I think economy, foreign policy, and then lastly, immigration. I think that the border's been a crisis for the last few years now. I think illegal crossings, I don't even know what the numbers are. It's probably billions at this rate, like who even knows? But I think those three issues, they're going to be very significant. So those are the three primary issues. I think the economy is the first and foremost because it's everywhere. Like the money's an issue, so like groceries, petrol prices, mortgages, all that, like those are affecting Americans so much. So I think that's the main thing, and then the two others.
So how about the role of the independent and undecided voters do you think is shifted in this recent election?
I think the role of independence it's always been a big one, especially in a close election. I mean, I've looked at the polling, it's like, I think Harris is leading by like 1% nationally, like, 48, 47. I think that it's always been important, but it's the most important now, because if you're looking at a landslide victory like, say, Ronald Reagan in 1984, then it doesn't mean anything. But I think in this election, every vote counts. Like, we could genuinely see like Pennsylvania being decided by like 20,000 votes, like literally nothing. So every vote counts, independents count, moderates count, everybody counts, every single vote counts. So it's just at the highest order tonight.
So we've talked a lot about swing states today, and
They're my favorite.
your absolute favorite
point
topic.
today.
Do you want to give a wee overview again on the swing states for anyone who's just joined?
Happily, there's the Sun Belt, which consists of 4 states. There's on the west coast, there's Nevada and Arizona, and on the east coast, there's Georgia and North Carolina. Then we have the Rust Belt. The Rust Belt consists of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Between them, there is 93 or 91.
93, I think.
93 electoral college votes, and interestingly, if all the states go that the way that the polls and history has suggested, Trump is lagging behind 51 points to the needed 270, and Harris is dragging behind by 44. Interestingly, in the swing states, in 2020, Biden won 6 of the 7, just not North Carolina. But in 2016, Trump won 6 out of 7 without winning Nevada. So, yeah.
So DK, do you want to talk to us a little bit more about swing states and sort of their current trend and any significant demographic shifts within them recently in the past 24 hours?
Well, I would say that the swing states, Trump, I would say going into this election has a little bit of an advantage, and I'll say why. he could win just Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania and get to 270. He only has to win 3. If he wins those 3, it's over. It doesn't matter how the other ones go. And I think that particularly in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, it's important to note, this is actually something I learned like yesterday, that it's actually very important. Those 3 states have not voted differently from each other in like 30 something years. So like for Biden it was all blue, for Trump in 2016 all blue, Obama, Bush, Kerry, sorry, not Bush, he didn't win any. He wasn't a real president, only joking. Yeah, but I think that there would be a trend that Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania will all go one way or the other. I think that in terms of demographics, I think African Americans in those 3 states are going to be critical. I've seen that Harris is like really badly lagging behind, like properly badly, with African American males particularly. Now, we don't really know what that is. I think it's just like the economy, like the inflation is really bad, not just for African Americans, but for everyone. So if those percentages are low, and let's be real here, Democrats realistically need like 95% in that area. Like they do always win, particularly with Obama in 2008. I think it was something like, what was it, like 96%? Like we could run Matthew Wilson to get the stats, but I don't think he will. I'm only joking.
We'll keep the earpieces in, isn't it?
Yeah, he'll just shout it in your ear. Nah, I'm kidding. Yeah, but African Americans are a big one, but as I said, it could be decided by like 10,000 votes. We just don't know yet.
Yeah, I think they're also very unpredictable considering the last 2 elections. 6 of them, what was it? 6 of them?
6 were won by Trump.
And then the next year, 6 were won by Biden.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. It's a tilt. It's a toss up. Like it's going to be within 1%. I'd say for all of them basically. But I would say Trump does have it slightly in his favor. But then again, Harris can win easily. Like you know what I mean. It could go either way.
Yeah, it's just that tight.
Yeah, and even what's your thoughts on the electoral college vote?
Like, do I think it's fair or?
Just in general, like,
Well,
what
like,
are your thoughts on it? How do you think it's going to go this year?
Well, I think if Trump's going to win, he's going to win big, because I think the polls, although they're saying it's going to be quite tight, I don't know if I really trust them. I mean, like 2016, they said Hillary Clinton was going to win like a landslide, and then that didn't happen. Trump beat her in like every swing state there was, like even New Hampshire was going close. But I think that polling, you have to be you have to take it as it goes, like take it at its word, because in particular with states like if you call up for example, if a polling company calls up a Trump voter and asks in Pennsylvania, let's just say, and says who you're going to vote for, they are not very likely to say that they're going to vote for Trump. They're just going to say go away or hang up the phone. But like with a Biden or a Harris supporter, they're going to be more vocal in what they say. So that's why it usually is a bit off, like ever so slightly off. I mean, we saw in 2020, like you can get it up now, but like the day before the 2020 election, I saw they were saying Biden was going to win like 350 electoral votes to Trump's like 188. Like it was completely wrong. Like, but Biden still won. Yeah. But like it was nowhere near as, big as that.
Yeah, I think even the speaking out that you brought up, I think that's a really good point. Even on social media and things.
Oh yeah, like Trump voters won't really be like.
Yeah, I think they're a lot more reluctant unless it's on their Truth Social.
I mean, yeah, Richard Nixon put it this way: it's a silent majority. Like Trump might not be a majority, but like Trump voters might not be a majority, but like they are there. There's more than you think, But
yeah, that takes us back to like America's bigger than you could even imagine it to be. Like over here, there's what, 2 or 3 million people. Over there, there's hundreds of millions of people.
The fact that 83 million people already voted in early elections before it even started this morning.
Yeah, and it's like it's such a big country, such a diverse country, and like you have no idea what they're thinking. You can't sample in the polling place every single one. Like it's impossible. So there is going to be a margin of error in these polls, and like. Yeah, I think another thing to say that's very important before we get the results coming in, Trump is in the best place possible compared to 2016 and 2020 and now than he was in polling forecasts. Like 2016, it was saying he was going to lose in a landslide. 2020, it was saying he was going to lose in a landslide again. Now it's saying he's dead even. Like if you're a Trump supporter, you're feeling kind of hopeful tonight. Like it's better than it's ever been than the eve of the election.
Mm-hmm. And what do you even think about, we talked a little bit about voting early. What are your thoughts on voting early? Do you think it all should be done on the same day, or do you think that doing it by mail, people who aren't in the country at the time, like people in university? Do you think it's a good idea to have everyone involved?
I think it's really inefficient of the American system that so many people are voting to the point where they can't vote. They can't count the votes all in one night. It's now election month. Like, remember, like 4 years ago, it was like genuinely a week later, we did not know who the next president of the United States was. I mean, I want efficiency. I want people to vote as much as they want. Of course, it's their civil liberty, but like, they're not. It's like they can't count it quick enough. I know in France it's really efficient. It's like within 3 hours, and even ours is really good. It's like, well, it's an exit poll at 10 o'clock at night, yeah, and we know already by then. Like, I want that in America. I don't want to stay up until like 7 a.m. in the morning like you are. Like, you're going to be here until 7 in the morning, like 9 in the morning,
We're
actually.
doing a full 24 hours.
Yeah.
We've been reminded.
No sleep. No, but you know what I mean? I just want some efficiency because it's just not good. Like, yeah, and there's so many scandals about mail-in voting. Whether or not they're true, I have no idea. They're probably wrong, let's be real here. Like, all those, like, ballot stuffing things are probably wrong, but, like, there's suspicion, and I don't like it.
What would
like,
be your thoughts, though, on Donald Trump claiming that it was rigged in the last election, then? I feel like you've got a really good opinion on this one.
I think it's just like, it obviously wasn't rigged because, like, let's be real here, it's kind of hard to rig an election. Like, it's a complete joke, the saying that you've rigged an election. The guy, he lost fair and square. In 2020, he did lose fair and square.
You heard it here first. You heard it here first. DK has said it.
Did people say, did people before say that it was rigged?
No, we haven't said anyone say it was rigged, but I think there's been sort of differing opinions. There's been avoidance.
Nah, you actually can't condone that. Like, that is ridiculous. Like, come on. Like, there's no way Trump won. There's no way Trump won.
Do you want to look that into the camera, DK, and say that?
I want to say this to the camera. Trump did not win the 2020 election. Whoever thinks that is a fool.
Anyway, don't let Trump hear you say that.
Tell us how you really felt, DK.
Yeah, Matthew Wilson's like hiding behind the sofa. He's gonna like strangle me if I say something else.
He's got the Ofcom regulation out, and he's like,
yeah, but he won. He lost fair and square. What I will say is that, do you know much about the Hunter Biden laptop thing? Like the huge scandal that was meant to happen. Like, basically,
I think I heard a little about it, but I think I'd like.
You heard a little bit about it, but like there was this thing. Hunter Biden had a laptop, Joe Biden's son, and he was doing like actual illegal stuff on. Like, he had photos of him doing like proper, like, I think it might have even been drug use. I don't know, but like apparently, no, this is what I've heard.
Allegations, not fact.
The FBI and the Department of Justice basically said to Facebook and Twitter, suppress this story, so I censor it. Like, so on all of the big sites, there was just no stories of this, what would have been an October surprise of a massive scale, and maybe could have even tilted the election, but like, there was no voter fraud whatsoever. Like, and also I heard that there was a woman in Georgia who was counting the ballots, like a worker, like a voting worker, and she was getting like properly defamed by Trump supporters, saying she was like cheating. I'm like, you can't condone that in America. Like, and also Trump, like, yeah, I can't agree with it. Like, when Trump talks about the economy, he's smart, but when he talks about the election being rigged, like, nah.
And what about the storming of the Capitol? What did you think about that as well?
Like, I was like 15 when this happened. Like, I was like a kid. No, it was a joke. I remember like my grandfather being so upset about it. Like, he lived in America and he was just like, this is outrageous. Like, this never would have happened. But like, even if Trump didn't incite it, which I don't think he didn't directly say go into the Capitol and riot. It was really irresponsible. Like, you can't have that happening. Like, you can't whip people up into a frenzy saying that Joe Biden isn't a real president, and then, you know, it's like playing with fire to the worst degree. It's awful. But yeah, deeply irresponsible. Trump should repent for that.
So, how do you think midterm elections impact presidential election strategies and predictions?
Like the midterms, as in 2 years away midterms?
Yeah, so sort of that.
Okay. Yeah, no, it'll be... The problem is with midterms is that it can either make or break a president's remainder of terms. So, like, for example, correct me if I'm wrong, but Barack Obama, was it 2010 those midterms happened, and the Republicans got in both the House and the Senate, and he was paralyzed. Like he could not do anything. Like it is like you really have to put bipartisanship and working together to the test, but the midterm elections usually do hurt the president because like at the start things may not be good, transfer of power, economy's bad, and yeah, it might not go well. I think it paralyzes a presidency in domestic policy.
Because realistically, at midterms, only 2 years, and 2 years isn't a long time.
No, it's like no time at
Even
all.
4 years for a presidency isn't a long time.
Yeah, it does fly by. I feel like we've only just had the last one. So, why don't we talk a little bit more about the campaign itself and sort of what each president's doing? So, what are some of the most effective campaign strategies for mobilizing voter bases?
Effective campaign strategies. I think
Let's imagine you're going for it.
yeah,
You're
let's just say I'm
the
there,
candidate.
I'm there.
Yeah. So what would you do? What would be your wee strategy to win the race?
So if I was Kamala Harris, like, I think like, I'm just gonna say no. The negativity in American politics, it's actually so bad. Like it's like to the point where like if you're saying, and I know Kamala Harris is saying this and Donald Trump is saying this, like neither are doing it right. If you're saying if you don't vote for me, there'll not be another election to vote in, like mate, get a grip. Like you can't actually say that. You're saying that the other opponent is so bad to the point where he won't even like let you have another election. It's like, are you serious? But like, if I were the president, if I was going for the presidency, I would definitely focus on the key issues: economy, immigration, and wars. So like those are, if I was an incumbent, like sort of Harris, she was VP, and those things are going kind of okay, I would just make a positive and uplifting campaign saying, look what we've done in 4 years. So maybe if I were her, I would have focused on the COVID recovery. I mean, a lot of people were out of work in January 2021 when she got in. I would probably focus a lot about immigration and how she's kind of stopped the flow of illegal immigrants over the border recently in like the last few months. And I would also focus about, like, I don't know, it's like she's on the losing issue of all of those issues. Or sorry, on the losing side of all of those issues. Sorry, apologies. It's been a long day. Yeah, but if I was Trump, I would just absolutely hammer her on those things and then say what you're going to do. So you can't be overly negative. Like, ask Jimmy Carter how that went in 1980 when he just said Reagan's going to start World War III and he got shellacked. Like, the guy won like one state and then he went to Georgia and he's like 100 now, like living, like what's he doing?
I
Like,
think he's on his way peanut farm, hopefully.
yeah, Plains, Georgia. No, but he's living his best life. Like, good guy.
So, how important and effective do you think presidential debates are in swaying undecided voters?
I think they only really matter if you say something really stupid. Like, let's be real here. Like, there's so, like, I think for Trump, it really helped him in the primaries like 9 years ago because he said things like, have you seen the things he said? Like, they made people laugh. Like, they made people want to watch the debates.
You've got a good one that you were quoting earlier.
What was it?
They're eating the dog.
They're eating the dogs.
No, but I'm talking about like 9 years ago.
Ages ago?
Yeah, no, but
Oh,
like,
you're talking about his first
when
time?
he said that George Bush lied about taking the people to Iraq, like that's true. Like that actually happened, and people actually, you know, I'm gonna be real. This guy has some spirit, like some can-do energy. Like people like the fact that he was calling out these people for lying, and he would tell Jeb Bush, who was running for the presidency back then, George Bush's little brother, he just told him to be quiet when he started talking. Like, it's funny, like, it's memorable. It's like, it's making people interested in Trump and want to watch the debates. And I think with Trump, like, he was funny as well. He was comedic during the debates. So if you have a little bit of that, it can easily sway an election. Like, for example, Ronald Reagan, like 40 years ago in his re-election campaign, he said something like, my opponent's youth and inexperience on the age issue, because this guy was like 78 by that stage by re-election, and that completely killed the opponent's campaign. So if you have a couple memorable one-liners, or if you do something really, really, really stupid, then it will sway the election. But most of the time it's just boring. Like, it doesn't really do anything. Like, if you just get over the hump, if you just like are articulate, then you'll be fine.
Has there been any standout moments in these presidential debates this year specifically that you think would be prime
there was a
examples
funny-
of this?
Yeah, no, I think what really killed Biden's campaign is that he said he just went like he couldn't speak. The guy just doesn't look like, I know like he's senile and all, and it's very sad for him, but like it's almost cruel that they put him out there onto that debate stage, like, what, 3 months ago? Like, horrendous from them. Yeah, June the what, 20 something?
27.
Yeah. But like, I remember watching this bit where Joe Biden goes, "We finally beat Medicare." And then Trump just goes, "Yeah, you beat it to death." Like, that's a one-liner. That's a response. That's witty. People like that. And then he said something so like unintelligible because, yeah, he's senile. And then Trump just goes, "I really don't understand what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either." Like, it's just like,
I think
people
that was
like
a really cracker impression.
Yeah.
We've got quite a few good Trump impressions today.
People like that. That sticks
Yeah.
in the memories of people. Like, politics for the average person, like someone who doesn't do a PPE degree like me, it's not about 20-point plans and like big contracts and manifestos. It's about memorable one-liners. And it's about a few key ideas to keep the people going, to motivate the base. And that's what Trump's mastered. Like, 2016, 2020, 2024, he's just focusing on economy, immigration, wars. Like, and these are winning issues for him right now. So I think his campaign's been good. I think the eating the cats and the dogs thing, like, I don't even know, man. You know, like, this is the thing with Trump. If he starts rambling, like, you're just praying that he won't say something awful. And it's just like,
Oh, I know his PR team are backstage going, Trump,
Trump,
Donald,
stop.
Donald, please.
No, but like, it was also, and another thing on the point of saying something really stupid, like Joe Biden, when he started arguing about Trump about golf handicaps, like, that was just like, my days, Joe. Like, mate, he should be in a retirement home. Like, it's over for you, mate. But what was the what else? Like,
Oh, we were sort of chatting. Why don't we actually move on and we talk about some political endorsements, and sort of the influence that has on campaign outcomes. And is there any endorsements that you think have mattered most? Not even just in this election, but in past election. I know there's been a lot of celebrity endorsements.
yeah,
This
I think
election.
celebrity endorsements are a waste of time, plain and simple. I don't think they mean anything. Like, this is the best way I see it. You don't go to, I don't even know, Taylor Swift, who's endorsed Harris. You don't ask her about how you're going to solve the crisis in the Middle East. Like, what, she's going to do a concert in Gaza Strip? No. Like, she doesn't know it. Like, what is the use of her for endorsing candidates? Like, you sing, you make good music, just stick to that. Like, you're not a politician. But I think an endorsement that has sticked out to me, for example, Liz Cheney. You know, have you heard of her? Vice President Cheney, George Bush's vice president's daughter. She endorsed Kamala Harris, so she's a Republican, allegedly. So it's like, it was a big story. It's been inflated by the media, and I'm like, why are the Democrats playing, like, they're broadcasting this as like a huge achievement? We've got Liz Cheney endorsing us. The woman who agrees with her father on foreign policy, and Dick Cheney led the country to a false war in Iraq. Like, I don't get it. Like, I really don't get it. And like, ideologically, these people are so divergent on the issues. Like, Dick Cheney was he wasn't even popular. The guy was a villain. Like, the guy said there were weapons of mass destruction in a country that apparently knocked down the Twin Towers that never happened. Like, Saddam Hussein did not knock down the Twin Towers, and apparently, like, that's plausible. Like, that's something you're going to do. Like, I can't believe Harris's campaign. That's like the desperation there. Like, the celebrity endorsements, they're another desperation. Like, I don't think it's going to work with the American people. Taylor Swift will not fix the economy. Like, that's the basic gist of it. Like, people are not going to sit there and go, they're going to fill in the ballot. People are going to, oh yeah, Lady Gaga endorsed Kamala Harris, I'm going to take Kamala Harris. No, that's not how politics works. It's like a critical misrepresentation of what a normal American believes in and wants to vote for.
Could you see why some of the Republicans that have turned to support Harris, can you see why the Democrats see that as a big achievement as to how they...
Yeah, like, I can see if it was like a Republican that actually like was popular, but you have to understand Dick Cheney is an actual war criminal. Like, I'm not, like, that's my opinion. I have to say my opinion.
Allegations.
Allegedly, he is a war criminal. But like, this guy, at the end of the day, he was very unpopular, and there's a reason why he didn't run for president in 2008 after 2 terms as vice president.
Do you think these celebrities should be criticised for endorsements?
Well,
Or, because we sort of discussed earlier whether we thought that this money should go to charities. If they're willing to say, we're going to endorse this certain candidate because they're going to do actions with climate change, would you not find it more beneficial to donate a couple million to climate change and try and solve the issue?
Oh yeah, no, it's all just money. It's like I don't like the artist thing with endorsing candidates. Yeah, they're Americans. They have every right to. That's their freedom of expression, whatever. But like, it's just so futile to me. Like, you know, they are singers. They're not politicians. And I think that there would be better causes like charities or whatever. You said climate change, probably relief in Gaza would be one for me. Like the situation over there is awful at the minute. But yeah, it's just like I've never understood it. Singers endorsing politicians. It's like, all right, next question. I can't. It's just so decrepit. Like, it's awful. Right, let's go.
We'll stay sort of on the same sort of issue, but we'll talk about social media now. What role do you think social media plays in shaping the outcome of modern elections, and how is this influence tracked?
Oh yeah, it's probably I would say it's the most communicated medium. Sorry, of all, like probably all communication. Like, let's be real here. TV's been outdone by social media, Instagram, Twitter, TV, newspapers. They're done now. I think, yeah, social media would be the most important. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, all that stuff. And I think that with that power in private individuals owning these companies, because after all, this is their private property. For example, Twitter, like Elon Musk owns that. YouTube, the CEO of YouTube died recently, didn't she? No, I heard about that, but you know what I mean, that there's such power, because after all, with the Hunter Biden thing, they could just censor. They could genuinely just say, nah, we don't want this potential deciding fate story coming out. So I think that it's a very dangerous game. You can't really legislate around it, because after all, it's their freedom of speech and expression to do what they want on their platform, as long as they're not directly harming other people. But yeah, it is the most used medium of communication, so it's the most important, more important than TV and newspapers.
Which social media platform would you say would be most effective if you were going to spread the message of your campaign?
Twitter or Instagram.
What if you were a Democrat though, even if it was Elon Musk?
You're saying I'm not a Democrat? Like, what?
I'm saying
For what?
hypothetically here.
No, yeah, hypothetically I'm not a Democrat. Nah. I'm Green Party. No, I don't really know what Elon Musk is doing. Aren't there stories coming out like he's suppressing Democrats or something?
Yeah,
is there
because
stuff
of his
coming out?
endorsement to Trump.
I don't know. We'll see after the election. I would just probably I'd just blitzkrieg it on all social media. Like, just get as much out there as possible. Like, get the daily
Just
uploads.
flood the feeds
Yeah.
for
That's
people.
what Harris is doing on TikTok.
Oh,
at the
yeah.
minute.
Oh yeah, no, like 1 million TikToks like every minute.
day.
You would have a full team just to watch the trends to keep up with what to do.
Keep the algorithm going and get the ad revenue. Yeah, so you ought to play the game now, and I think the Trump campaign has done that relatively well as well. I know Trump's like 78, but like he does keep up with it. You have to admit he does keep up a bit well with the online stuff, going on Joe Rogan. I remember that had like 50 million views in like 2 days or something. Insane. I think he is playing the game well. Bye.
What's your thoughts on the way that Kamala Harris's team have taken it, where she's sort of more...
Oh no,
Not that Trump isn't insulting her, but it feels like there is a lot of insults going on. I saw one earlier, I keep bringing this one up, the Trump please Sabrina Carpenter, and they've done it, the line where it's don't make me cry when I just did my makeup so nice, and they've done Kamala's official TikTok, have done a video of Trump, and there's like a line from where his white hair starts and a bit too much tan, let's just say.
So what they're making fun
They're
of
making
Trump.
fun of Trump for saying he's wearing makeup, and they don't want to cry it all off.
Yeah, but like this is what I was talking about like 5 minutes ago. You just have a situation in America where it's so negative. Like, I know Trump is like, did he really start this whole name calling, character disparaging comments? I don't really know. Like, I think it was around before then. Like,
It goes way back to the
like
Reynolds pamphlet,
it goes way back. But like, even like Harris, I think it shows desperation on Harris's side doing it. But like, it's just awful. I want it to end. Like, I just want to go back to the days when people would attack policies and not personality. But like, who am I to speak? I'm not Donald Trump. I don't have $7 billion in the bank. So like, yeah.
The good thing is, after tomorrow, it should all be over.
Yes, you can finally have a good night's
It's
rest,
it's
DK.
never going to be over. It's never going to be over. Trump 2026 if he doesn't win. Oh, sorry, 2028. My bad. If he doesn't win, he's going to run again. I'm calling it. it'll be like 88 or no 82. So yeah.
So we've actually just had some breaking news that five in Georgia, have been suspended for bomb threats. So polling stations
5 polling stations.
have been suspended
See,
for
this
bomb
is what
threats
I'm
in
talking
Georgia.
about. This is what I'm talking about. It's just so violent. Like, I was at dinner in my accommodation, and a woman from Ohio, of all places. Now, Ohio isn't really that competitive anymore. It's like it's Republican now, but like she was saying, even there, the atmosphere is so tense. It's like, you know, in like a Wild West movie when like the bandits are about to turn up. And like the whole town is like a ghost town, it's all quiet. It's like that. It's like a standoff.
Well, we've also just got some more breaking news that
More?
Arizona has had 4 bomb threats,
Not 5.
allegedly coming
Not
allegedly
5.
coming from Russia.
Yeah, so I don't even believe that. Like, there's no way Russia are doing that. Or like Russian individuals, like, or the Russian government.
Can we get some confirmation on that?
Yeah, can we get some confirmation? Matthew?
It's unsubstantiated claims to promote fear, allegedly. But it could
Apparently.
be.
Oh, yeah.
That's the sort of viewpoint here. So why don't we move on a little bit and talk about, are there any noticeable differences in how younger and older voters respond to this digital campaign content, do you think?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I was looking at something.
You were checking to see, you were texting
Yeah.
and seeing whether it was the Russian
Whether
bomb
it's
threats.
real. It's not real. I don't think it's real. Like, it is so outlandish. Like, it seems like something someone would make up, if you know what I mean. Like, it's just so out there.
It's unpredictable is what it is.
Like,
I didn't see these
think that,
ones
like,
coming.
of all countries, yeah, Russia is an adversary, but like really. But anyway, can you repeat the question?
Are there any noticeable differences in how younger and older people respond within the digital campaign content?
Like, noticeable differences? Oh yeah, younger people care a lot more. They're on, like, I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but the term brain rot it's a term. Like, let's be real here.
It's
Like,
a term, we'll not use it lightly.
like especially 18, 19, 20-year-olds, like, they spend their whole days on YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram.
Yeah, let's look at people's screen times. Everyone get up.
Yeah, everybody's got like 18 hours of screen time a day on average. But yeah, no, older voters, I think they're more into TV and the occasional internet stuff, maybe Google a bit, Internet Explorer for like the really old people. But like, yeah, I think older people rely a lot more on TV. So cable TV like Fox News and CNN and MSNBC. So yeah, there is a disconnect there.
So why don't we talk a little bit about voting access and laws? Do you want to chat a little bit about this?
How do
This is
the
something you're getting excited now.
This is
How do the
controversial.
changes in voting laws or access impact turnout on voter demographics?
Yeah, so this is the problem. Like, I hear so much on both sides that makes it seem like either the Republicans are crazy or the Democrats are crazy. Like, I don't know which is misinformation or just completely wrong. Like, I think we can all agree, like us three can agree on, and everyone in the country can agree that to vote in an election, you need ID. Like, you need an
I
ID.
think, yeah, I don't
Like-
think that's much controversy with that
No,
one.
but like, this is the thing. Republicans are saying Democrats don't want voter ID. Like, and I genuinely find that hard to believe. But then I look at some Democratic politicians and I'm like, oh yeah, I can't believe that. Like, these people, like, they are crazy. Like, some of them are crazy. They are mad. But like, I think
Allegedly.
allegedly, some Republicans are mad as well.
Balance.
I'm not gonna.
Yes, there's
Yeah.
there's good and bad with everything
Yeah.
involved.
Yeah, it's just like off call is going to come for us. Yeah, no, I think that, yeah, there's always been this thing in the United States where it's trying to disenfranchise some people from voting. So, like, I think in the American South in like the 1800s, there was like a wildly contested election. Like, I think it was 1876. You're going to have to get Matthew to check, where it was alleged that black people were not allowed to vote in the South. Like, the Democrat-run states just got them not to vote, like, intimidated them. But like, I don't know what it's like. I think we're just going to have to wait and see. Like, there's going to be so much foul play from either side. Whoever loses, about voter fraud and like intimidation. Like, there's even like claims of intimidation here. Like, I remember my grandfather saying something about like the DUP strongmen were outside the polling place intimidating him, and I'm like, mate, just because you're going to vote SDLP doesn't mean like they're intimidating you. They may be anyone. Like, how could you tell they were DUP? And he's just like, oh, I could just tell. Like, I don't. it just seems like foul play from both sides. So I just wait and sit on it.
What do you think the main challenges are to ensuring that secure elections, and how are these challenges addressed?
I think that we as the world are lucky that the United States has a fairly rigid constitution. I would say that ultimately, like with COVID in 2020 was kind of an exception, which is what you're getting the question from, because like it was COVID and there was so much early mail-in ballots that it all got a bit messy. Like the election month facade that happened, that was a problem. But like I think this election, I'm saying this hopefully, cautiously optimistic that it will be better than 4 years ago. So I think the challenges are not going to be as big.
Do you think there'll be, say, if Trump was to lose, do you
Well,
think?
yeah, no, there'll be foul play, but like, I don't think there's as many mail-in ballot problems now,
Yeah.
if you know what I mean.
They've sort of got into the swing of things, haven't they? They've stayed very on top of it as well this year.
Yeah, no, so they're being quite rigid and vigilant and all that. So,
Yeah.
like, if there is genuine foul play, then hopefully it will be dealt with. It's not just Trump saying, I won this election by a lot. Like, I remember waking up at like 7:30 in the morning on election day, the day after 4 years ago for school, because I was still in school back then, and like Trump just saying on the TV, frankly, we did win this election. I was like, it's like,
Did you know?
It's a bit of a sore loser mentality, isn't it?
Yeah,
we
it
love.
is such a sore loser mentality, but you know what I mean? Like, I think those problems, they were big 4 years ago, but I hope and I pray that it will not be that big now. Yeah, hopefully everyone's matured a little bit, like, but
4 years.
it's been, yeah.
You never know. Never know.
We'll move on to more electoral issues and policy. So what policy issues are most likely to shape voter preferences in this election?
The economy, immigration and wars, easily. Like, easily.
You listed that off immediately. You knew exactly.
like-
It's like you knew it was coming.
Yeah, I've got teleprompter right there. Yeah, I'm not
we
Joe
have it?
Biden.
Can we have one in the room? Can we bring it in?
Yeah, but it's actually crazy how like Kamala Harris, like when she doesn't have a teleprompter, it's actually difficult to watch her speak. Like it's difficult. Did you see the CNN thing, like the town hall interview? Like she got asked what her greatest weakness is, and it's like that's something that you get asked if you applied to the Spar or the Wine Mark down the road.
Yeah, I think I actually got that in my retail
Yeah,
job
and-
interview. So
Yeah,
like,
yeah, and she literally could not answer it. She was like, I have a problem where I surround myself with smart type of people. This is a mistake that a lot of people make. I'm like, she genuinely cannot answer that. She's meant to be negotiating with terrorists and she can't do that. What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? What is this country? But yeah, it's messed. What else?
so how do political parties adjust their platforms to appeal to shifting voter concerns, do you think?
Yeah. The
I
Republican.
feel like these questions I'm asking you every single time I'm getting a sigh.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's just
The whole situation is just, it's getting tiring, guys.
yeah, it's
We're
like
going
half-
in, we're getting
like
into the light now.
I had such a stressful day. I like skipped all of my classes today to do an economics quiz that actually did matter. Like it was like 10% of my module. I wanted to do well, but like, and then I get home and then Matthew Wilson saying, "Mate, you have to be here," and I'm like, "How am I meant to get here? Like I'm in South Belfast." Like this is not in South Belfast, by the way. This is like years away, like light years away.
So why not we talk a little bit about some of the polling predictions? What are the biggest limitations of polling, and how have polling methodologies evolved?
Oh yeah, so that's like what I was talking to you about how if you call up a Trump voter and say, are you going to vote for Trump in 2024? Then they will likely say, no, go away, F off, sort of thing. You know what I mean? But a Harris supporter will be very enthusiastic, very like, oh yeah, I'm voting for Kamala Harris. No, but I'm trying to do an American accent. It's not working very well.
I think we can keep working on it the rest of the evening. We've got ours.
Yeah.
We go until 9 a.m. next
We're 9
morning,
hours
according
ago.
to the boss.
So excited.
But yeah, no, the polling it's usually wrong, and it usually underestimates Trump. So if I know the margins are so small this time, like even if they're wrong by 2%, Trump's gonna win like 300 plus electoral votes. So like,
Do you specifically have a prediction on how you think the election's going to go tonight?
What
Or how about
I
how you hope it'll go?
I think, no, I don't. I just hope that the next day they all wake up and they're united as Americans. That's the best thing I can say. I just
That
hope-
is very bold
yeah,
ambition.
They're not going to be united at all. America's so fractured. But anyway, I think that Trump has a lead, but I don't think it's a big lead. But I think if he's going to win, he's going to win big. That's what I'm saying. I think if he wins, he's going to win 6 out of the 7 swing states, or maybe even 7 out of the 7. I think if Harris wins, it's going to be a close one. I think Trump will probably win Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona. And yeah, so that takes him up to like, what, 260 something? Like, we can get the maths for Matthew to do that right now. But
You hear that, Matthew? You've got some
yeah,
maths in the
Matthew, we
calculator
need
for the
some
next
maths.
segment.
yeah, but I think if Harris wins, it's going to be like 280 or something very small, very slim. But yeah, who do I want to win? Yeah,
No,
as I
this is
said.
going on the internet forever.
Yeah, no, I just want Americans to get behind their next president, because we can't have a situation where whoever loses isn't giving a concession speech. Like, it's so bad for the country in terms of unity and legitimacy of government when you're saying like this guy was falsely elected. Like, there's a lot of problems in the world right now. Like, they need to be fixed, and if you're not getting behind the government, then it's fragmented. It's not going to work.
Alrighty, well, thank you very much, TK, for coming. We're going to head into some of our headlines here as we approach midnight our time.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to Queen's Radio's live reactions to the election campaign for America. So I'm Fiona, and this is Jack, and then we are joined again by Ben Wilson,
Hey guys.
and we're still back with DK. So, do you want to give us a few of the?
Yes, let's get into some of our breaking news. Polls have closed in a handful of states, including swing state of Georgia, and CNN have projected Trump as the victor for Kentucky. Vermont has been projected for Harris, Indiana projected for Trump, and there have been malfunctions in polling machines in Iowa. Now, some of our normal headlines. The initial CNN exit poll, most voters have made their decisions before September. And a slim majority of voters hold a more positive view of Harris than Trump. There is a considerable divide between young men and women voters in exit polls, with 74% of men chose either democracy or economy as their main voting priority, whereas 42% of women voters under the age of 30 chose abortion as their voting priorities. Voting has been suspended at 5 polling locations in Georgia due to bomb threats, and 4 polling stations in Arizona have received unsubstantiated bomb threats believed to be from Russia. Milwaukee has delayed the counting process by an hour.
So now that we are back into our interview with you both, thank you so much for coming back and chatting to us a wee bit more.
No problem.
How do economic indicators like inflation or job growth factor into election predictions?
The way to deal with this, I'll be interested to hear the room's thoughts. Is it's more like, how do they affect policy? How do they affect the politicians' view? And then how is this felt by people? And this is sort of for a while now been one of these things that's been going on within this general election, within this election campaign. It's a broader issue to a lot of elections and general democratic society, which is in formulating policy, particularly around the economy and all that. Naturally, a lot of economic theory is used. A lot of factors are used to try to make out that policy and indicators of success. And there's that question as to whether then there is that disconnect between what an economist would look and go, here boys, life's great, we're doing well in the economy, we're loving life, which is sort of the story that the Democrats have not tried to pedal hard, but there was a temptation for them in the beginning to say, look, the economy isn't as bad as it was, the economy's on its road to recovery, which to some extent it is. But then people in their everyday life, people on the street, maybe aren't feeling that in real terms. Maybe they're not feeling that because of previous inflation. Still, sort of, there's that catch-up factor. It starts to get into that messy thing where then, a politician like Trump will come in and go, well, actually, do you feel richer? Do you feel as though you are doing better? And or if people don't feel as though they're doing better, but are told it's doing better, they automatically, that's a turn off for them, and they just pivot the other way. I'd always argue it's one of those things which it's a talking point. Politicians under stress, they're in a presidential election. Question gets posed to them, it's like, how do I answer this? Damn. Having those sort of wee figures is really helpful for them and are useful for them to give, empirical evidence as to why stuff should be better, why stuff should feel better, why stuff is going to be getting better. But at the end of the day, that seems more and more nowadays, particularly with social media and stuff, to need to be balanced with sort of, well, how does average Wisconsin Joe on the street herding his cattle feel? Or how does the Californian coffee drinker feel life is affecting them? And they'll view it differently. And obviously each of those states also have their own cultural backgrounds as to how they vote, which is another tangent entirely that maybe we can get into. This will be a long one, guys, and this is one for the students and for I, and hopefully you guys are in for the ride with us, because God knows we're going to love it. Please tune in, join us. It will be a wonderful journey. So yeah, that's what I'd say. I mean, DK, yourself?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with you. I mean, like, inflation and job creation, I would still say it's the most important issue. I mean, it's decided so many elections in the past. I mean, 2008, Obama got in because of the Great Recession. I'm just going to say that now. You saw the polling figures with John McCain and Barack Obama. John McCain was the challenger. And as soon as the economy just went under John McCain, just his whole campaign just ceased to exist. And Barack Obama was going to win. But yeah, they're very good indicators. I mean, there's other things going on, but that's the main issue, I'd say.
Yeah, so what sort of role do algorithms and artificial intelligence play in predicting these election outcomes? Like even now, as the polls have closed just moments ago.
And just AI in general has been such a massive thing in this election, particularly like any other.
Do you want to tell that first, or I'll sort of try to lay it up a framework?
You go ahead. You're new. Well, relatively speaking, you're new. I've spoken.
We've
for like
talked
an
him
hour.
out, bless
Like,
him. He needs a few minutes to himself. You
Very
take this
good.
one.
Very good. Well, in that case, I think there's a few aspects to this which I think we need to sort of differentiate and break down in order to understand this question. The big one I would point out is that you have a fundamental question of how much do polls affect elections? How much does just polling people affect an election? Because at the end of the day, polling is notoriously capable of being inaccurate. It's always sort of that gambling factor. And it is always, and by gambling factor, I just sort of mean it's never going to be 100% accurate. It's only a snapshot of one point of the population at one point in time. It's almost a historic measure in many cases, in terms of it shows you what it was like at that specific moment, but how good is it for predictive success? It can help show momentum. This is something that's been talked about today, where the Harris campaign is actually keeping its momentum and the Trump campaign's momentum is stalling, and momentum's a big thing in elections, because if you can keep that momentum going into whenever people are voting, then more people are going to be turning out and voting for you, more people are going to be enthused to vote for you, and if that momentum starts to go down, on the other hand, do people start to sit there and get apathetic, and you get more voter apathy? And if voter apathy is something that I talked about earlier, if that's coming out and it's affecting one side more than the other, then that affects the entire election result. In terms of algorithms and artificial intelligence themselves, it's their ability to understand people. Can they? To some extent, they can, I'd argue, particularly modern ones. They can definitely tackle a lot of data points. Part of the reason why they're so useful is the amount of data points they're able to latch onto. I'd argue, particularly since I think this question is really asking about polling, maybe I've picked up the question wrong. It's not a massively important one in that specific case. On the other hand, worth mentioning, you as an individual, the individual American voter, this evening or today or over the past few days, over the past few months, social media algorithms, how is that affecting what they're seeing more of? Does that mean that they're more likely to get caught up, in that sort of momentum of Harris's or Trump's campaign because they're being shown more stuff, pro or anti one of their campaigns? And AI is a sort of similar one on that. And in particular, we've been talking about how there have been bomb threats, possibly likely due to Russian interference, due to Russian interference. If that's happening, AI is also a useful tool on that, in creating misinformation. We've seen that in various elections where false pictures come out, or the most sophisticated one I think I can think of was actually was against Sir Keir Starmer, and not in the lead up to the UK election, but sort of a few months before, maybe half a year before, where there was sort of a recording. It was complete fake AI recording, but it was a recording of his voice apparently losing it with one of his staff. It was fake, it was an AI thing, but sort of subtle ones like that, which people could sort of make people pause from and go, is that true? And then that puts the doubt in the mind, and then that makes them doubt the candidate, and that's where they affect an election result. And it's to that extent, it's the same thing as sort of purporting a fake news story or an exaggerated news story against a candidate, creating doubt in people's mind, even if they later on find that it's not true. I'd make the argument, if I put a seed of doubt in your mind, the dear viewer, if I put a seed of doubt into your mind, you'll then start to think about that a lot more, and you'll start to question the credibility of that candidate a lot more, even if the original information was nonsense. The idea that there is something that you don't know about this candidate that you wouldn't like is then planted there, and then you. So that's the only thing that will come to my mind in terms of those specific technological tools affecting elections. But I'd be interested to hear other thoughts as well. I'm sure the people listening at home, some of you may have views. I believe there's a comment system. Please comment them, and at some point I will look through them and hopefully discuss them, because I'm sure some of you have very interesting ideas, and I'd like to hear them. And don't take that as a threat. I actually would like to hear them. I'm sure these people would as well. But, you're the most interesting people here.
Yes, anytime we go on the break, we do go look in the comment section. So we're having a wee a wee look about
Don't be
15
kind.
minutes ago.
Be cruel.
So TK, what did you actually think of those comments?
Yeah, very encouraging words. I'm like really, really thankful. Really thankful that there's so much support. No, they're all right. Like, they're all right. Yeah, but anyway, let's keep it moving. It's like 12:30. That's like it's not even interesting as well. Like the states that Trump has won, Kentucky, Indiana, like these aren't swing states. These are just holds. Like you got Kentucky, you got Indiana.
Do you wanna get up and present that a wee
Do I have
bit?
to bring the mic with me as well?
That would be delicious if we could get Matthew Wilson to switch to the other camera. Oh,
There's a huge.
there we
Now,
are.
it's worth noting for the day viewer, I'm pretty sure most of these are just predictions, but they
Yeah,
are meant to
so
be coming in. Actually, they should be
I
coming
think
in.
the actual figure is. Should I stand there or what do you reckon?
If you face the iPad.
Like here.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, it's like the CNN and MSNBC will call these states early. So even though, say, Kentucky and Indiana and Vermont only have like probably about 5 combined votes in, they have like a 99.9% certainty that it will be reliable. So Kentucky and Indiana, like these are holds for Trump. Like these were always going to go red. Ohio's going to go red. West Virginia, all of this bar Georgia and North Carolina is all going to go red. All of this and that. But the real swing states, the things that actually matter, is this, and this. That's all that matters. Nobody else's votes count. I'm sorry for the people living like Florida. You don't matter. Whatever happens. Florida's going to go red. It's what this.
If I may.
That's all that matters.
If I may butt in there.
Yes. Matthew's giving great commentary on what you guys are doing.
Yeah,
as well.
great.
Yes, Matthew.
Great skepticism about that. To explain for the dear viewer, thank you if you're watching. As to what this map means, I'm sure you've seen it a lot. If you haven't, just in case you're that one mad individual who just went, yeah, American election, I haven't really been looking into that, but yeah, I've got nothing else to do tonight. Thank you, by the way. Swing states change. It's worth mentioning that historically Florida used to be a swing state, that purple state as it was known as, and then just more recently it's just gone red, and it's just stayed that way. Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, all the retirees moved into Florida. No, like that's
Classic demographic
No,
reasons,
like
but
there
yes.
was a demographic change. A lot of older people moved into Florida to retire because Florida is a very nice place to retire.
Specifically just for Disney World.
Yeah, like
nothing else.
all the beaches, Disney World, but yeah, it's become more conservative. It's gonna go red easily.
Yeah. What if you hear, listen to us, or at some point during the breaks you go listen to someone else, but please come back and listen to us because we appreciate your support. You hear a lot about these states. You hear a lot about Arizona. You hear a lot about Nevada. You hear about Wisconsin, Michigan, yeah, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, South Carolina. Less so about you won't hear about South Carolina and Georgia. That's it. Sometimes the abbreviations I forget. They are weird, in my opinion. You'll hear a lot about those states because they're the ones that, given all the polling, given all this, bearing in mind with a US election, just worth bearing in mind, the traditional way you do run for a US election, whether you're in the House, the Senate, or a president, you announce that a year ahead. You announce that well ahead of time. And that's all down to funding, giving sort of the party warning that this is what you're going to be wanting to do. So then people can start to think about you seriously as a candidate. And more importantly, you can then start to go out there as a candidate and go, right, where do I get my funds? Now, at this point, the funds have dried up for most of these candidates. They will have been shipping everything they can, spending it all to try to get these. Bring it up, however, because you bear that in mind, you know, that means for the past year, and particularly for the past half year, you've been getting that consistent polling feed. And as I mentioned, polls are inaccurate, polls or whatever. However, there are margins of error. And a lot of these states tend to fall outside of that margin of error. For example, to use the classic two examples, and two of the largest states with the largest electoral college numbers. Texas, outside of Houston, is cowboy country. It's redneck land.
Everything's bigger in Texas,
And
isn't it?
it's the land.
Bigger
It's
cars,
the land of
bigger
the
people.
It's the land of the freest of the free. Yes, it's the land of the freest of the free and the most Republican of the Republican. Outside of Houston, that is. Houston actually tends to be a bit different. Democrats have a chance in Houston, but it's Texas. You know, for the presidential election, it's going red. Similarly, California, with both of these have exceptions in history. California under Ronald Reagan, for example. California historically and to this and currently at the moment is, you know, one of those ones that is always sort of that's going to the Democrats. Democrats have to really. No, I can't really imagine a world where they'd screw up that bad, where they'd lose California, but who knows? Maybe that world is only around the corner. That ain't this election though, so don't worry about it. Point is that a lot of these states fall outside of a margin of error where no matter how things change, they'd have to change by a drastic amount for them to not go the way the polls would say they'd go, i.e. Republican or Democrat, Trump or Harris in this case. All that is to say, the ones that are more obscure, the ones where voters are more undecided, the ones where voters are more 50-50 as to who they're going to be voting for, they're the ones that matter. Because these ones can all be totaled up for either candidate to see which one is more like, is close to that magic number 270. And then some nerd sat there in the corner, sits down with a map, sits down with the electoral college votes and goes, which states do they need to win in order to, with the states they have, in order to win the election?
We've actually just got in some breaking news there. That
Oh.
West Virginia might be won by Trump.
Oh yeah, like
West
easily.
Virginia.
That's going to be like
Yeah.
70-30.
Yeah, that's happening.
That's easy, yeah.
Yeah.
None of these, I just want to make this clear to everyone, none of these are pickups, none of these are big wins, these are
Yes, this is
expected. Like,
Only very beginning.
if
of the-
Kamala Harris was not winning Vermont and New Hampshire, she'd be done anyway.
If
Like,
she won Florida, I'd be very surprised.
that's never happening.
And,
Florida is red.
and particularly, I think we're getting most of our feed from hopefully various sources, but, you know, particularly CNN, since they tend to do a nice live stream of everything. Just that's one of the many news sources we're using to get our news from the States. All of these big news stations in America don't want to call something incorrectly too early because it looks bad on them. Someone will get mad at them as well and say you cocked up the election because you called it for this candidate, and then all of their opponents before the voting closed went out
Yeah.
and voted for them. It's like
Sure that happened in 2000. They said Al Gore, he won Florida, and then turns out he didn't.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it didn't look good for them at all. So they want to be very cautious.
yeah, exactly that. Right. Anyway, that's enough of the map. You'll be seeing much more of that later because God knows we love a map. I love a map. Maps are great.
So while we're looking at the map there, we should maybe dive into more voter behaviours and demographics. What psychological factors do you think most influence a voter's decision-making process in the voting booth?
What does that even mean? Like, what? I want you to take a stab at it like that. That sounds
Yeah.
like a psychology degree
Again,
question.
a
Like,
lot of these questions we need to break them down.
it's like an essay question.
I suppose
Would you see that in your A level, your psychology A level maybe?
Sure. So it's too late. All right. How are you? How are you going to stay up until 9 in the morning?
How have we been functioning since 9 this morning?
hey.
Matthew Wilson has you
Passion for
working
the-
like
passion for
slaves.
Yes, it's the history degree in me.
Yeah, it's the commitment to the cause, mate. Mate, this will be a fun night. Trust me. Tonight's gonna be a good night. No,
Bit of Black Eyed Keys for you guys.
Delusions set again.
Yep.
to get it back on track here, guys, because I think we went slightly off top of that. Psychological factors, yeah, vague. But what I would say is what is it that runs through a voter's mind whenever they are going up to the voting booth? Now, it's worth mentioning, as we pointed out earlier, a lot of voters will have already made up their mind. However, there's always those things that candidates do that just, bear in mind, I have to watch my language here, annoys people. And sometimes those things that annoys people changes their mind, and that will run through their mind. So, and sometimes it's very unfair. Sometimes for a candidate, it's literally just a bit of bad luck. Something happens, and all that people have in their mind is that image of, you know, to give a British example, Ed Miliband eating a bacon bat. Very unfair that went back to hit him so badly as it did in the whenever he was standing to lead the Labour as a Prime Minister. But it's what happened. And similarly, you have examples in American history of similar things, but just that's what run through people's mind. All the big events, I'd argue, that's happened for this, like there's been sort of important events and, you know, important campaign sort of events, official events and official sort of shows that they've done recently that, yes, will have an impact in terms of sticking in people's mind what candidates have said. The sort of big sort of headline ones that, you know, you could have predicted but would have just been pure luck was sort of Trump getting shot. That is out of a lot of people's mind. Now, the Trump campaign, I will mention, I was watching it earlier. It sort of just psyched me up for tonight. I was one of J.D. Vance's last sort of thing with a group, speech with the crowd. One of the questions he asked was about all this, and they're still sort of trying to keep the fact that Trump, those two attempted assassinations, Trump are sort of ways of using that to sort of inspire people, which fair enough. If you're in that position, you're going to do the exact same thing. I mean, the man survived 2 assassination attempts, one of which clipped his ear, and then he got that legendary pose. I mean, he's a showman, if nothing else.
It is a bit of a cracker photo, I'll not lie. But why don't we talk a bit more about the campaign? So what are the most common mistakes campaigns make in their messaging, and how can they be avoided? Or even, why don't we chat about mistakes you think each candidate may have made in this election? Any big ones that stand out to either of you? Why don't we start out with Trump? Do you think there's been any mistakes with Trump this campaign election?
I think he's done a hell of a good job. I think in terms of campaigning, he's done very well.
Compared to his last
I think that
campaign?
you have to look at January 2021 and look at what position he was in. Like, this guy was left for dead politically. Like, he had been tied to that insurrection attempt on January 6th, and now he's... I mean, this is something that's interesting. I just looked out on the phone. He is leading Florida 75% of votes in, 55 to 45. So that's outside of the margin. That's 10%.
Sorry to interrupt you, boys. We've got some more breaking news that there's been more bomb threats in Georgia.
It's just more in Georgia.
Of course.
Like, if you know what I mean, just to relate back to the point, that margin of error in the polling that was saying probably about 6 points in Florida. Maybe that could be a sign of things to come, and maybe this is a red wave. I'm just saying it that way, foreshadowing.
Similarly, it's.
We've actually heard further that the Democrats are very concerned about what's going on right now in
For
Georgia.
the viewer, I'm just going to caution this. You'll hear about red waves and blue waves a lot tonight, and I'm all for the panel using those phrases. For the viewer, no matter who you listen to, you're going to hear that tonight. Red wave, blue wave. Because it's that close, because it's that tight, people will read into things. I'm going to give this is sort of the health warning statement, sort of like whenever you purchase a product and then it sort of says warning, side effects, or warning, this, be aware of this. This is your public service announcement that we don't know, and it's fully unpredictable.
Yeah, this is all speculation.
People will predict waves, and it may go the complete opposite way. It may still, it still may be down to the wire. It probably will be down to the wire until, in hindsight, we go, oh, well, wasn't that obvious that it turned out that way?
Do you think Harris has made any mistakes in the campaign so far? I think
there's been a few mistakes. Like, I think the Democrats as a whole, because let's be real, the Democratic Party that's managing her, why they decided to run Joe Biden instead of Harris. Like, Harris did not even go for primaries. She is very illegitimate. She did not get nominated. Like, Joe Biden got the nomination fair and square, and then because Joe Biden absolutely died on stage, they just said, nah, let's leave Joe Biden and take Harris. I think that was a mistake. It showed that politicians in the Democratic Party have not been transparent about Joe Biden's health and mental state, so that's going to not go well with voters.
We've heard a little more there just from Matthew that Russia have said it's malicious slander that these bomb threats have said it's coming from them.
It's just like, yeah, it's just, it's not gonna look like a peace. It's not looking like a peaceful election at all. Like,
No, it's.
like,
I know that you were hopeful that
I was
everything
hopeful
would
that
turn
would be
out
peaceful, but-
okay.
Hey, don't take the Russians doing Russian things.
So why don't we look a bit more at, is there anything that you would find commendable for each candidate?
If I could jump in on what was just said with both candidates and mistakes, I'd agree with DK. The Trump campaign has played this surprisingly well, particularly given the position they were originally in. Also, what I've mentioned during that primary phase, there were a lot of good candidates against Trump. You know, Ron DeSantis was sort of the key one there. Ron DeSantis wasn't governor of Florida, and
he's quite popular
he's
over there.
quite popular, and he's seen as quite a strong candidate. Trump got through that. Trump has then been able to build momentum, and Trump's had people who have previously and donors who previously said in the aftermath of January 6th, saying we're not going to ever fund or work with this guy again. They are funding. They are working with him again. He's done very well to come back for that. Say what you want about Trump. If there's one thing he's good at, is putting on a show and being a campaigner. And that's the reason he does well at this. He's really, he just knows how to move people. Now, there's also been reports that some of his rallies have been a bit dead, but you know, you can't be on fire
There
all
was
the time.
one, it was, what was it, Trump had said that and none of his rallies are empty, and then the cameraman panned to the other side of the arena and it was just no seats were filled. So,
because historically he has been fairly well. I mean, it was sort of one of those renowned things, sort of within very political nerdy circles, is sort of, if you can, go over and see a Trump rally, because they are sort of, they were renowned for having that sort of atmosphere of just the crowd being worked in support and just sort of overwhelming sort of support for the candidate. On the Harris side, I disagree. The Biden thing, yes, I think could have gone badly, but I think they handled it very well, because the moment it sort of was, I think Biden wanted to stick in it. Biden was going.
It's very clear he wanted to. Yeah.
But the moment he had that debate against Trump, yeah, that was catastrophic for Biden. Democratic Party got rid of him through subtle and less subtle means. Say what you want. There are many reasons as to why Biden may have eventually gone to leave, including Obama may have just sort of went, mate, time to call it a day, mate.
allegedly that could have happened.
Allegedly. It's all worth mentioning. This is all very allegedly, but we know what happened. The other thing I'd bring up is I think that actually helped Harris, because it meant Harris came in as the seat from the Democratic perspective in terms of winning over that Democratic Party, which, as I mentioned earlier on today, and I think it's worth mentioning again, is Republican Party is also like this, but the Democrats, feel it more acutely at the moment. It's just sort of that sort of swings and roundabouts that they're in. That it's that broad coalition of AOC, Bernie Sanders on one side, and sort of more moderate
Do you think Harris might have planned that though?
No, God,
Planned by supporting Biden to go for it again, knowing the state he was in, so that then she could have this opportunity and take it on?
No, I think that's too much. It's a bit like those people saying that it's not as bad, but people saying that Trump planned the shooting. It's like it's too much risk.
Outrageous, mate. Like, the bullet missed him by about, what was it, less than a quarter of an inch.
Yeah.
Like there's no way you could stage that. That's like, nah. Actually
Unless you're in
happened.
Suicide Squad, I don't think it's looking pretty likely.
Yeah, like maybe in like a movie, but like this isn't a movie. This is America. So like, you know what I mean?
Well, it feels a bit like a movie, doesn't it, these days?
Would you say that, like, because of Harris's role in the Biden administration, would you say that puts her at a disadvantage against Trump, and that might be why it's such a tight race, because of her history with and the controversies between Biden's administration?
I think this is sort of what we go back to, sort of, again, this is something I said earlier, which is, if she loses, everyone's going to be going, it's that you were tainted by the Biden regime. If she wins, it'll be, oh, well, getting rid of Biden, being the sort of that savior of the Democratic Party, that sort of viable candidate, sort of meant that she was able to wash her hands of it fairly cleanly. That's the thing I'll caution on that is, it just depends whether she's going to wash her hands of it. I'd argue she's been able to wash her hands of it fairly well.
Sure, mate.
No, I get what you're saying, that because a lot of the Trump campaign, a lot of what they've been doing is sort of going, oh no, see all the things that Biden been doing. You've been claiming that you were involved in all these decisions.
Like, forget about the Trump campaign for a second. Like, I know on the that TV show The View. Yeah, like about how she said I wouldn't change a single thing that's been done in these last 3.5 years. Like, she's trying to put herself as the change candidate. But after all, she has been the vice president for 3.5 years, and she said she wouldn't change a thing. So she's not a changed candidate. She's an experienced candidate. But you can't be both. And that might be detrimental to her. But
might be, but how many people are going to pick up on that? You've picked up on that. I barely picked up on it.
You didn't pick up on that because, like, this is something the Republicans have been hammering on. Like, if you're not tuning into that sort of news,
I would, and even though, I would argue. Okay, but if it's already people who are sort of dead set Republicans are tuning in, that great. What good does that do? What good does that do Trump? It's his supporters already going, yeah, what are they? Hey, she can't do both. You know, it doesn't help him. What you need is those people who are undecided, or those people who are sort of leaning both ways to go, okay, I see how this game is being played. And it's how many of those people have noticed that. I'd argue there's a good number of them that maybe haven't. I mean, you've got to remember that a lot of voters are working on informed voting, and a lot of, particularly, there's a lot of this is being basically worked on traditionally groups that don't vote. So how much time do they have given up to do that research?
Yeah, how tuned in are they? But like,
to what extent?
But I think the saving grace for the Republicans in that sense is that at least The View is primetime television. Like, it's a big channel. It's millions and millions of viewers.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at some more of these questions. Are these all created by AI, by the way?
Matthew Wilson.
No, they were created by Matthew Wilson.
Matthew Wilson.
Matthew Wilson, which you and I both know what that means, but don't say it on air.
Yes, Matthew Wilson has popped
he
these
is the
questions
unique
into our
author.
monitor here. So why not we talk about the election day operations and security? I think we've sort of discussed a broad sort of media coverage in the recent sort of hours. So why don't we focus more on this? What do you think are some of the biggest logistical challenges campaigns face on election day?
I think it's more than just. Think about trying to just ignore the campaigns for a second. Just trying to get an election to run.
Yeah, getting an election to run is very important. Keep going, big man.
Okay. You've got 50 states. They are, massive area to cover to get all the districts within different states. People need to have access to be able to go to somewhere to vote within these districts. You've got, and also different climates and all of them and all that. There's sort of a variety of factors you need to work out in terms of how you get people there. And obviously, part of things that campaigns do to try to facilitate this, because they sort of recognise you'll have a proportion of voters that will just sit there in America, more so than in any other country, and go, I'm gonna have to drive down to the polling station. It's going to take me X amount of time. And you got to remember, in America, sort of planners will look at an hour to 2 hours and sort of think, that's a short drive, which in America it is.
It's like how many times bigger than the UK? Like
too many times bigger.
Yeah, like 100.
Yeah.
UK fits into Texas multiple times over alone. But whenever you think about it from that perspective, there'll be voters that will just sort of look at the few hour drive to go to the polling station to vote and just sort of chin it off and go, can I be bothered?
I think they sort of made it into a bit of a day out though, from what we've seen on the news.
Yes.
Because you're queuing for like 4 hours by the time you get there, so it's an all-day occasion.
Yeah, so I think
They even give out the stickers now, don't they? I voted.
That's why, the campaigns, Democratic campaigns run buses for people who wouldn't otherwise have transport, and they try to then get like a group of people going together to sort of create that community feel and all that, and sort of, hey, isn't this great? And also you'll have the campaigns. Why you looks, Maxime?
What?
Then you have that Democratic, then you have that sort of Democrat and Republican campaign. Will have people on the ground. Ideally, they'll have people on the ground, sort of trying to stir up a party atmosphere, stir up enthusiasm within people, so that they turn up and feel like they want to keep turning up and encourage people to turn up, and two, so that they I don't know what he's doing, and two, so that they carry on.
So, DK, you had some thoughts on intimidation of voters at polling stations. So how do you think, what steps should be taken to prevent and address instances of voter suppression and intimidation? You had a sort of thought on this earlier.
I don't even know. I think, well, as I said before, voter intimidation just seems stupid to me. Like, I think it's just foul. It's just...
it is foul, but it is something that is
No,
very
I think
real
it's
and
just
is
like,
happening.
well, I don't, like, this thing, I don't know if it's happening on either side. Like, let's be real here. People who lose elections sometimes call out that they're being intimidated. Like, I want to see some proof. That's all I'm saying. Some evidence of this. Like, if they can get a video on their phone, everybody has a phone nowadays. Like, I've been using it for the last 20 minutes. You know what I mean? If you can get some evidence, then I'm all for it. But, like, as I said earlier, like, it's been going on here, false accusations of people standing outside polling places and not letting people in. I need to see some evidence to believe it. But if it happens, then, yeah, prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law.
What do you think about sort of media intimidation? Because we sort of touched a little bit on sort of, if you're a sort of Liberal Democrat, it's sort of more open and more accepted online to sort of give your view on that more widely rather than Republican views.
Affects the
So
polling more than anything.
What would you think on that?
Sorry, if I may butt in that, I'd argue, take your opinion on this in terms of people turning up to vote. I'd argue from the polling perspective, Sarah, I'd be interested in that affects the polling more than anything, is that if a pollster rings someone up or turns up on their doorstep and asks them a few questions, someone isn't likely going to admit, yeah, I'm thinking of voting for that evil Trump guy that most people think is evil. Whereas in the back of their mind, they're thinking, I'll just tell them I'm going to vote for Kamala. And then whenever it comes around to me doing my secret ballot, and this is why secret ballot's important, people, they'll vote for whoever they want to vote for. And that might be Kamala.
And what about sort of family pressures? Because you do hear even there's been this sort of generation that's come out this election, specifically in places like Texas and Florida, who have talked specifically about how they're sort of breaking away from family values, but even intimidation from family to sort of go along with what their vote is. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, it's a bad thing, but then again, it's just them and themselves in the polling place. Like, when they get into that booth, it's all confidential. They can just say, yeah, I'm going to vote for this guy, but that went back to my point of polling stations calling up, pollsters calling up people saying who you're going to vote for. They can say one thing and do the other, so, yeah.
Yeah, the only thing to add to that is that is one of the interesting things is sort of this was mentioned, and I trust DK, the capable man that he is, has brought it up as well, and you guys have brought it up, which is the Harris campaign has been trying to market this to women, trying to market this around sort of the things they're getting, if there's any policy, if there's any actually substance that's getting voters out to vote for Kamala. Was that a bit of a jab? Maybe. You make your mind up about that. Excuse me. It's climate, and it's sort of women's reproductive rights. And you're seeing sort of older, sort of 60-year-old women, as you were mentioning, turning up and voting disproportionately for Kamala, or reporting that they are voting for Kamala. Again, I'm inclined to say, yeah, that's probably true. There's also always that bit that should be going in your back of your mind, anytime you're thinking, if somebody's just walked out of the voting booth and then being at polled, if they were voting for Trump, and in particular, if they are part of a demographic which is which sort of has that media expectation to vote for Kamala, just so they don't get asked further questions, how likely is it that they just sort of say, yeah, I voted the way you expected me to vote, which was Kamala, and maybe they voted the other way. In this case, I think it's unlikely, but just always bear that in the back of your mind,
Yeah, I agree.
Perfect. Thank you so much, boys, for coming in to challenge us. We are going to take another short break, but we'll be with you back very, very soon.
Hello and welcome back to QRTV's 24-hour coverage of the US election. We're at a very, very exciting point now. We're at the 1 a.m. mark, which is our big results. So this is our first big hour where we're going to look through a lot of results. And this hour alone, we're expected to have Georgia coming in, which is one of the swing states, which will be a very, very influential vote. And then we're also going to have a number of projections that we're going to look through. And this hour is going to look slightly different to previous hours. We're going to be a lot more live this hour rather than analysis. We're going to react as we get more information into the screen, and we will be using David on the map as well to analyze some of the information that we are going to get. I'm also joined by Ben Wilson. Welcome back to Ben Wilson, who is going to be talking with us through these analysis and these predictions that are coming through very, very rapidly. So just to note, these are early votes and do not give us information about the final outcomes that are going to come later on in the evening. So just be aware of that and make sure that you bear that in mind when we're looking at this. However, Georgia is considered one of the battleground states, and we're going to start looking at that to begin with. Now, I'm just going to ask David just to move to the other side of the television there just quickly. So just pop around the front of that tripod there. Brilliant, lovely. And then we're going to have a look at Georgia, David. So can you just give us a first indication of where Georgia is on the map, and we're going to start looking at it.
Hover over Georgia, please, for me, just so I can see, bring up the results.
There is Georgia currently.
Okay, so far in Georgia, we have 33.4%. So like Matthew has said, it's still very early days. We are just making predictions of the information we have. You can see here on the map, the pink has been declared Donald Trump, and the blue, another one just came on there. The grey is undecided, so you can see there's still a lot of undecided on there. But so far, there is about 988,000 votes for Trump and 805,000 for Kamala. So he's leading 54.8 to 44.6. So it is a lead, but again, we have less than, there's still 75% nearly to go. So that could go either way. It's still, although he's got an early lead, it's still very much anybody's game.
Yeah, definitely. And as we're looking down that coast there, also, can we just have a look at Florida when we're here?
Florida. So Florida is an interesting one. We have 78.1. So again, they have now called it or predicted it. It's going to be a win. I would say it's 78. It's pretty close. He has a lead, though. It is quite a small lead, 55 to 43. So he has 5.1 to 4.1. So there's about 1 million or so votes in it. And you can see here there's very little. There's still a bit up the top here to go. And I think there might be one here possibly. But the rest is, it's looking like Trump is going to win Florida, I think.
Yeah, considering that we're 78.1% of the vote in.
And that's the same as the 2020
could be potential. What are your views on that, Ben, just there?
I mean, none of this is a particular surprise in terms of Florida. In terms of Georgia, we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, a lot of it is uncalled, and honestly, given the way districts work in America, as you could sort of see, they are weird. Zoom into the borders of these, they're great. I mean, these ones don't seem too bad, but, you know, the term gerrymandering originates from America for a reason. But we won't go into the story of that. Look it up, though, if you want.
Have a look up here at sort of Indiana and Kentucky. Over here.
Indiana, there we go.
So Indiana as well, it is, scroll down just to see the percentage of votes to in Indiana, if you don't mind.
Okay.
So again, although they are saying Trump's going to win it, it's 20% or 29%. However, he did win it last time, and this is a strong Republican state. He's currently got 62 to 33, and it is predicted. Ben, I think you would agree, it's probably...
Yeah,
it is early.
I'm always cautious. Given the way these districts,
definitely,
districts are drawn in a way to sort of try to put as many sort of people who are likely to vote Republican in one, and as many people who are likely to vote Democrat in the other. Both sides want to do that for their own reasoning, because then it helps them win the overall state.
Exactly.
Just some interesting note: America, with presidents who didn't win, they are. It doesn't really matter, but Americans love an incumbent tradition in elections. You'll see that in the House and in the Senate. I think it's something like you have a 2/3 more likely chance of being re-elected if you're an incumbent, just because Americans love, for whatever reason, voting for someone in office. It's also, there's power reasons for that, such as you're local to the area, you already have all the political time, political money, you have the political connections to try to gain that support and sort of maneuver around.
Definitely. And if we just move just below Indiana, then we have the state of
After
Kentucky.
this, we get a wee refresh as well. 'Cause
Yeah, we will. We'll
Football.
just give this
Just-
page
just
a
give it a
wee
refresh to
refresh,
see.
just in case we're looking at
to
any
see.
different results. So,
So that looks the same. So we're sitting about again. Obviously, they are predicting it's going to be Trump, and as Ben has just alluded to, again, although it's only 40%, it is pretty confident, but it's not 100%. Until it's 100%, it's not safe to call anything. So far, a lot of pink and really only 2 blue. So there's about 2. But I haven't said that. If you look, there's a lot of pink, 2 blue. But again, the vote percentage is still 556 or 556,000. Sorry, 277,000. So again, it shows you it's far, but it's close. And there's, again, as Ben said, there's a lot of the way it's drawn. You can see that the way it's drawn to help. So
I'm gonna say now, Kentucky's gonna vote Trump.
yeah, no, yeah, they never, yeah,
This is proper country boy.
yeah. It is diehard
it should
Republican.
be noted as we were talking there is more parts of the state that
There is,
actually
it is
have
not,
gone-
yes.
have gone red during that. So yes, we
How
are,
do we
we are
zoom out
looking
and look at the rest
at
of the
a
map here too?
potential look at Kentucky being a state. Now I'm just gonna give this laptop to
There are
David
stories
just
of
to be
Trump.
able to recover the data on that.
Oh, yeah.
And then we're also going to then look at West Virginia as well. If we just move across
So
to
yes,
West Virginia,
if we can just make it available. Hold on, even I can even.
you can even do it there. Oh, hello. We'll work on that there now. There we go. Look at that. That's a much better analysis of that. We'll move
right.
this. We'll reset
Yeah.
this. Hold on,
Oh,
give us a second here. I'm gonna
Technical
get
difficulties.
technical window there. That'll do the job.
Perfect. So again, West Virginia is very early, although Trump does have a lead. What Ben obviously was won last time, but what's your opinion on where this is going to swing? I know it's very early; it's 11%, but
I mean,
Trump probably.
West Virginia. I mean, look at it. I mean,
Yeah,
most people haven't actually done them. Most districts haven't called.
Yeah,
This could still swing to Kamala. However,
it is traditionally.
much like. Let's just put it this way: nobody's going to be surprised if it ends up like Kentucky or any of these.
Yes,
other states.
exactly.
It's also quite.
It's
renowned
not one
for-
that is it could still swing, but it's not one that we're expecting the unexpected in. It's pretty confident.
Indeed, so just when we've been talking there, I've got a few more updates from Arwen in behind the scenes there, who's doing some incredible work, just keeping us up to date here on set with all the latest information. So she's currently saying that the predictions for Trump are looking at West Virginia, which we've just looked at,
Yes.
Kentucky, Indiana. Early on, they're looking like they're probably going to swing
Yeah.
towards Trump, along with Alabama, Florida, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Tennessee, all
You're gonna be
looking
free
like potentially they will be Trump sided. Now Ben wants to just interject there very quickly.
So I'm pretty sure Trump actually numerically has already won Kentucky and West Virginia, and possibly Indiana.
Explain for the people at home. So
Once this reaches a certain point where candidates won enough districts, because it's in most of these states, it's winners takes all. Once they've got it very clearly, once it becomes impossible for Kamala to equal Trump, states will just sort of be willing. States and particularly media would be more willing to call it to say.
okay,
The states won't call it. Sorry, correct myself. States won't call it, but the media will call it. Basically saying, doesn't matter what happens, even if the rest of them turn blue, this is still going Trump's way.
Right.
It would take a miracle and recount in some of these districts for this
Yes.
not to swing to Trump.
Yes.
so even though it's only 42.6, what would you say if you were to give a percentage chance of Kentucky is going to go to Trump? It's looking it's looking.
It's looking
The
like
man is treated like a. Have you ever seen that guy at, like the Kentucky Derby, or like heard the stories of him?
Yes,
He's treated like a
yes.
god. He's
He's won Kentucky.
that's Trump.
It's likely to be a Kentucky victory. Now,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna refresh this page, and then we've had a look at some of the red.
Let's have a look at
states.
some blue
I was
up
just gonna
here.
say, currently, under predictions and projections, we're looking at Kamala leading and potentially probably winning Vermont, Columbia, Massachusetts, and Maryland, which are all the states up at the top. So if we go, if we
Hold
start
on, what about
talking all the way
DC? What about
down,
DC
there's
as well?
Vermont. To
So looking
begin
at
with.
Vermont again, not a lot, only 17% counted here. However, it is well, actually, although that it is quite a high vote share. And again, this is a not typical swinging state. Talking
Indeed.
to somebody as well earlier, it is pretty much impossible for to lose Vermont. Am I right in saying now? even though it's a low count. Somebody
I'm led
there's
to
something about-
believe that
yes.
that may be the case due
Yeah.
to this voting figures. It is also, I think, very interesting that there is actually a third candidate on that page.
There is
being
actually, I
Robert
believe, 6
Kennedy.
candidates running, or 7 total.
This typically happens in American
Yeah.
elections. You tend to have a lot of
two.
other names down. I mean, one year, I think it was the last 2020, was Kanye West.
Yes,
was put on
yes.
it.
He actually got quite a high
yeah.
vote percentage too, I believe.
Obviously the none of these campaigns are necessarily a big fan of them, particularly the Harris campaign in this election won't be a fan of them because there's always that risk that somebody who's like, well, I don't want to vote for Trump. And then they'd be inclined to vote for Harris,
But see if their
then
person-
actually
yeah.
they are like,
But they
I
don't wanna
prefer
not-
this other guy.
They don't want to
who's
not
no ch-
vote
Yeah.
because they still believe that they should vote, and obviously we would all advise that you should vote no matter what because it's a democratic system, but they still want to make a vote.
Vote.
Exactly, yes, vote.
Please vote.
Doesn't matter if it's bad candidates, pick somebody because that's how democracy works.
But just think about your vote before
We're
you do
just
it.
coming in with some breaking news. Just hold on there, folks.
Hold on, zoom out, refresh this. Just get over here. I need a clicker. Do you have a clicker?
Breaking news.
Do you have a clicker?
Nope.
No, not you.
I should have.
So we were just looking at Robert Kennedy there, but we've just got breaking news in that Robert Kennedy is obviously running, but he is encouraging people to actually vote for Donald Trump when they are going to vote, not
been doing that for-
himself.
Oh,
Okay, so that's an interesting note. Just looking at Vermont that we just were looking at now. If we move slightly below, if we go back into this map and we just move down to Massachusetts now, obviously not much has happened there. Only
0.1%, but again, I'm pretty sure Massachusetts is. Or is it
it's a traditionally blue state, and it is predicted to go blue even in these very
Yeah.
very early stages.
of 1%, less than
Of
1%.
less than 1%. If we
Have a look
move
at DC.
down,
Has DC been? Oh,
Maryland
District
still
of Columbia.
is very similar.
Oh,
DC
Um,
will take a step.
If
click
we
on District of
go-
Columbia. I'd like to see that.
Go down. Let's just be a wee bit. There we go.
That's
There's
New
New
Jersey.
Jersey starting to come through. New York. There's New York as well.
Can we go into here?
Yeah. we
Or
can.
not here, sorry, District of Columbia. Can you click on that one for me?
Yes, we can indeed.
So District of Columbia has.
it has 3.
No, it is what?
No, it is 3.
Okay, so so nobody has voted in Columbia.
Give them time.
0% of the votes have been counted, so this will be followed up with as soon as we can give you more information upon this.
If there's a viewer at home there wondering, what? Why has nobody voted? Don't panic, sir.
They lost the ballots.
No,
I'm joking.
No. It's merely because America's a state system and all the states have to do it their own way. Because, like Frank Sinatra, they did it their way. I did it my way. These states will open their polling at different times, close them at slightly different times. That's also the reason as to why this is so exciting, because they will closing them at different times. We'll then be able to sit here and watch them and go. It will come in differently.
Sorry, don't worry. We're just going to go back.
I'm going to go up to the top. I want to have a little chat about this. Now, again, this is predicted. None of this is confirmed, but as the minute, we're sitting on 90. What is the points again called?
Pardon?
What does the number mean? What states
That's the amount of electoral
electoral college,
votes, I
sorry.
guess.
That's the
So he's
keyword
sitting
there,
at 90,
electoral
and
college.
actually at the minute, despite the general consensus is that Kamala Harris is going to win the popular vote. I think that is, but at the minute, again, we've got what? Very small percentage, probably. I would say less than 30% covered.
Well, like if we're looking at numbers,
But it is
here,
11 to 9 at
There's
the minute.
20 million of the votes have been
But
counted.
having
so
said
very
that,
small
when we
numbers.
scroll back down to look at the map,
Most people haven't voted
most
yet.
of the states that have
This
been
side of the
predicted,
country hasn't woken up.
yeah, most of this side has been predicted here is all Trump, so that's why he's probably ahead at the minute. They're all. This is a traditionally red zone here.
As
Can we have a wee look
The
at
Rust Belt.
Yes.
What do we look now
The
at?
Rust
I want
Belt.
to go back to here. So Georgia is actually looking quite interesting. 43%. Obviously, swing state until it hits 100%. We're not going to say anything. However, looking at it, it's 1.3 to 1 million. A lot of pink, but also a lot of blue. So really interesting to see how that goes. Ben, any thoughts as we sit at the minute on what are you thinking just by looking at it?
Yeah, Georgia was one of the sort of swing states that it was less sure, but it was also one of the ones that hasn't been ranted and raved about necessarily as much as like states like Iowa, which you hear a lot about, or Arizona. Obviously, it looks as though it might be heading Trump's way. Trump will be happy about that. Whether you're for Trump or if you're for Trump, don't start celebrating. If you're against Trump, don't start commiserating. One swing state won't make or break it. And these states do have to go one way or the other eventually. So
Definitely.
for the Trump campaign, this will be sort of right. Momentum's moving in the right direction. For the Harris campaign, it was like, well, they've got one state.
Yeah, definitely.
You need to win the rest.
Definitely. So,
Okay.
just as we're coming up, just past 1:15 there,
We
I'm just going
have
to give you a few other.
Democrats, where you have
Oh,
now
we
it's
update.
45. They've now got an extra million votes in, so they're now predicting 27 extra votes to 9. Where else?
There we go. So currently we're sitting at 90 electoral college votes for the Republicans and 27 electoral
But
college
again,
votes
this
for
is very early
Democrats.
days, probably less than 30% counted, so
I'd agree.
it's still anybody's game here.
The entire left-hand side of the map that you're looking at, when it gets pulled up on the screen, will be.
When they close 4 a.m. I believe.
Yes, we will not be hearing about that until 4 a.m. for likelihood a lot of those states, because
And
just
they would-
of the way the time
And
zones work.
especially the likes of Arizona and Nevada, they're going to be key swing states we've talked about, as well as like some Michigan, Wisconsin.
Yes,
Michigan,
Michigan, Wisconsin, and then if you move
Yeah.
down, then you have Georgia and the like. Now, just in the meantime, just before we go back and we get another update according to the maps, I just want to give you a few other updates that are coming into our system. So firstly, despite projections that there is a possibility that Indiana could be swayed, and that is according to Anthony Zucker of the BBC American correspondent, which is an interesting point. Just Indiana is currently looking like it may go to Trump. There it is on the map if you want to have a look at it. However, there is a possibility apparently that Indiana could be swayed.
Only 32% counted, that's probably why.
That potentially is why that is the case. Now, if we keep going down, then Georgia, and we've just been looking at Georgia. Georgia is considered a battleground state, part of the swing states, which this year include Arizona, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. I know there's been a lot of focus on Pennsylvania over the last few days, especially considering that Kamala spent her entire last day of the campaign in Pennsylvania. Now, we're going to have a wee look at David
no,
with
just again,
Pennsylvania there.
early days, 6.7% in, but so far, Kamala is 2/3 up over Trump. He's 24% in Pennsylvania. But again, like I said, you look. Oh, actually, as we've just spoken, another one has come in. Hold on.
That's going to keep happening.
Yeah,
gonna keep lots of updates
Yes.
and lots of refreshing pages here.
But no, 6.7% counted, and now Kamala up 74.4%. More just come in. You said that.
So Pennsylvania is an interesting one, actually. I'll touch on this.
How
a
we
bit.
chat about this,
This back in 2016 was another key state. It's always featured rather prominently. I believe it's where Joe Biden's from. This is the state which the Democrats are hoping to win. They're hoping that the sitting president, I'm pretty sure, I might be wrong on this, I'm almost certain,
Last time,
comes from Pennsylvania.
Well, last time too.
You know, for the Democrats, winning this, keeping this is important to them, because there's sort of a bit of trauma from 2016, where both campaigns sort of were wrapping up in Pennsylvania, and it went Trump's way at the last minute,
Yes.
and it went all
Yeah,
wrong.
no, definitely.
It should be noted there is some updates regarding Pennsylvania. We have been told the polls are now closed in Pennsylvania,
Okay.
alongside 16 other states where polls are also now closed. Also, we are able to tell you now that Wisconsin, Arizona, and Michigan are all predicted to close in the next hour, as polls across the country begin to look at potentially closing. Also, Harris' campaign is predicting a high turnout in Philadelphia as well, and believe they could do better than Biden in 2022 in Philadelphia and potentially in a bigger state across America as well in regards to that. And why, we can ask the question, is Pennsylvania an important swing state in this election? So firstly, out of all the battleground states, Pennsylvania has the most electoral college votes, which stands at a big figure of 19. Now, if you look at the 270 total you need to get to win the election, 19 is a very large majority of that, and so that is why Pennsylvania is such an important state, and we will be hearing more about that as the night progresses. Also, Trump won it in 2016, however Biden won it in 2020, and as David was just saying, they will be very, very keen to hold on to that state and be able to build their lead in Pennsylvania. And interesting, we just got another update. We've been looking at Georgia already a lot because it is one of the very early swing states to get results straight out. And we're looking at an early lead for Trump in Georgia.
Georgia? Let's see.
Now,
Also, yes, actually, you're right. It's 40, nearly 50% now in Georgia is called, actually.
There we go. We're nearly at the 50% mark in Georgia, and it is looking at a 55% to Trump and a 44% to Kamala.
But
currently.
again, that is less than 10%, and we're only 50% of the way through. So I would say right down to the last wire on this one. Lots of blue, lots of pink.
I would agree with you on that. The other interesting thing that we've been referring to quite a bit tonight regarding Georgia is the bomb scares that have been occurring in Georgia. There has been at least
What the bomb
5
scares?
or 6. There's not giving a bit of humour to the evening.
Yes,
for
indeed.
us. It's quite a serious topic, but I
I'm
think it
laughing
needs
about bomb
a
scares.
bit of lightheartedness in there as well.
That was the
So,
most
so
Russian envoy.
there we go. So Georgia is there is a feeling in Georgia that some people are scared to go to the polls, even though a lot of these claims are fake, and Russia has actually said that it's very disappointed in the fact that they have been claimed for
They
these
were
bomb
slander,
scares.
say?
They use the
Misleading
word
slander.
they use the word slander in their quote regarding this, but it is worrying. Democrats, we had a slight technical error there. It is worrying the Democrat voting base in Georgia because they're worried that people may not turn out to vote, which is a concern, I think, for both sides, but particularly Democrats as of now. Also, Trump has recently told the radio station if he wins Pennsylvania, he quotes saying, "We win the whole deal." So that is a big quote from Trump. And if they do win Pennsylvania, it'll be very, very interesting to hear what Trump has to say if that information comes through.
Can I pop over to this?
David
for a
is just
second?
going to take us through a next
Take
little
us
point
through.
of the data that we're looking
we're
at.
going to go through. This is again just for anybody who's watching at home. Sources. This is BBC election news. So again, this is not our statistics. So again for fact checking. So if we look over here, so far we start off. We've got the lead Democrat. Maine so far would be leaning to Democrat. Is so far Maine is now 48, 54, and 41. Over in the competitive, we have so far Michigan, Pennsylvania, and NC is NC.
Where are we looking here?
Then what is
Sorry.
NC again?
NC, North Carolina, I believe.
North Carolina, yes. So they're all sitting. They're swing states, competitive states, flip states, whatever you want to call them. But it does seem that Trump has about a 10% lead currently in Georgia. Texas and Florida, unsurprisingly, are leaning towards Republican. They are diehard red states.
Definitely.
So moving down, also while we're on here, we can see that Arizona, do we have times for EST to GMT by any chance? What is 10 p.m.?
Not right away, however, we are expecting the last polls to be
4 a.m.
closing at 4 a.m.
And that's 4 a.m. GMT.
So that is in GMT time. 4 a.m. is when the last polls are expected to close. So we will be getting some updates after 4 a.m. However, we are starting to get updates through, and we will be keeping track of this over the next few hours. I also have just had an update in that says there is a swing for Trump in almost all of the counties that are nearly complete, according to NBC News data, which is 111 counties across 5 states. However, this is still a very small percentage of the USA, but a positive start for Trump, it has to be said, considering, as we looked a minute ago, that he is sitting at the 70 electoral college vote mark compared to Kamala's 27 electoral college vote mark. Now, Ben, can I just ask for your view on that?
Looking at the last closing date for everybody home, Alaska is set to close at 9 a.m. GMT tomorrow morning. So it's going to be a late one. California or Hawaii, is due to close at 8 a.m. tomorrow. So we'll probably bring you some news on Hawaii. However, Alaska, we probably won't have much coverage of Alaska, will we?
Not right now. It will be coming through later on once we
Maybe
hear
it comes
more.
through at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, we will be coming in out there to the end of our election coverage
Yes.
tomorrow morning.
And there may be some sort of random bits on our social media you can find out as well. We continue covering even when we're off air. So Ben, are you taking us through now?
Ben, I think it's just going to take us through a wee bit about what we've looked at so far and
Okay.
what his feelings
Yes.
are on this.
So, feelings? No. So what have we looked at so far, viewers? Well, essentially, we've had a look at what the nice electoral college map is saying. Called, just a wee definitional term here, it just means that they're in the process of counting the votes. Not all the votes have been counted, but the amount of votes going towards one of the candidates has exceeded that margin of error that we talked about earlier in the polling. So that's what that means. Some of the states are starting to declare some electoral college votes, not many, and it is shaping up to be interesting, and we'll have to see how the rest of the night goes. Obviously, some of the states haven't actually started engaging in this yet on the west of the country. overall, guys, it's going to be a long and interesting night. And I'm not going to waffle on much more here because I think the best thing for you to do is grab a cup of coffee or a mug of tea.
Yeah, if you're staying up this
We're
late,
not
you may
sponsored
need
by
an
Red Bull.
energy drink to
No,
keep
we're
you
not
going.
sponsored by Red Bull, but whatever energy drink you choose to drink, feel free to drink some.
Yes, just a few more updates here that we've just got in. The first key Senate results, projected with Democrats in charge by a very small margin currently, are likely to change before the evening, as there is a long way to go. So this could cause the Senate to swing from a Democrat lead to a more Republican lead. Ken's having a long evening beside me here. Also, Bernie Sanders, you may have seen him in the last election. Bernie Sanders predicted to win the Senate race in Vermont again. And also, Jim Justice is predicted to win the Senate seat in West Virginia. So that's a few updates about the Senate alongside the presidential election and the House of Representatives, which is all happening all at the same time. We're just going to go back to David now, who's going to take us through a quick look of South Carolina. So we'll just press into South Carolina, and could you just give us a wee look at South Carolina and some of the figures there currently?
Yes, I can indeed. So South Carolina's just popped up. That's another 9 electoral votes for Trump. Predicted electoral votes for Trump. So far we're sitting at 58.3 and to Trump, 40.6 to Kamala Harris, with only 34% counted. So again, it's predicting, Ben, your expertise, it would be typically
South Carolina?
Republican, wouldn't it? Or more
typically, it's sometimes counted in the Rust Belt.
It is projected to apparently be under the Trump projections currently.
Yeah, it's not typically going to escape from that. It's not as obvious, but yeah, typically it does go Republican. Particularly, it has tended to go Trump.
Yes, it did in 2020 as well.
Yeah, exactly.
The historical battle.
Once you go Trump, you never go back.
And we're just going to do another wee refresh of the page, as there is constantly more data pouring into our wee map. And look, if we're looking at the news up at the top of the page, we are going to look at now we have 99 electoral college votes for Trump and 27 electoral college votes for Kamala. So we are increasing now upwards. So there is numbers looking to go continually upwards here. And if we keep looking at the map below us, the map is going to constantly update. It updates every 10 seconds. You can see how much information is going to come through. So we also are going to have some potentially more blue states appearing in the near future. However, I think we are going to take a break for a few minutes here just to be able to have a wee look and analyse these states with our researchers, and then we're going to come back and we're going to give you more analysis very, very shortly. So we will be going to a break very shortly.
So that is us. That's it from us from now. We will be back shortly, so don't go anywhere. Stay, go get yourself a cup of coffee, tea, whatever energy drinks you're drinking, or some popcorn if you're enjoying this election, if it's getting a bit cinematic. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Catch you in a minute.
Welcome back to Queen's Radio 24-hour coverage of the US election. And just a few more key updates before we start our coverage again of the maps and the electoral college votes. Just two updates for you quickly. Firstly, Trump is watching the election outcomes with RFK Jr. And the second update is that the FBI warns of fake videos using its insignia to spread election misinformation. I know we chatted about that earlier when David and me were on talking about the tech world. And I think that is sort of becoming a prominent issue now, and you can see that right there. So yes, just that was two updates for you, and we're going to start looking into the maps and stuff again. So we're going to hand over to David just virtually to take us through what it is currently looking like.
Thank you very much, Matthew. So looking at it, there's not been much change since we last here. However, we have noticed slight different Tennessee and South Carolina. South Carolina, I think just before we went off air actually. So it is now looking like, hold on. South Carolina is looking like it's 40% with 60 to 40. It's quite a high Trump percentage. Again, like Ben has said earlier, take this with a pinch of salt. We do not know yet. We will get results later in. But at the minute, it's looking like South Carolina is going to swing towards Trump. Just on that note, looking at North Carolina, it's a very close call, only 16%, but Trump is currently trailing with about a 3% lead at the minute. So again, we will watch that closely to see how that plays out. Moving on, just sort of taking a look at states that haven't quite called yet. We've got Virginia. So Virginia is quite interesting at the minute. It is 49 to 48, so it is less than 1% in it. So it's very close with 40% counted. Last time around, that was a Democrat state. It's not, I don't think it's a swing state, is it? But it's a possible flip state.
Not traditionally, but yes, it could potentially be a flip state in this election, looking at potentially what's happening.
Ben disagrees over there. Ben's saying... so no, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Also, looking about our map here, let's have a look at another stop in at Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania has 11% now, Rob, with Harris trailing her lead a little bit less. It's now down to 70 from 75, but it's still a pretty high. But again, 11%, so we will see how that plays out. New Jersey as well. We haven't talked about New Jersey yet tonight, have we? New Jersey is 25% in. It is 10%. It's traditionally a Democratic state, and will probably continue that way. But again, 25%, 26%, so we will see how that goes. But Harris now has about a lead of about 70,000 votes there. But again, very little called. So looking over at New York, so New York has not... when do they close? Have they not closed yet?
Don't think they fully closed polls.
Okay, I think there was issues with being delayed.
Fairly soon, I believe.
Big state.
Do you want to have any update on that? I know you're saying that's a big state there.
I mean, okay, by American standards, no, but like, give it time here, guys. Give it time. We're only,
yeah. Oh no,
you're
definitely.
only at 140, so there is
you're
a very
only at
long way to
140
go.
GMT time. You know.
Yes.
So looking at New Hampshire, 20% in, again, very small so far. If I just move my map a little bit so we can see that a little bit better over here. You can see here sort of hot pockets here and around. There's about 10,000 votes in it, but there only is 20%. We'll keep you updated on that, but it's pretty confident it's going Democrat, I think, isn't it? From memory.
Yeah.
It's pretty much, yeah.
Pretty set. Interesting, I think one of the things was that in New Hampshire, some of the first votes came from this morning, and then they were 3-3.
It was tightly this morning. Also looking up at Maine, very little cold here, or very little in here. 0.9%. We have, I think, less than 7,000 votes total, with 50, 46 and thingy. So not much change there. We'll keep you updated on anything that happens there. Looking back over to the greater map now, we are obviously, you can see, starting to get slightly further along with Oklahoma. You can see we're starting to get more states coming in and starting to close polling. So let's have another wee look back in at our swing state, Georgia. So at the minute, we now are up to 53 from, I believe, 40% earlier. So we're up a little bit more with Trump now with about a 350,000 vote lead. Again, very close. Well, this is, as we said, swing state, very close, not to call yet. But he does have about a 11, 12% lead at the minute. So we will keep you up on that one, but this is looking interesting. It looks like it's going towards Trump, but again, not know until it is over. Ben, do you want to add anything to that, or?
Nah, just remember it can always swing.
Yes, indeed it can.
As can any of these states, it has to be said at the minute, but yes.
So we're going to look at Mississippi now. So Mississippi is 3.8% in, very little in, but it is looking towards Trump. But again, we have 3.8%, so it is a very low count. But that's just how the early votes are coming in. Again, count centres, depending on where you get voted or what get counted in, it changes that. Looking also at Louisiana has not anything in yet. Hold on. Let's see. So Texas. So Texas is not in yet. Now, Ben, you want to tell us what way you think Texas is going to go?
Well,
Let's make a prediction.
Texas is a classic example. I mean, this is true for some of the states. In the more urban population centres, they'll tend to vote more Democrat.
As you can see.
But the closer the country you are,
Yeah.
The further out to the country you get, the more Republican it gets. And
So
Texas is mostly country outside of Austin.
I believe this is Austin around here, isn't it? Ish.
Yeah.
And
No,
if you
no,
can-
no, no. It's
oh.
a bit. It might be a bit.
It's somewhere around here. But if you
Why
look,
are you testing our geography?
but as Ben said, if you look out here, out in country, with straight lines, you can see it is small pockets of blue and a lot of red. So again, we will keep you updated in Texas. But Ben, do you think there'll be any surprises from Texas tonight, or?
Put it this way. The amount of guns there.
Trump's
and
winning
the
there.
amount of gun ownership there is in that state. If it doesn't go red, something will have gone terribly.
Yes.
Terribly wrong.
So looking over, let's have a look at some of our. So Ohio is 43% in. It is currently quite a small lead, about 2-3% to Trump. Again, very low percent insofar, still quite a bit to go. So we will see how that goes. But so far, Trump is also looking ahead in it. Looking also at our Michigan. So Michigan is another swing state, I believe, isn't it? So far, again, we've only 7.5% of the votes in. But Ben, should we have a little chat about Michigan? So obviously a little bit in, but what do we? So obviously, Harris is ahead with a slight lead. This was traditionally one with the Democrats last time.
Indeed.
What are your thoughts for, obviously not even based on votes, but Ben, what's your thoughts for Michigan? How do you think it's going to play out?
Michigan will be interesting. I won't be surprised if it ends up going to Kamala in the same way that
Yes.
Georgia might go to Trump.
Yes.
It's sort of, it doesn't go again. Yes, they have been more tight than they have been in previous years. They have been more like, they have acted like swing states. But at the same time, as I sort of said with Georgia, these states have to go one way or the other.
Exactly.
And you wouldn't be surprised if a state like Michigan ends up going Democrat just out of natural.
I do feel that
recoiling.
both that Georgia, although Georgia and Spencer and Michigan are swing states, Georgia being a swing state does tend to go Republican, and Michigan, despite being a swing state, does tend to go Democrat. Again, they are swing states, but they do tend to they tend to be close to the line and then sort of continue. So let's see if there's any updates as well here. Still under 5 to 107, but again, looking at votes now, 53.8 to 44.9. So Harris, again, most people are predicting she's going to win the popular vote.
Democrats tend to.
Yeah, they tend to get more.
Most people at home will know this.
Yes.
But for the few that don't, Democrats traditionally, particularly as I sort of mentioned, Democrats tend to win urban population centres. So they will, where they have a higher concentration of people. So the general popular vote, Democrats tend to win. In the presidential race, however, due to the way the Electoral College votes and it works via the states, Republicans, not always, sometimes the Republicans do win the popular vote, but quite often when Republicans win, they are winning the states.
Yes.
And they are winning the fact that you have rural states with not a lot of people, but still with a more, arguably a disproportional amount of Electoral College votes.
So Ben, should we have a look at Wisconsin? We haven't had a.
Can I
Oh,
just
yes, we
check
can.
some
Chip in and work away.
breaking news?
Okay.
Can we just look into Pennsylvania on the
Pennsylvania.
map?
Yes, we can.
Pennsylvania?
So
Indeed.
we have just got news that the
Ooh, hold
voting
on.
building, one of the voting buildings in Pennsylvania, is being searched by dogs after a bomb threat now in Pennsylvania. Now, considering it is being searched by dogs, we'll consider it maybe slightly more seriously considered
Yes.
than some of the other states so far.
On that note, while we're in Pennsylvania,
Yes.
Harris has again 11%, but in that early lead, she has taken a early lead to nearly 70% now. I do believe it was actually higher. I think it's coming down. It was about 75, or it's slowly coming down. They're sort of equaling out. Again, very early. It's swing state. We'll look at it, but not good for the count if we now have.
Not good for the count
more
if we
bomb
now
threats.
do have a bomb threat. And I can confirm that the bomb threat is in Westchester, which is in the Government Services Centre in Westchester, just to confirm that information. Also, just a few live updates for you. Harris is predicted to win Delaware, plus 3 Electoral College votes to the Democrats. And now we are probably going to be looking at sitting at Democrats on 30 and Republicans on 105 as it stands. We will start also seeing abortion measure results soon, beginning with Maryland. And Nadine Youssef, BBC US correspondent, says it is too early to tell which way this presidential election is leading. As we said, that a lot of the East Coast states are starting to see votes. However, the West Coast states still have voting to go, and we won't know for a while. So I'm going to hand back to David now, who's going to take us through the Senate and the House seats and where they stand currently, after a quick look at maybe some of the other tables we have access to as
So
well.
we are going to come back to the tables, but just before I do, just on that note about polls closing. So obviously, America has, I think, a 7-hour time difference from east to west, 5 or 6. So there is a big difference. So Colorado and New York are due to close at 9 p.m. EST, which I believe is in about 15 minutes. So we're quite close to them. Same as a lot of those sort of Midwestern states as well. We are looking at Montana and Utah, and they're sort of calling in about we should have results about 3 starting to come in. Idaho and the big interesting ones here all starting to come in at I think that's about 3 o'clock, isn't it? That would be 3. So again, this will be interesting in a few hours because I believe we've got a lot of interesting states coming in here. Do we have? Hold on. Do we have anything? No, we don't.
I'll give it
Just
to
couldn't see on this. Just couldn't see it on the list. I was just wondering. So to scroll down, let's sort of between me and Ben. I'm going to pass it a little bit over to Ben, but should we talk through this before moving on to the House of Representatives? So we'll start off with looking at these lists up here. So again, leaning Democrat. So far, actually, 2 of the states that would lean Democrat, again, 1% and 45% kind of. But this one, 45, this is neck and neck. What state is that now? That's for Virginia, I believe.
Virginia.
So Virginia is actually neck
Virginia.
and neck. Harris had an earlier lead quite there.
She did,
But
yes.
it does seem to actually. Do you want to should we just pull it up on the map? Virginia. So yes, Virginia is literally there is literally like
300 votes apart.
not even 300 votes
Not even.
with 45%. So that is actually the closest we've had so far.
Wow.
There is a few hundred votes in it at the minute. Again, only 45%, but that is pretty close so far. And I'm almost pretty sure that's going to be not the first one we see tonight like that. I would say
Indeed
a lot of states coming down the line like this, but again, we are only 43% through.
Yeah.
So no, that's quite interesting to see because that was a strong lead for Harris, I believe. But it just shows you, depending on when things are counted, what results you get. So going back down to our table here, Ben, we have Maine also at the minute actually pulling ahead a little bit by 2%, but again, they were up 2% a minute ago, so it's just
margin of error there.
it's margin. Looking at the competitive ones then, so let's talk about Michigan and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania at the minute has a still high lead. That number is coming down. It was about 75%, I believe, coming down. Michigan as well, closing that gap. But again, if you look, you've only 8 and 13, and as you said, depending on what gets counted when, you'll see that number start to. The minute Georgia is up 52 to 43 with 64, and North Carolina is 53 to 46 with 25%. As well, no surprises to anybody here. Texas is currently, it's actually quite close, but again, there's still a lot of urban to go. That will probably end up being Republican. And Florida, the BBC already saying Florida going to win. I would say with 87%, that's probably
That's quite likely not.
yeah.
'That's
87%.
not shifting.
So moving down then on to the solids. So should we talk about the Democrats first then? So looking at Democrats, so we have Connecticut, Delaware. Delaware, as you said, predicting with 49%. Again, still close, but Delaware would be a traditionally blue state, I think, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it would be very blue. As well, we have, let's see, so
Don't worry about it.
Rhode Island.
Yeah.
So Rhode Island looking, you can actually get stats up on there.
Yes.
It is quite close at the minute with 63% in. So again, we'll see how that goes. 5+ candidates there to show, as Ben was talking about earlier. If you're somebody who doesn't want to vote for these two, you may have voted here. But I believe, was it one of you who said that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is advising anybody to not vote for
Donald Trump, and he is actually sitting with Donald Trump at looking at the election results.
Officially, he's withdrawn. The thing is that because he sort of put his name down, paid the money and all, he's still on the ticket. Because of how far in advance he's done, but he's officially withdrawn and has told all of his voters to vote for Trump. So it's interesting, sort of those that are voting for RFK Jr. is that coming out of the Trump camp or the Harris camp? You know, who's that hurting more?
See, that's what I want to ask. Do you think, again, there's not speculation, but do you think this is a tactic to take votes off the likes of the Democrats that they may have picked up, to take them out of the game, those extra few votes that could matter? Because I'm guessing they are now spoiled votes, effectively don't count for anything now. Do you think that's what, maybe, because I see I think there's 6+ candidates, including the two president ones, and I noticed there's a lot of states where, those swing states, especially Rhode Island, not, but a lot of them, they seem to be. Do you think that's a tactic, or?
It's a commonly held theory that this is within the, particularly Trump's staff. It's within their sort of staff's playbook to have a sort of third candidate running. That if somebody's like, I don't like the Democratic, I don't like Trump, maybe I'll vote. They don't like Trump, maybe they'll vote Democrat.
So they take
but
the
then
votes
they
off them.
have someone else that they can vote for.
So they don't want to, because obviously Americans are very passionate, and you know that's another thing I actually want to talk to you about just before we go on any further. Obviously, if you think back to May of this year with our election, we had a very poor voting turnout in the UK this year. I think Northern Ireland has as low as 53 in places, I think, really quite low. So we had an awful voting turnout. Ben and Matthew, actually, but I'll sort of start with you, Ben. Are we expecting a high turnout this year?
Historically, American turnout is not particularly high. I think if you're hitting 60% in America, you're doing well.
However,
that is
this
from
year,
memory. Caution.
What are we thinking? Do we think there's going to be a lot of people?
The sort of trends will tell you probably, because both campaigns have been saying this is going to be a tightly fought election. We know whenever the populace believes it's going to be a tight election, that there's this sort of belief that their vote will matter more because it's a tight election. Therefore, I really need to vote to make sure the candidate I want wins, or the candidate that I don't want doesn't win.
Yeah.
So that's that. If you do see a higher turnout, that is why I'd say you're going to expect to see a higher turnout, because both these campaigns have been saying that they're going to fight this tooth and nail and that it will be down to the wire.
Yeah.
And all the polling's been saying it's going to be down to the wire.
Yeah.
And nobody's been saying this is going to be a landslide.
No. And I really don't think we're going to see a landslide.
I don't think we are. However, I think it should be noted that in terms of turnout, I think we're looking at 80 million postal votes alone. Before the actual election day. That's looking and projecting like quite a high turnout. Now I'm also getting some updates regarding the maps as well.
Do you want to hit
with
us?
Georgia having 64% of their votes counted, with
see.
Trump in lead with 52.4%. The Harris is 47% now.
We have Georgia. That is, yes, there's 65% on
So-
by this map, with 53 to 47. So yeah, it's quite a. Again, it's still, I would say, it's still definitely swing state territory. There's 6% in it, but we will see as this number.
The gap
goes
is
on.
closing.
The gap is closing,
the-
but I.
On the end of the counting of that
Yeah,
election in the
definitely.
state.
I think he's held as high as 60% of the vote here. So again, that definitely coming down to the wire. Maybe not as much to the wire as we thought. Looking up, Pennsylvania and Michigan, again, very low count. So it's not worth talking about them right now. We'll see once those numbers go up. We'll start to talk more about them. Just before we move on, I want to talk about the solid. I know we talked a little bit about solid Democrat there, but let's move over our eyes over to here. So far, looking at different states, obviously we just an update here. Let me just refresh that to be sure. It's okay. Kansas is sitting ahead Democrat. Hold on.
29% of the vote has been counted.
Okay.
Don't read too much into that.
Okay.
That's all
I was
right.
going to say. I was going to say.
this.
Hold on. Kansas is going Democrat. What's happening tonight? Mississippi is, well, it's 4%. I'm not even going to talk about that. Is that Alaska getting votes in though?
Yeah. For the viewers at home, just since we've just touched on Mississippi, thing to do here is because look at the percentage of what has been counted. Just count in your head 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, because it's going to take time.
Okay.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
On that
here.
note, as I refresh the page, so we're now looking at both. Let's look at the Senate and the House. So actually, first of all, up until now, there have been no change in the Senate. The Senate was the same. The Democrats have lost a seat in the Senate, and the Republicans have gained it. It is,
Which is the one seat that the Republicans need to
Yeah.
get them over the line.
well,
to lead.
all they
have a
need.
one
They
seat
need
lead
50 to hold the
Democrats.
Senate, and I believe at the minute it was Democrats held it. I want to say.
It is by the one seat. I've just got some
Hold on.
breaking news.
for people's awareness, the Senate makeup only a third of them are up for election every 2
I
years.
agree. Now, just to chip in on that, we have just heard
Where's
that Democrat
Governor?
Josh Stein is on course, to win the governor race in the swing state of North Carolina. So it is looking potentially like a Democrat swing regarding North Carolina. And also, we also are hearing that there is 4 states, including California, to close at 9 p.m. EST time, which is 2 a.m. here.
So that
in terms
is
of voting,
3
which is
minutes.
literally 3 minutes away.
So
we
once
might
that
step in
happens,
and Ben is going to step in just quickly to make a
Yes.
comment regarding that.
To step in here, it's a bit of an explainer. It's worth bearing in mind there is a sort of trend in American voting. You got to remember what an individual American is doing today as they vote. They're voting for a president and a vice president concurrently. They are voting for for their district representative in the House, and then they are potentially voting for a senator, because only a third of the senators are up for re-election, but they are potentially voting for a senator. And some of them will be voting for governors. All this is to say is, because they've got so many different times whenever they can vote within an election time frame, some Americans tend to think they're being smart and clever, because they'll say, well, I'll do this vote for president, and that's a Republican, and then I'll vote in a Democrat for the House, and I'll vote in a Democrat or a Republican for the Senate, and I'll, they like, there are some people who like to chop and change because they think they're being smart and helping out with the checks and balances within the political system. It's quite common, so it's interesting where the Congress goes, in particular, because whatever way the House and the Senate end up being, that will affect how the new president has to play things, whether they're sort of from their party and sort of from their political background, ideological background or not. That'll affect how they will come into office and how their first 100 days in office will pan out for them, and how the rest of the next 2 years will pan out for them until the House is up for re-election, and the senators, a third of the Senate is up for up for election. But also just be aware, in terms of how much it affects the president massively, maybe not, because people tend to vote independently on the president, and they may even vote for the opposite party whenever they're voting for other representatives, sometimes because they think they're being clever, which they might be.
just before we hit the hour here, I just want to say, just looking at the House, because I haven't talked about that yet. So far it is 74 to 34 to the Republicans. However, there is no change. It's all re-election in terms of points, so no change yet. So again, any updates on that we'll bring you just before we hit 2 here and get some more results. I'm just going to take another look. Nothing more seems to have come in. We're still, Trump is currently on 53.4% with 22 million votes, and Kamala Harris is on 45.3 with 18.7 million votes. Again, still a lot to go. We will be here all night with you, so stay tuned. And I think we've just hit 2 a.m. there.
Yes, so it
hand
is
over to
now
Wilson.
2 a.m. So we have 7 more hours of our live stream here at the QRTV 24-hour live stream. Ben is suffering beside me here, but we're going to keep going, and we're going to keep going with the coverage, okay? So what we're going to do now is that we are going to take a break. We're going to put you on a loop, which will indicate some of the more up-to-date news, and we'll be back with you shortly to provide more of these exciting updates as they come live to us on the television. So we will speak to you very, very soon. Thank you, and see you shortly.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Right, well, hello, dear viewers. Welcome back. I'm Ben. I've been asked to do a brief sort of overview of US presidential history. I'm going to try to keep it light and interesting, while also sort of going over the sort of importance of US presidents to the world. Because the history of US presidents and their effect on the world is, in the grand history, perhaps short, but in our recent history, very important. But something light just to begin off with, we've been speaking a lot about what the American public look for in a president. So just a few fun stories for you in terms of Americans love character. Just something to be aware of. Why do you think a lot of the previous presidents, you'll notice, if you scroll through this list here, this is whitehouse.org, our ex-generals or whatever. They love a hero. They also love characters, such as this man here, Theodore Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt, who famously did a speech, which back in those days was, you're talking an hour to 2 hours, having been shot in the chest, actual blood, possibly punctured the lung slightly. He still went on and did the speech rather than seeking medical treatment. And some believe that is part of the thing that led to his success. And that's sort of one of these things. Obviously, Ronald Reagan had a lot of funny quips, which he's quite famous for. This man right here. Hopefully everyone recognises Ronald Reagan. But also, ex-actor. And quite a successful one. Anyway. If we're talking about American presidents and we're talking about their effect on the world, obviously there's various places you could stop. But for the sake of brevity, dear viewer, I'm going to start this off sort of Woodrow Wilson-esque. And that is really to say that until the First World War, the USA was very isolationist. Many of you will know this. America gained its independence having fought off the Brits and gained their independence, set up the American state, and then the Americans believed in being isolationists, shouldn't be involved in international affairs. Come World War I, and particularly 1917, 1918, whenever the Americans started to get involved, President Woodrow Wilson at the time was starting to be a part of a movement that was believing America's afford to sit on the world. America was becoming this sort of power in terms of an industrial power, and maybe America could help shape the world for the better, truly believing that American values of democracy, freedom, stuff that it was built on, stuff that America prides itself on being built on. And if you go to many areas of America, this is still a big point of pride for Americans. The fact that you could speak to any American, and many Americans would be proud of the fact that their country tries to uphold these values, these, some would say, lofty values of sort of freedom, democracy, your individual rights. And so, how does this affect the international sphere? Well, with Woodrow Wilson, obviously, there was this attempt at the League of Nations. Didn't work out well, did it? That sort of fails, and then we go into World War II under Franklin D. Roosevelt, and then whenever he dies, Mr. Truman. And then we enter into the Cold War, and this is whenever World War II, obviously America is a key player in World War II, the Second World War. And also, thereafter, the Cold War begins, and America becomes the superpower against the USSR initially, during the Cold War, of the world. And it really takes a step up on that global stage, and that's ushered in via these presidents. And I'm going to take snapshots out of some of these presidents, just sort of help highlight how important a presidential election is for just high global events. Space out. If I just switch over, I'll switch over here in a second to a map of also just the US military bases, not even areas where US forces are deployed or US are currently conducting various missions or whatever involved, just the places where they have permanent military bases. You see that they have a very much global presence, just as a superpower with military force. With these presidents, they all have their own effects, from Truman Doctrine, sort of anti-communist, and sort of Marshall Plan and sort of aid to Europe and rebuilding Western Europe, to the Cuban Missile Crisis and averting a possible disaster, to the destruction of the world, to, as we go through to LBJ and onwards, the continuing of Vietnam, the Vietnam War, and how that affected it, both America domestically, but also had an impact on the wider world. And obviously throughout all this, there was these were all elements within the Cold War and the wider Cold War, and that sort of ideological battle, as many would frame it, between communism and capitalism, between democracy and freedom, and tyranny and and sort of an oppressive communist style government. Carry on down these lists of presidents, obviously each of them having their own effect. I mean, and under these different presidents, America is funding different things, funding different foreign groups, getting involved in different wars, funding different proxies to different wars. This continues until the end of the Cold War, and America starts to think about taking a step back. It doesn't. It still is getting involved in various places, including in the breakup of Yugoslavia, in Bosnia and Kosovo, and these places. And people have filled books with the various conflicts of the Cold War, and you'll notice that a key theme is Soviet Union will always be present, but also America. America's still around to this day, and whenever one discusses America and American foreign policy, that is very much, whenever it comes to military force and the American foreign policy, that is very much in the purview of the American president. They are the commander-in-chief of the US Armed Forces. They are also, they also have a lot of foreign policy power and clout. They have a degree of domestic power. Yes, they have that ability to help sway things at home. They are, at the end of the day, the leader of their country on that international stage, and they have a lot of sort of that soft power. But internationally, they are the face of America, and they have a lot of power at their disposal to pursue foreign policy. And this is important because American policy affects us. To think of recent examples where American policy has been affecting us, to go back to 2000 and then 9/11 and the post-American wars, and how that has had shockwave effects in terms of how the whole world's viewed terrorism. And yes, that was partly the attack itself, but also the American response and the continued American response to that in the form of surveillance, the NSA, and one must remember as we go into these later presidents, post-Bush, Iraq, Afghanistan, and how these wars have shaped the international sphere. The argument has been made in recent years that a president like the Afghanistan war and the way the Biden administration withdrew from that had a shockwave effect because it was a messy withdrawal. It caused a lot of problems, obviously, in Afghanistan. Taliban took over. A lot of equipment was left behind, which didn't look good. And it came across in the international sphere as America didn't want to get involved. America was returned to this isolationism. And the reason this is important is then since then, perhaps not just Afghanistan's fueled this, definitely not just Afghanistan's fueled this, but there's been many other factors. But other wars have sparked. We now have a war in Ukraine, which obviously America is the largest contributor in terms of military aid to Ukraine. And obviously there's conflicts in the Middle East currently ranging between Israel and various groups within the Middle East. And whichever president comes into this, whether it is Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, these are issues they're going to have to tackle. And they will have a lot of power to do so. And the question is, how do they persecute that power? How will they go about achieving their aim? What will their aim be? And that's something worth bearing in mind. That's something that a lot of Americans, I'll take that back, a lot of Americans haven't been thinking about. If you look at the potentates, what Americans care about, people voting for Harris care about climate, female reproductive rights. Big one, seems to be the biggest one. Seems to be respect for American democracy and American institutions, and that is a big one also for us internationally. It must be stated, because America is a symbol of democratic virtue, of the democratic system functioning, is a key thing internationally, and that cannot be undermined. That should not be undermined. The stronger that is, the stronger that symbol is, the stronger that symbol is for democracy. They are that flame in the torch. In many ways, America purely is the flaming torch, representing democracy throughout the world, representing what a democratic state can do, can be capable of, how great a democratic state can be. And there may be many viewers at home saying here, thinking of this and thinking, well, how great is America? And it has its flaws, but at the end of the day, democracy is very much key thing for America. It's very much a perk of it. It's very much something that America should be proud of. It's something that ideally, particularly those of us, many of the viewers at home and those of us in here tonight, we live in the UK and Ireland, we live in Northern Ireland, where democracy is something that is valued and within the wider European context. So how an American president respects that, deals with that, holds the burden of office with that presidential decorum and respect that is expected. But foreign policy for Americans is a big issue. But for all of us watching this election abroad, it's a massive issue. If you're Iran, the Iranian regime currently is probably hoping that a Trump doesn't get in, because the last time Trump was in, it wasn't a fun time to be leading members of the Iranian regime. Surveillance, assassinations, you get the drill. There's speculation about the war in Ukraine, how Trump will deal with it. Trump's been vague. Trump has said he would sort it out. He would get Zelensky and Putin in the room, talk a deal out, whatever that deal may be. Some have speculated, not incorrectly, not correctly, we just cannot know, because Trump himself has said he would like to remain vague in the issue to allow foreign policy to be effective. But some have speculated that Trump is sympathetic towards Putin, or Trump is not necessarily anti-Russia, anti-Putin, and may end up giving Putin some of what he wants from the war in Ukraine that has been persecuted. Which is obviously a massive risk. Hence why, for all of us watching this within a European context and European defence context, are watching this election currently and are caring a lot about how this result will play out. Within a wider sphere, just to give an idea, the Americans have a massive global. I can't move it on this screen. Have a massive global presence. Obviously, the American military is strong in America and surrounding nations around there. But also, you can just see in sort of Central Western Europe and the Far East Asia, a variety of American Air Force, Army, and Naval bases stationed throughout the world in key areas that, again, that will affect. But give the Americans a lot of flexibility and a lot of control as to what they're going to do. So, that's sort of your brief sort of overview of international relations, from isolationist to in the pre-World War era to start to step out of that isolationist shoes cautiously to the post-Cold War, to the Cold War era of an international player, and how that's continued and developed. And there's a lot of nuances to this. There's a lot that could be discussed. If there are questions in the chat, we'll take them as they come. But the essence is in the modern world, America is now in a position where it is currently still a globe. It is still currently the global superpower. And while the world may be looking more multipolar, with more states looking to challenge America for on its dominance of the international order, that challenge coming from states like Russia, Iran, China, North Korea, sort of that sort of axis of resistance that's being created. America and the next American president will have to step to that, will have to deal with that, and looking in that from countries that are neighbouring those countries previously, those aforementioned countries, or in the vicinity of Europe, South Korea, Japan, name a country. Those are the key ones that come to my mind, but there are others. They will be looking at this election and will be wanting to know how. Will be hoping that whichever president gets in will act favourably in helping defend in America, helping to defend its allies. Such a brief history of international relations, and we'll go back to some of them more. And we should be nearly done here soon. And soon, I believe, Mr. David will be on to give you a talk on stocks and a talk on perhaps the betting markets. But we'll go over all some of the interesting presidents. As I've already mentioned, Teddy Roosevelt, just down here. That's William Howard Taft. You could probably talk about all these presidents. All these presidents tend to have something interesting about. Yeah. That's fine. 1 second, I'm going to have a drink of water here. So yeah. What might be an idea is I pull up the chat here and just see what you guys want to talk about, because at this point, I've been asked here to basically fill time. In case you can't tell, dear viewer, there was someone planned to do this, and that didn't quite work out. So I'm just going to pull up the live feed here, just see what's going on. See if you guys are commenting anything interesting, just while I get confirmation on what's going on currently. Anything in the chat? Nothing new, which is fair enough. But we'll talk about some of the interesting political things that have been going on. I haven't received any headlines, but sure, we'll just go for it. Is this our map? This is our map. So, someone said in the chat that we're expecting a record turnout this time, which, as we touched on, not surprising. We certainly are expecting a record turnout. I mean, people are all predicting this to be close. Question is, which means more people are going to come in and vote. So yeah, that's what we're looking at on that. In terms of presidents, previous presidents, we'll go over the candidates again. Donald Trump. We've talked quite a bit about his foreign policy, and he is an interesting foreign policy background from his last presidency, where he, to go back into the foreign policy, where he very much was seen as, depending on what side you're on, either cozying up to dictators or being unpredictable and sounding to be nice, warming, getting to know them so that you get to see and room with them and chat to them, while also sort of being that sort of unpredictable sort of element, saying, able to give that sense of, if whoever he was speaking to did something he didn't agree with, there would be consequences. Kamala Harris has been altogether vague on her foreign policy, and she has no track record outside of her time as vice president. Which, how much does the vice president actually do? It's not much, unless the president gives them a remit to. As it goes, the thing to say about Kamala Harris is she has gone on the record and said she won't be like Biden, whatever that means. You can take your own opinions of that. My mind on that, that probably means she'll act differently, definitely around Israel Gaza, and she's probably trying to distance herself from events like the Afghanistan pullout, which is to many Americans within some of these states seen as an embarrassment on how that happened, seen as an embarrassment on American honor, on the American armed forces, on America as an international leader, in terms of how that withdrawal was done, in terms of when it was done, why it was done. Seemed to have been done for very much the political reason to say they were out of that America was out of the country. But yeah, that's just brief summary of America, the American presence in the international sense. Like I said, there's a lot more you could talk about. Honestly, would recommend it. Some of these presidents have very interesting backgrounds. Some of them led interesting lives before their presidency, and in the presidency, they all dealt with their own crises and their own problems. Looking very red. Yeah, the map is. It's all early counting though. And it's worth mentioning that a lot of these red states are states that you'd expect to go red at this stage in the day. Some of them might change, but will some of these end up going blue? Who knows? I'd be surprised if Nebraska went blue. I'd be very surprised. But we'll see how it goes. See what Kansas really, but it's all to play for, as they say. It's all to play for. And maybe this is a moment while I wait for good to go for break. Well, viewers, hopefully I haven't bored you for too long. Hopefully this has been interesting for you. We are going to take a quick break. Soon David will be on to speak to you about stock markets, gambling, and how they are reacting to the American presidential election, or race, as some would call it. So yeah, if you haven't already, grab a cup of coffee or a cup of tea if you're still being awake for this and you're mad like the rest of us.
Good morning. We are now at 3:44 in the morning.
Still going strong.
Nearly 3:45 in the morning, and we are still here giving you all the coverage from all the different states. I want to thank you, Ben, for his coverage on the presidential history, which was really, really interesting coverage there. And we are going to just give you a bit of an update on where we are regarding the US election results for 2024. David's going to give us a quick run through just where the college electoral votes are currently sitting.
So we left you off talking about the actual current results, I think about an hour and a half ago, I want to say.
In about then,
So
yes.
back then, I think we were sitting quite a lot less. So Donald Trump is now sitting at, again, predicted. Nobody has called yet, just to clarify. This is all predicted. Donald Trump is sitting at 207 predicted college electoral votes. And Kamala Harris is sitting at 91. Now, again, in about 15 minutes, all of the Western states are all due to call. So I'm just scrolling on the map to show the likes of Oregon, California, Nevada, and Arizona. Well, Arizona have already called, or announced that they're doing voting, but those big ones, which typically are big blue states. So that's why at the minute Kamala is quite far behind, because those typical blue states, you know, the Midwestern states, your Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, they're all going to be Republican, and that's what's already called or announced that they're where their votes are sitting. So we're sort of just going to talk you through it, just give you an update, because quite a bit has changed. Again, just to clarify, all sources we're getting from is from mainly BBC and a couple other ones as well, just, you know, for fact checking like we talked about earlier.
100%.
So yeah, just in case there's any, again, this is what BBC are predicting. We'll probably make our own predictions actually based on that, because again, like we said, take everything with a pinch of salt. But
yes, indeed.
so just sort of going through, we've got results in from 20 out of the 50 states so far, so we'll probably just work our way through. Last time we left off, basically from Florida, with the exception of Georgia, through to Texas, Oklahoma, they are all Republican. Question for producer: can they see this on screen? So while I'm talking, I show them. Yes. Perfect. Thank you very much. So around. Can they see my screen or just a map?
Just a map, but that's all right. Just a map.
Okay, so sort of you can obviously see, you know, that big red pocket. Perfect. You can see that big red pocket in the middle. Again, if we look, let's take, obviously I know you're just seeing the map, but if we look at Florida, for example, 90% counted. Trump now has a, 14% lead.
14% lead in Florida currently.
with nearly 1.4 million votes. So again, I'm not going to call it, but I am going to say definitely Trump has won Florida. I think
it looks very, very like, you know, Florida has been.
He's up 14%, so even 10% will change it. We're gonna. Do you want to make the call?
We will make the first call on Florida.
Yeah,
here
we're gonna. So this is now that time of night where we get to do. So we're gonna be the first ones to make it. We're gonna call. We should actually get a wee thing. Go and get on your phone or something.
Yeah.
Just so we're gonna say, just so we can keep our wee tabs.
We're gonna write a few notes.
Yes,
here just
and
as
we'll update you. And we'll get probably a screen overlay later on in the thing.
Indeed.
So we're gonna go ahead and say, based on analysis, that the fact that he's up 14% and there's 1.6 million votes in it, and we're gonna say Florida has been won by Trump.
Yes, and it's stating as very red on the map.
It is. It's like I said, you know, it's 56.1 to 42.7 with 90%. Like Harris, I don't think can win that. I think she
even if she adds that extra 10% in, it's still not going to reach
and
the
that's considering.
And that's considering if all of the votes currently then go blue. So there is pretty much a guarantee that Florida has been.
So let's move on to Alabama. Now, Alabama has only 58%, so we're not ready to call that. However, Trump, maybe we are.
Trump is taking a 30%.
We're not going to call it yet, but he's up 66.5 to 32.3 with 800,000 to 400,000. So we're not going to call it, obviously, because it's not like Florida. But I would say, depending on when counting ends, we will be calling this probably within the next hour or so.
I would say so. Yeah. I just when we're in the area, I think we'll just move across to the right and have a look at Georgia, which is one of the interesting swing states.
So Georgia's one of the. Actually, we were talking off air beforehand here.
Yes.
And all of the swing states have got very exciting. We talked earlier about how down to the wire. This is going to be down to the thinnest piece of wire I've ever seen in my life.
This is the closest election
right now, Trump is still obviously. Oh, I'm just forgetting. Joe Biden. So, bit of context. Joe Biden won this last time by 0.1%.
Yes, very
tight. It was extremely tight, and it was one of the big contenders battlegrounds we talked about. However, looking at this, he is currently with 88.1% of the votes, 51.1 up over 48.1. However, there is literally less than 100,000 votes in it. So that 11% could change it. So we're definitely not ready to call Georgia.
No.
When we find out,
We will be
talk
letting
about.
you know probably during the course of this show, which will go up to half.
Yes.
4. We probably will be able to call it though, considering
So let's
depending on how
go over
fast
to
votes are called.
South Carolina. It's 80s. Are we ready to call?
I
Yes,
don't.
18,
Yes,
18.
we would be
So
ready
our
to call.
second
Actually,
state we're going to call is it's going to be South Carolina. So previously Donald Trump held this in 2020. So Donald Trump is currently up 1.3 million votes at 58.5% of the share or of the vote share. Kamala Harris is at 40.2. So because it's 86.1, I now no longer believe. Again, we could be wrong, and again, but this is our prediction.
this is from what we are seeing in front of us and the figures that we are.
If
being
the editor
presented
wants
with.
to put together a overlay on screen to show later in the show why we're doing this, that'd be great. We can help that. So yes, we're going to call South Carolina as our second state. We're going to call in no particular order, by the way, just as we're looking at them. So let's now go over to Mississippi. So Mississippi, it's only 43%. We're not ready. He is up a nearly 30% lead. However, we're only 43% in, so I think we'll come back to this. We
will come back to that one now. There is still a lot of that state to be
Louisiana, covered. Now Louisiana, for a bit of context, although Trump won it last time, Louisiana, like we joked with Texas,
yes,
if it's not red, the world's going bad.
Yeah,
and it is currently up 1.1 million votes.
It is another cold state at this point.
We're actually gonna call it because I'm just realizing it's 87.8.
Yes,
and he is 62% of the share. So I'm gonna say Louisiana. Trump has won Louisiana.
I would agree with you there.
So let's see. Yes, that's only 3 states. Again, we're not doing this in any particular order. We're just going through the red ones first because there's more of them. And I don't think Kamala necessarily is any ready to call. So now looking at Texas. Now hold on, we're not ready to call Texas, which is weird because, like I said,
it is traditionally a very Republican.
I don't think they've ever voted
leaning.
Democrats. However, the reason we're not going to call it is because there's still 24% in it, and there is only a 14% lead. So the way we're, just for a bit of clarity, the way we're calling these is if the percentage left of the vote is more than the vote share, that's when we'll call it. Because then it's a definite, because we don't want to call, again, realistically speaking, Texas is not going to go Democrat, but we just want to clarify.
I think one of the reasons we may be arguing that is due to the gun laws that are currently in Texas and the amount of weapons
if
that
Donald
are
Trump
in
doesn't
Texas.
win, there's going to be nobody living in Texas. So yeah. So our next one we're going to call Oklahoma is 98.7%. Trump has a 66% over 31, 1.019 million votes over 490,000. Interestingly, Robert Kennedy got 15,000, which doesn't matter because Kamala Harris has lost that. But again, we talked about Ben and speculation, but the speculation I've read online is that he entered this campaign to take votes away from people who were like, well, I'm not voting Trump. Maybe I'll vote Kamala, and then, but here's somebody else
who provides potentially a better solution to some of their issues.
Or just not one of the two main ones.
Exactly. So I think he is now pulled out and is endorsing Trump and voting for Trump.
I personally, my own opinion, and I think it's your probably opinion
I would
too,
agree with
but
that opinion,
it is the opinion that it was a tactical decision. And we've seen this year after year, this is a thing that happens.
Agreed.
So we've got Oklahoma, it is our third or fourth state.
It's our fourth state called on top of then.
Now to Arkansas, so we have 70%, now what's the percentage difference?
No, 70%. We're
not going to call it because there was
70%
of the vote counted. There was about 29%, 28% roughly of a vote. No, 27% of a vote share difference. So once we get more than 73%, we will call Arkansas.
I reckon we should be able to call Arkansas very, very shortly. Yes.
Again, we will also, we're getting through this. So let's go to Tennessee. So Tennessee has 90.9. We're going to call Tennessee. Trump has won Tennessee.
Yes, he has
90.9% with 64.7% of the vote share. Kamala Harris has 33. So Trump with 1.8 million votes to 985,000. So we're going to say that Trump has won Tennessee as well. And again, Trump always takes an early lead. The Republicans always do because of time zone voting.
Indeed.
So let's look at Kentucky. That was one of our first ones to go through. Trump has also won Kentucky. It's 95.7% votes counted with 64.4 to 38. So Trump has won Kentucky. Again, no surprises. Let's have a look at West Virginia. Trump has blown it out of the water. Harris took that early lead. 83% votes counted, but he is currently 70% to 28. So there is no way on this earth that he can lose. So he's also won West Virginia. Again, very red, typical state. No big shock there to the system.
Indeed so.
Looking at Indiana, so they have 84. We're going to call Indiana. 84.
Yeah, we actually can call Indiana as well.
84%. Trump is now up 58.5 to 39.5. So Trump has won. We're going to call Trump. We're pretty sure has won Indiana. Looking also over to Ohio. If we look at Ohio, so Ohio is 85. So okay, so Ohio is going. Trump's going to win it. Trump is going to win Ohio. He's up 500,000 votes. However, because there is still 15% and he's only got a 30% lead, we're not going to call it. But I would say again, within the next half hour, once we get more votes,
should be able to
we'll be calling Ohio. Now moving across to
West Virginia.
We're ready. West Virginia.
Would you already do? Look at
We
that.
did. We're ahead of ourselves.
We're already ahead of ourselves there.
Now let's look at Missouri. So Missouri, only 60%. This is a traditional red state too.
It's currently leading in the red.
It's currently leading by nearly
400,000 votes.
Yeah, and nearly 20%. However, they've only 64%. This will be called as Trump, I'm going to say, but we're going to wait until we get the
probably we're looking at about 4:30 or 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I would say we'll be calling about 4:30. Iowa as well. We're looking at Iowa. Okay, what's the
same again?
No,
we believe that it's
Iowa
red.
Is again traditional red, 56 to 42. However, it's only 72. So I reckon any of these states that we're saying we're ready to call but not quite yet, I would say within the next half hour to an hour we'll be,
I would agree. By the end of this show, finishing at half 4,
we'll be calling those states. So let's take a look at Kansas. So 80%. So Kansas is actually, again, we see Robert Kennedy taking away some Dem votes. However, not ready to call because there's only 13%, but I mean, if we get another 7%, we'll be calling
I think
Kansas.
Just when we're on Kansas, I think the Dem votes that Robert Kennedy has actually taken away is actually a significant proportion and could
it would put Kamala over the 45, which would have actually made it nearly a swing state.
Exactly.
So I think this was definitely a tactical position from Kennedy.
I would agree with you on that.
And considering he's now watching the election results with Trump, would show that it's not unfounded.
Indeed.
So let's take a look at. We've already looked at Iowa.
We have indeed.
We have indeed. Where have we looked?
We're gonna go. We're gonna go slightly more west.
Texas.
Yeah, we're gonna.
So we're not gonna hit South Dakota. So South Dakota only 21%. However, Trump already has 70 to 30. I would say this is typically a red state. South Dakota.
Yes.
This is going to be a Trump, but I would say we'll probably be calling this. I would say maybe close to 6, 7.
I would agree that there's a wee bit of time before
depending on how fast their voting gets in. Let's look at North Dakota. So North Dakota has 50%. Hold on.
We can't quite call that yet. However, again, we are very
again,
close.
these two states are not ever going to be won by Democrats.
In both these states,
unless Trump runs for Democrats.
Indeed, in both these states, there is only one blue box out of all the counties within.
And it's the urban area. And that's what Ben talked a lot about. I do think it's important, you know, in the likes of North Dakota and South Dakota, Democrats will always win those urban environments, whereas your typical country farmers will always vote Republican. And that's the way it's always been. So that's, again, I would reckon probably another hour maybe on each.
I would agree, probably another hour and a half.
So looking at Montana, okay, so Montana's one of our new states they're in because it's about to hit, so we're going to get more too. But so Montana's 5.3% in. Trump has taken it early to 61 to 35. Again, typical red state. You can see the Democrats have picked up in those urban areas, but I think probably we'll be calling that as Trump as well.
I would agree, but we can't call quite so early on that.
Wyoming as well with 40% in. Trump with a 76% to 21. Wyoming is always a typical red state, but this is a very red state this time.
I was thinking largely than usual at such an early stage.
Yeah, I just actually wonder why we're on. It's just like last time Joe Biden had 26 to 69, and we are already at 76.1 to 21. That's a big lead from Trump there. Big early set. Look at Utah, and then we're going to move on to Canada.
I think so.
So Utah, Utah have just started reporting by the looks of it because 0%. Trump has won it without 0%, so that's quite interesting.
It's obviously predicted that it may become a red state due to exit polls.
Let's start at the far side, move it back way, which is Canada.
So.
So we're now looking at, so we've got 70%.
That cannot be called, yeah.
That can't be called. Colorado is a typical blue state, and again, if you guys can see this on the map, the red boxes are the countryside, and then Colorado and Denver, you know, they are the blue, and there's a big city. You tend to find smaller country ones will be one if they've like Chicago's always getting one.
Exactly.
Colorado and Denver's a big populous city that will appeal to the Democrats, and that's where they'll get their main votes from. They're up currently, I think, about 13%.
I also do believe that we're waiting for one county to actually finish their voting still in Colorado. It's just down here in the bottom corner of Colorado.
And it is
San Juan, Colorado, with no reported results yet. Now that may be that
I believe they're blue.
However,
I
yes,
believe that's blue. So I would say we will be probably calling once we get that in. We will be calling because no, it is a big city. Hold on, because it's one place and it's got still 70%.
Yeah,
30%. So I would say once we get in San Juan, however.
It is a fairly close.
Here's how we can work it out.
Potentially closer
than
normal.
Hold on. That's not it.
last time it was a 60% share. I reckon we call this.
We could, but I think we will leave it just until
but
we have confirmed.
We
but I
will
agree
be
that
in the
we
next sort of hour telling you that that Kamala Harris has won Colorado. I would say
definitely so.
Or whenever they get that in.
I agree. We had a little
technical glitch.
Technical glitch, but we're
Whoopsies.
back.
So,
Where we go?
Looking now, we're going to move over to Kamala Harris next.
Illinois.
We will also look at the grey states, but we're looking at the ones that are. So right now, there is still 24% of the vote. She is up nearly 10%. Again, not ready to call, but again, typical blue state. If we look back to last time, won by a similar margin.
Similar.
So I would say, we're not going to call it yet, but I would say we will be looking at an Illinois as won by
Just
Democrats.
an interesting point on this one. Robert Kennedy, the independent, has actually gained more percentage of the vote than he did in 2020, with it being 1.1% in 2020, but 1.4% so far.
He's taken 62,000 votes off the Democrats. I don't think it will be enough to swing it to Trump.
It won't, but it has made a noticeable...
which just, again, I think shows the I was about to say fact, it's not a fact, it's not proven, but shows the opinion that this is definitely a tactical decision.
I think we can make a fairly solid assumption about this matter, though, regarding Robert Kennedy, because he has very clearly endorsed Trump, and he is actually in the space with Trump watching the results come in. So I think we can very clearly sort of make a assumption about that.
Just to let you all know as well, sorry to interrupt you, it's
all right.
4 a.m, so California has instantly gone blue. Now,
yes,
you're probably going to wonder why, because, no vote in. The reason they have gone straight away to California blue, I don't think California has ever not been Democrat. It is Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Jose. It is the liberal Democrat.
If we look back to 2020, they
had 11 million votes. If we look back to previous years, if we look back to 2016, they had 61. 2012, it's 60. 2008, it's 61. They always win California. So that's why without any votes reported, it's gone blue. And again, once we get those votes in, I would even almost be comfortable calling it now. We just don't have the votes to back it up. You're going to see Democrat California. Could we guys mute, please? Would that be possible?
Sorry. We then are looking at New York. So in New York, we've got a 56.8% lead to Kamala Harris currently, v Donald Trump's 42.8% lead. Currently, we have 3,797,939 votes going to Kamala Harris versus the 2,861,615 votes going to Donald Trump. So we're not quite ready to make a clear and firm statement about this yet, but we will be able to clear this yet very, very shortly.
Also looking on, so obviously we've got the split up bits over here. So obviously with the Vermont is what we're going to call, we're calling Vermont. So Vermont has 10% left voting, but Kamala has a 64 to 32. So we're ready to call. Have you got note of what we're calling so far?
Yeah.
Have we called any of the other ones?
Indeed. No, we haven't called any of the other ones yet.
So Vermont is the first state that we're going to say that Kamala has definitely won.
Yes.
We will also do a little total of electoral votes and put on what our current prediction is based on what we've got.
Agreed.
So Vermont is definitely Kamala. No surprises there. Now, 36% of Massachusetts has been 36.4. Kamala has a strong 60 thing. It was one last time. It is historically always been Democrat. We're not going to call it yet because we don't have enough information, but again, I would say
it's likely to be.
We will be calling
Democrat.
the next few hours.
Yes, I agree.
Moving on to Rhode Island. So Rhode Island, Kamala, 15%. So Kamala needs about it's quite 50-50.
It's very close.
It's 10%.
Does not need much more to become a Democrat state. With 85.1% of the votes counted with a 53.3%.
So again, within I would say an hour or so, we'll be making that call. Moving on to Delaware. So Delaware, we're going to call Delaware because they've basically counted. They have 99% counted with 56% of the vote going to Kamala Harris, 42 to she has won Delaware. Again, no surprise there. All the stuff we're reporting now is the early stuff. It's the obvious ones. Like the Texas, the Delaware. What will be getting interesting is about an hour or two.
Yes,
when we get the swing states. So looking also onto
the District of Columbia, just when we're here, is another interesting point.
Yes, so District of Columbia. Let me just zoom in. Oh, hold on.
There we go.
So District of Columbia. Yep. So we have 89% of the votes counted. Yeah. Oh, okay. So Kamala has 90.6% of the vote share. Let's just go ahead and say landslide.
Yeah, that is a landslide.
Actually, while we're on here, let's just look back at the previous one. So last time she had 92, or they had a 92. Hillary Clinton had a 90. They have yet to. They've never dropped below 90. Colombia has been more democratic than California.
Yeah,
it
agreed.
is the democratic, and let's just look at Maryland as well. While we're on, we're gonna call Maryland. I think.
Maryland also, I think,
We're gonna call. So Kamala has
just about
1.3.
be called.
Just about. It's touch and go, but we're in the sense of she is 50 or 60% to 38, but there's 76% called. So we're gonna call that she has won Maryland. Again, no surprises in any of this right now.
Indeed. And I think at this point as well, we are going to welcome Ben
Yes.
back onto set, so
Hold
he
on.
can continue to give
Also,
input
on
into
that
this
note,
as well.
little update. Democrats are currently sitting with 105 predicted electoral votes. We will do a little tally in a minute to let you know what they're currently sitting on. And Trump on 211. So just to give you an idea of what's been called in the last few minutes, Idaho. Oh, hold on, 0% of the votes counted. Never mind, just ignore what I was going with there. I thought that was
That was a landslide, but it's not. Do not worry.
So I want to do a little bit of a recap now. I want to look at the grey states, the states that we have numbers for. So let's start in with Georgia again. So go back to
Georgia, we're coming back to this again
So
and again.
Georgia
and
is
again.
getting
tighter and tighter
this
and
is
tighter.
this is the chili bowl here, spicy.
Yeah.
This is like the spicy. So Georgia is currently sitting. Atlanta always been a Democrat hotspot. That big city, that urban sprawl. The rest of it. So currently Donald Trump is up 51 to 48.2 with about less than 112,000 votes, but 88% has been called. So
we should be able to tell you in the next hour
but
what
as
way
it
we're
sits
going.
at the minute, it looks like Donald Trump's going to win it.
I
But again,
agree.
there is less than 3% in it, so this is anybody's game.
I would agree.
Looking at North Carolina, so we have 80. So Trump is currently up just over 2%, with 85%. Again, I believe this is a swing state, isn't it, North Carolina?
It is, and we will be coming back to that.
So North Carolina is a swing state. We will be coming back to that.
It is very close currently.
It is very close. Well, like all these swing states,
there is no giveaways yet.
Virginia,
on what the result is going to be.
Well, probably Virginia's. Is it on the swing state list? It's not, but honestly, looking at it, there's 78.3.
It might as well be at this point.
And there's 1.9% in it.
Yeah.
With literally 70,000 votes in it, so it's very close. With only 78% done, so we will be getting back to you on that one. Now,
Pennsylvania.
Before we go, Pennsylvania. So this has been interesting. Kamala Harris, as we talked about earlier on the show, started off with amazingly 75% of the vote. However, this is a perfect example of why you don't count your eggs too early.
Indeed,
That lead slowly has been narrowed as Trump has come up. So now, currently, at the time of 4:07, Trump is in the lead in Pennsylvania with 51.2% of the share and 2.543 million votes to Kamala's 47.8. Okay. And 71% of the votes
I
counted.
think the one interesting thing we should point out about that is that Kamala did spend her entire last day there as well of her campaign. And we are now also going to be able to welcome Ben back onto the set to continue to discuss the views of we'll move up here a minute. Continue to discuss the views of these maps.
So Ben, just to sort of run you through, Ben, we have made a couple of calls ourselves based on the fact that the percentage lead is more than the votes to be called. 100%. So for Trump, we are saying, we'll go through Florida. We have called Florida because there's actually more now. The vote share is more than what is left to go. So we're going to say Trump has won Florida.
Yes,
like
indeed,
no surprises there. We're also saying South Carolina, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, and Indiana. They've all now got a vote share bigger than the amount of votes left to call. So there's no possible way. Kamala, as it sits at the minute as well. Actually, we've just seen Oregon come in. Again, we'll
have a look at that very shortly.
So Kamala, we are saying, has won Vermont. I think she has a...
we're looking at Vermont.
Kamala is more than enough. There's 10%.
Delaware. District of
The interesting one we actually want to talk about is District of Columbia. Now, Ben, what is your expert on this? Now, over the last elections, they've never dropped below 9%. Do you think it's good? We can call that now, yes?
Yep. Yeah,
no surprises, obviously.
The interesting point is, though, there is still a potential for them to drop below the 90%. Very unlikely, but there is still a potential, and that may, if that does occur, be the first time ever that may have occurred.
So Nebraska's going the way. Shout out to Nebraska, by the way. Great people live in Nebraska. But
so Oregon actually has a lot of votes already in, despite only just opening 9 minutes ago. That's quite impressive. So looking at Oregon, we're 60 to sort of 38 with 44% counted. Now, Ben, obviously we're not going to call because we don't have enough information yet, but where do you think this state's going to end up going? I'm going to say it's going to be Democrats.
Yeah.
It's not a swing state. It's a Democrat stronghold.
It's a Democrat stronghold. It should be going Democrat. It's got 8 electoral votes.
Yeah. Good 8 votes for them.
At the end of the day, I think the key thing that you want to be doing now is you want to be going through the states and sort of going, wow.
What we're doing is
what does Harris need to win in order to actually
win the election?
pull
Yes.
this off?
So what we're doing is we've gone through and
What
worked
does
out. We've worked off so far based on once the vote share is bigger than the percentage of votes left to count. We're calling a state, and we're also now looking on. We're going to start and go through actually what, especially those. We're actually you've just joined us at the perfect time. We're about to go into the swing states. So we'll start off in Georgia here. I was telling them this has been an exciting one.
So
it is
close
currently
right now.
there's less than 12% left to go. Trump with a just over 3% share. Like I said, this is anybody's game. It's getting really interesting. Now, Ben, if we look at the map here of the parts of Georgia that hasn't called,
Yep.
what are we thinking here? So our areas is we've got Toombs,
Clinch. That's a bit of an irony there. They might clinch the victory in Clinch.
and Brooks. Now, in your opinion, if we actually look back at 2020, these were all Republican hold places. 2016, they were all Republican. 2012, they were all. And 2008, these have never been held by.
Well, they're rural, so in Georgia they are likely to go.
Second mic.
Have another mic there just so we can hear you clearly. Brilliant, Joe.
So these are rural states. So the rural and sorry, they're not rural states, rural districts.
Yes.
Apologies, my dear viewer. But rural areas will have a proclivity to vote Republican.
Yes.
So it won't be surprising at all.
Yeah.
If
We're
this
not
ends
going
up
to
going
call it, but
Republican.
are we thinking that
That
Trump has won Georgia?
how much is that worth?
That is worth just a
16 electoral
16.
votes, which could be a very
that was a crucial swing state.
big state, considering if we look up here, Trump is now currently sitting on 211
Harris is on 153.
electoral college votes. So
Interestingly,
if
though-
Trump got another 16
Well, because that's
votes
not a predicted 16
from
yet.
Georgia,
So,
potentially.
do you think then within the next, we've said a couple of states will be calling within an hour. Do you reckon the next hour, once we get those votes in, we'll be calling that?
Yeah, you'll be calling these fairly soon. I mean, another 16 to Trump. I mean, that's going to
Now,
be.
you actually call us over talking.
killer.
We want to bring it back. So we want to bring you in on this. Now, Ben, before we click on it, Pennsylvania.
Oh,
Pennsylvania has been interesting. Remember when we talked earlier in the show, it was a 75% camel-leading with all it's going to be landslide. That has been slowly eroded away to, where do you see this? Trump is now leading 51 to 47 with 73%. It is neck and neck, less than 150,000 votes.
let me
Now,
guess.
There's one place left to declare, and
It's a rural area, isn't it?
it is a rural area.
It's a rural
so
area,
we
isn't
could
it?
potentially see Trump winning
Yeah.
both Georgia and Pennsylvania, which has been a key.
How much is Pennsylvania worth?
Pennsylvania
We
is
will
worth.
just clarify that now.
Pennsylvania is worth.
That's the key thing in all this.
Pennsylvania,
Key thing.
it is a key battleground state. It is worth
19. That is
19.
the one
That is
with
a
the
big-
biggest.
Trump is
what was Georgia worth again?
Georgia was 16. Trump,
19 plus 16. That is putting him very close to that 270 mark.
yeah.
Those are two key states that, again,
If
If they,
Kamala loses
if
those-
they,
those are two key states that we necessarily didn't. Georgia, we had a fair idea Trump was going to win, but Pennsylvania it's a 50-50. Now, moving on, we look at Michigan.
yeah, we should.
I haven't had a
think
look
we
at it
should
yet.
have a look at Michigan.
So looking
here.
at Michigan,
It's 15 electoral votes. Sorry.
so currently it is 3%. Now they've only 32% in. And now Ben, let's have a wee look at this, shall we? Looking at what's not called. Over here.
these are rural, aren't they?
Yeah. These are traditionally rural areas, which are traditionally Republican
A lot of this is all. So I'm.
areas.
Now, some of it, a couple of them from memory here, are more. I believe up here there's a bit that is more Democrat friendly.
Yes, yes.
However, I think again Michigan will come down to the wire, and it really depends on those rural votes, honestly.
Yeah, it does. I mean, at the same time, from a Trump campaign perspective, they can afford to lose one or two of these. They
If
just
they win
they
Georgia
just
and
need to win.
Pennsylvania, that's a massive.
If they win those two, they are. This is looking favourable for Trump. I mean,
And realistically, we said all night like this has been a very close election.
how much is Nebraska worth? I'm going to guess
Nebraska, actually,
3.
let's have a look at Nebraska with 5.
5.
Now,
There you go.
50%. Again, I think we'll be calling this in an hour. It's
Trump is taking 8% lead currently, but there's only
and it's always been
51.9%
red.
of the
So
votes
moving
taken.
on, let's have a look at Wisconsin. So Wisconsin's quite
Wisconsin.
interesting.
It's another 10 electoral
He's up
votes.
2% again, which last time was a Democrat. Now, What I will say is, give me a second to reset the map because this thing is sometimes laggy. Looking at the map of Wisconsin,
Yeah.
guess what these areas are that aren't called yet?
They're all Republican, that the ones
Oh,
have
hold
not
on.
been
Well,
called yet.
sorry.
No, they are.
They
They
can
are.
always switch. They can
They
They
can
can
always
always switch. You make a valid point
but-
there.
They are all,
they are,
which
they
again,
are statistically,
a
they are
typical
going Trump.
Democrat state. The Democrats seem to have lost votes in those, as you said, those urban areas. Trump seems
Yeah.
to have taken, like, if we look at, here's a typical one. Trump took 3,000 to 4,000. He took nearly 40% of that vote. Here, he's taken nearly, it was out 4%. If you go
It's all
over
very
to
tight.
to Dane and Iowa, Wisconsin, he is within a margin of it. And I think he is, especially, we were actually talking about this. We're sort of, not drawing conclusions, but we were talking about Robert Kennedy. We are now sort of formulating the opinion that this was a tactical thing. What state was it we looked at that he nearly it wasn't quite
So,
up. He took 60,000 votes off the Democrats.
It isn't necessarily always intentional.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
mean, it's one of those things.
It looks quite blatant.
It's just how it's worked out. I mean, do me a favor, click on Iowa, because Iowa is going to be an interesting one in this.
That's Illinois.
That's
sorry.
Illinois.
Apologies.
Iowa.
Hold on, let me just get this back up nice.
So Iowa, with a lovely 6 electoral votes, it now looks as though it might be sliding towards Trump. The interesting thing was, on Saturday there was a poll that came up for Iowa, quite a big one, and some of the viewers will probably have heard about it. It's been talked about quite a bit about how a pollster did a polling of Iowa, and they came up with the conclusion, you've got a lot more sort of independent, older female voters, but also female voters in general going out and voting for Kamala. Was making the point that if this holds, Iowa will not only go to Kamala, but there might be a landslide towards Kamala.
However, I don't think it's going to be a landslide.
How this has been going for Trump indicates this is not the case. That
Yes. It won't be a landslide, I don't think.
Kamala has failed to get out the numbers
Yes.
of the female vote that she wanted.
I wonder, can we actually look at the vote percentage yet? Can we see? Well, actually, here's the vote share. There's that. But I would be interested to see if we could see gender, because it was showing it on some other one. No, it's not showing.
I mean, the really interesting thing though to note would be is if you just scroll down there is this is a fast past the post election.
Yes.
For an explain to the viewers in most of these states, the candidates don't have to win the majority of votes in these states. They just have to win more than anyone else. So, important thing to note there is if you have a lot of other candidates that are sort of picking up 1-2% of the vote from a state, that can have a very detrimental effect on the big 2 candidates running, and it's just a question of who's taking more of a hit, who's losing more voters to independents.
On that note, we're actually going to make another call here. We talked about a few minutes. South Dakota. Not South Dakota.
North Dakota
you can call.
North Dakota, I am happy to call now. We've had a few more in. It is now 70 to 20% with 60% left. It's not winnable for Kamala. Am I correct in saying that? Yeah.
It's possible, but it's very unlikely.
It's very unlikely. So I think, would you be comfortable in calling that?
Yeah, if it shifts,
we're going to have a whole other conversation.
yeah. I think, genuinely how this does seem to be panning out is that
Trump seems to have reached the rural areas very, very well.
Always does.
He's really good out there.
Always does. Always does.
Let's have a look at
Arizona and so
on. Arizona has
there's a tight battle going on
here. We're only 51.4% in, but we are 0.1 now.
Look on previous.
We look at 2020. Oh, okay. So 2020 was out by 0.3. Now this is one of these swing states that they talk about that is literally down to the wire. Okay, Donald Trump 2020, but 2020, Biden won by 0.4% of the vote share, and right now Trump is up by 0.1 of the vote.
0.1%.
0.1% of the vote share. Literally less than 3,000 votes in it, and with only 51 to go. Now, what I would like to look at, Ben, is if we look at this map here with what's blue and what's red.
Mm-hmm.
The bits that haven't claimed compared to now.
Yep.
They're blue, but they're also red. So what does this give? This gives us an extra 5,000 votes. But I believe, like you said, Ben, that this here last time, it has a big. It's 23,000 votes. If they get that again, which they likely will, I'm not obviously calling, but I would like to say that I think the Democrats will take Arizona because of that 20,000 votes. Hold on,
Because of Apache.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because of Pat. Let me just refresh this to.
Yeah.
Look,
I would agree with both of you.
And how many?
No, hold on. What have we
Whatever.
left to call? We have 3. No, I think Trump's gonna take it.
This will be down to the
That
wire.
will
boys.
be very,
How much is
very
Arizona
close.
worth? How much is Arizona worth? That's the key question here.
Arizona is worth electoral college votes. It
quite
is
high.
11. Now, here's the reason I say that. If we look at now, obviously it's the 3 guy. You've got Apache, you've got Cochise, I think it is. It's pronounced,
Yes.
and La Paz. So if you look at that,
If you're a Democrat in this,
You'd be looking a bit nervous at this point.
Well, Apache, it's going to bring the last time brought the Democrats 23,000.
put the champagne away, Democrats.
However, this Cochise brought the Democrats 35,000 plus. If they win La Paz like last time, that's just 5,000. We could see a potentially 20, 30, or 20, 15 to 20,000 vote win for the Republicans,
for
which would
Republicans.
be massive.
Significant.
Considering
An interesting thing, if a lot of these seats are going to Republicans, the question is why. And one of the things that we were talking about earlier is sort of getting people out to vote. And a big thing in America is actually having people on the ground.
yes, and getting your name out there.
Supporting your campaign on the ground on election day, supporting people to go vote for you, creating that atmosphere of sort of almost a party atmosphere, but sort of that sort of encouraging people. And Kamala sort of has held a party with a lot of
It's been a part.
awards.
I think it's been
And-
it's been a show, but I think it has been more of a.
She's taken some of her foot soldiers out of the
Yes.
out of the ground here. On the other hand, Trump has basically privatized this and hired this out to
Yes.
Elon Musk. So there's a lot
Yes,
of
at America.
there's a
Back
lot
America.
there's a lot of Trump activity, a lot of Trump
Yes.
on the ground, trying to fight tooth and nail for every single state here.
Indeed.
And he something that you have to give the Trump campaign very good props for is they don't take any of their ground staff off this until they've won it. They never get complacent.
No, they go to the last. They go to the last. You know the. So just looking at swing states here and looking and talking as well. In the last few minutes, Georgia is now at 90.3%, with Trump now extending that lead to nearly 3%.
It's just quite significant.
And again, like we just talked about, Ben, those last 3 places to call are Republican strongholds.
Yeah.
So I think obviously we're not calling it, but I'm going to say that I could see Trump winning. Pennsylvania, Trump has taken a lead in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Of now 4%. Is that
4,
Three.
pretty much.
And there's still 22% to go. But having said that, that is a lead.
That lead is extending rather than decreasing. Interestingly,
let's talk about New Jersey.
Yet, though.
New Jersey, Harris is ahead by currently.
That's going to be going to Harris.
I'm
it's
gonna say
gonna be
that's
That's going to go to
yes.
Harris. New Jersey was always
Not
going
gonna
to go
call
to
it.
Harris.
Yeah, of course. Same as like Delaware. Now, Maine. Let's look at Maine. So 20% calls so far.
That's going Democrat.
Oh, it's going Democrat. But
It
at the
usually
minute,
does.
it is still,
It's still to play
but it's
for.
only 20%.
It's still to play for.
But I do think that was
I
going
would
to be.
agree with you
Maine
there.
tends
Now,
to go
let's look
Democrat.
at Virginia. So Virginia right now is 53 to 47. This was down as a swing state this year. No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
However,
But
it is
however,
very
it is actually
close.
turning out to be quite. Now, what I would like to say is let's see where's being called and where's to be called now in Virginia. That's the question. Where has not been.
If you're wondering, viewers, why this looks so weird and why we're so confused,
What you're saying is different from what we're saying. You're saying just the map. We are moving the map.
but if they're wondering why Virginia looks weird in terms of its districts, this is a classic case of gerrymandering in
Yes.
the American sense. Just look at those wee pockets of. Just zoom out there for a second. Just slightly.
pockets in
Look
here.
at those wee pockets of blue, and then wee pockets of red borders, where basically someone sectioned off an area for Democrats or for Republicans to vote. Do you see
Right.
these wee sort of district markings?
I can't actually find where
Oh, you gotta love
hasn't been.
why district boundaries are.
Where still is to be called. However, with 20% left, this is shaping up to be quite a swing state. I think.
This is
This
turning into
was-
quite a close race.
Yeah, it's of course, it's votes. I mean, The more and more I'm looking at this, I'll either eat my words here in a few hours, ladies and gentlemen,
Let's do this.
or I'll be right. But I think this is going very much in sort of Trump's favor. He's
He's played a great election.
As of the data now that we're seeing.
Yeah, and also as of sort of for this to work out as Harris wanted, it doesn't appear she's getting the number of voters she wants out in the form that she wants them, and at the same time, Trump is mobilizing
I know
people.
we're still a lot of those real Democrats just to go, but I think it's interesting in telling that obviously the popular vote, but yes, there's a lot of Democrats to go, and there will be, as you said, Ben, there will be big numbers. But right now, Trump is currently, I believe, 5 million votes up. Now again, we've got those Democrats just to go. I think definitely, in my opinion, Kamala's going to win the personal vote because of those big urban areas. But what I would like to also talk about while we're on here is should we have a look at California?
California, that's going Democrat.
That is going Democrat.
There's a few times where it's gone Republican in the past.
It's rare.
But it's rare. I mean,
and especially in this election.
The governor who is a Republican.
Ron DeSantis? No, it's Florida. I'm thinking of.
That's
Trump.
in Florida.
Sorry, no, you're thinking of for California. It's still Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yes.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's come out supporting Kamala Harris.
Yes.
Yeah.
Again, talking about back to that celebrities supporting
celebrity support.
So California, I think we'll be seeing is definitely going to be. It's going to be now interesting. Just looking, Washington, obviously again not calling anything, but it's worth 12 points. Kamala is currently up. This is your typical blue diehard state, isn't it? 55%. I think probably see Kamala winning that too.
And Kamala's gonna make this up. Kamala's gonna make up electoral college.
And that's the thing. Trump always takes any Republican Party takes the early lead because of the way the voting is called due to the time zones.
Yes.
And your leader, it always becomes leader, and that's why I think it gets interesting. But
the problem is, can she make up? Can she get enough? Can she make up enough electoral college votes?
Yes.
Trump is taking a very dominating early lead.
Yeah, and there's a lot of states.
Kamala's up to 165 now.
There are a lot of states on this map.
Yes.
That look as though they might fall his way.
Yes. 4 minutes to the next show. What's on next, by the way?
Yes, I believe Fiona and Jack will be coming on next to give you more up-to-date analysis as some of these big states are announcing their the way that they have gone in terms of Trump or.
So let's just do one more. Go back through all of these swing states, shall we? Just to see if there's any change.
Just a wee bit of an update.
Yeah, just an update. So we're looking at Trump's lead is now deteriorating. There's 10% left in Georgia, or 9% left in Georgia. Trump is currently up 50.9 to 48.2.
That's me right down to the wire. But
again, these last 2 months to go are those Republican strongholds. I think we will be calling Georgia pretty soon. Looking at North Carolina, so we currently have 13% to go. Trump currently has a 4% lead. Similar to last time, again, I think we'll probably be seeing this despite, it was Republican last time. I think we'll be calling North Carolina pretty soon as well. Moving on up to Virginia. This is the swing state we're talking about. I don't know which way this is going to go. Ben, have you any thoughts on what way you can think Virginia's going to go? I think it's really still to play for.
Virginia is still going to play for. It's probably going to go towards Harris.
It probably will go towards Harris.
And I think we'll probably look at this map in about an hour's time
and go, yes.
And we'll sit here and this will look tighter.
Oh yeah.
But at the same time, it's the question of Kamala is just, right the way it's feeling currently, and we might be misreading this. It feels as though Kamala is fighting tooth and nail to scrape back into this race.
Well, just looking back at the historical data, the last time that the Republicans won Virginia, the state, I believe, was 2004 under George Bush, and that was a landslide election itself. So it is a typically, in recent years anyway, it's been democratic.
Yes.
Just obviously we are conscious of time. Now, before we go to Michigan, let's just look at Pennsylvania. I'm interested in this. So it's currently up 51.2 to 47.8, still to Trump, 76.8 to go. Again, this last one to call, let's see. This last one that they are waiting to call is a Republican typically. Cameron thingy, like last time, Trump took 72%. I don't see that. I think Trump. We're not going to call.
No.
But I think Trump's won Pennsylvania.
Not confirmed, but what I mean is, I think he's going to win it.
I think if Trump takes both Pennsylvania and Georgia,
Oh, this could be
Harris.
this could be a very different
really-
week.
Harris
struggling.
basically,
But even
if
with
he wins
Virginia-
both those, Harris basically needs to start winning everything else.
Yes. Even with Virginia, if he wins both, especially because it's high electoral votes, this is a very different story.
Yes,
than ours.
100%, definitely.
Have a look at. Shall we have a look at New Mexico? So actually, I just want to talk about New Mexico. So Mexico was 76.9, 51 to Harris. Now, looking back at previous data, again, other than George Bush, it is a typically Republican. Now, if we look at what's been called
Democrat.
Democrat,
Don't worry.
apologies. So it's typically now Nebraska. How are they looking?
Nebraska will be red.
Oh, it will.
It
yeah.
will.
Like
From the
if we
looks
look
of
at
it
look
so
at the historical
far,
data,
yes.
like
Nebraska
it's
is
just
red until they die.
Yeah,
they
they
are
will.
red.
Yes. Wisconsin it's still close. Minnesota, no, only 16.9. But Trump has a high lead despite it being Democrat. Now, Ben, how do you see this playing out? Do you think we're still waiting for some urban votes?
Yeah,
I would say so.
likely. I mean, yeah, you only have 15% of the votes counted there.
Yeah. Should we take a look and see if
But
Nevada have a
really,
real
this is
advantage?
this is whenever this starts to
Nevada
shape up.
haven't, but California obviously is going where we think it's going. Oregon is, it's going to go. Have a quick look at Washington State. So Kamala's up 60-40, so there's still 40% in it. I'm pretty sure she'll win it, looking at previous election data. Oh, now hold on. The last three to call in Washington are Republican.
Yeah, but how many votes were they?
Let's look what they're worth in 2020. So this is 55,000. Hold on. This is 22,000. And this is. So what was that? That was what, about 50,000?
Yeah.
And there is currently only how many votes?
72,000. Yeah, no, that's going Kamala.
No,
Kamala
Kamala has that.
Has one. Are we going to
and
call it?
Washington would go
Are we going
that
to
way.
call it?
No.
I know that.
Caution.
Cautionarily, yes, we could.
Provisionally,
However,
provisionally
we
yes.
can call that.
Purely because there's not enough votes left. For
Yes. Sorry. What what's
that was
again?
Washington
Sorry,
State.
Washington
So
State.
also Arizona. Let's have another wee look at Arizona. So we're 50%.
And then we will be
we are
wrapping up very shortly.
Trump is ahead by 0.1%. But again, if we look back at that historical data, I think Trump could also take Arizona, which is 11 electoral votes. And considering looking back, Trump actually did win in 2016. He won Arizona.
If he takes Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona, he may be
no, hold on. If he takes
just about over
no,
the
hold on.
line, or
11,
just
11,
on the line.
11 plus 16
Plus the 19 that Pennsylvania has.
That will put
That'll put him on 36.
36 plus 11 is 40.
Wait.
He is very, very close to
No,
being.
that puts him on 11.
That puts him
19.
on 46. Sorry, 46.
Yes.
So that would put him on 57. So he would be
very,
a couple
very
of-
close.
He would be Nebraska and let's see who else we're saying. Arizona off winning it. He's that's that close. So this could be. This is interesting. I'm like just before we go, I overlay the 2022 map, and it's
How many votes is Alaska worth?
a lot. Oh yes, we haven't actually drawn. So Alaska is worth 3. And Donald Trump won it last time. And Hawaii, I believe from memory, Hawaii is a blue state typically.
Yeah, Hawaii
Yes,
is.
But it's worth 4. Is it? Almost
Yes,
blue?
it has always been
Even
very
in
heavily.
2004,
It has
in the
been
Bush
very
election,
heavily blue.
it has always been
That's 2000,
a
yeah.
blue. Sorry, no, it was the other bit before. It was the previous election. 2004. So he is, or not he, Alaska has definitely been Trump. And one last thing, just up here, we're looking at New Hampshire.
Which is where our first results came from this morning.
Yes,
But rather than our 3 and 3 and 50 and 50%
it's
that we
now
have this
52
morning.
and Harris 47 with only 54. But I think that's going to be a. And one last thing before we go, let's just look at these two quickly. So Connecticut, only 27% counted, but again, then we're looking at a Democrat win here, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, that's
And
what you'd
The
expect.
same goes for New Jersey. No, well, it is close with 15%, but again, I think we're looking at I don't think. Yeah, that.
I'm not foreseeing it going the other way as
I'm
per
not.
previous elections.
So we're going to wrap it up here because we've got.
Yes, we have another show coming in after us to continue
what
the following.
Yes. So, thank you so much for still watching.
For
Don't
tuning in.
go anywhere.
Yes.
We'll probably have a 5-minute break here.
We'll
so
probably have a
grab
5-minute
yourself
break
some coffee.
just to be able to
I-
reset the
if you're
studio.
if you're still somehow up at this point, which I have to say,
It is late. We're
is
getting
late.
there.
Well done.
Grab tea or coffee.
4:30 in
Yeah.
the morning.
Tea, coffee, energy drink, whatever you need. And we will be back pretty soon. So don't go anywhere. And this election's only starting to heat up, isn't it?
Indeed, with some very exciting states still to see the results for. We'll see you soon.
So we will
Good morning and welcome back to Queen's Radio's 24-hour broadcast covering the US American election. We're back here and I'm joined with Jack and David. We're back again. I don't know how we're doing it because we're on the final stretch now, the last few hours. We're just about awake, but we're still here to bring you this excellent coverage of what has been an excellent election night. It's been so dynamic and there's so many things happening. David, what's happened in the past sort of 20 minutes or when we've been off air?
Well, it has been an interesting sort of last hour even, I would say.
Yeah.
First of all, we have, if we pull back, we've been sort of going over the states, and when we actually went off air, I've only noticed this, we sort of neglected the fact that the House and Senate were being elected.
Yes.
And last time we left off, I think Republicans had gained one seat over the Democrats, and it was, very early days. However, at the minute, the Republicans are currently one seat away from winning the Senate. They've gained 2 seats. Democrats have lost 2, and they are 49, one away from getting 50. In the House, it's 218 for majority. They've gained 1 seat. Democrats have lost 1. They're on 150, and the Republicans are 176. So again, I'm going to say that the Republicans are probably going to win the Senate.
But the House is still for contention.
The House is still for contention. It is definitely going in the Republicans' favour, but it's still anybody's game. If you look at there's the House race. It's still all of these traditionally.
We're still waiting on a lot of people coming in with votes. Yeah,
and most of them are going to be Democratic votes in the likes of
because we're over on the West Coast.
So it's to do with time zones. So that way, I think it's going to be. Unfortunately, it's going to be the long game. But have another look. Actually, I haven't had a look in a minute here at how we're looking. So according to BBC again, where we're getting this from currently, 165 to 230. Now they have called North Carolina. I don't think we have called it yet.
We're a bit hesitant, yeah.
Because there's only a 3% share. Now again, there's very little to go, but there's only a 3% share and there's still 11% of the vote counted to go. So again, I'm just apprehensive of calling it. It's probably, Donald Trump's probably going to win it looking at it, but I just want to wait until, we get
exactly, you want to make sure you're speaking facts.
Exactly. The sort of guarantee. Now, where has my map just gone?
Let's just put that back there.
There we go. There we go. Perfect. So looking then over, we'll have a wee look at Georgia. So Georgia's now 93.3, so we're slowly but surely getting, we have just 2 bits left to go, which are, if we look at the historical map, they are traditionally Republican. So I do think, again, not calling it, but I do think Trump's probably going to win here. I don't see them. They're both rural areas, low votes, high turnout for Republicans.
Yeah.
I think Georgia, I think Trump has probably taken Georgia. Again, we'll confirm it for you guys whenever we get it, but I would say I'm pretty confident that Trump is going to take Georgia. Now, Virginia, we were talking about this just on live about 15-20 minutes ago, and if you look at the list, it's not a swing state. It was never really a swing state. It's been blue even during the Bush election. It didn't go red, it was blue, so it is a traditional blue stronghold. However, with 87% counted, 13 left to go. Now, I do still think she might take it, but she's only leading by a little bit. Normally, at this time, we would be looking at slightly bigger.
It's not a lot of margin, and even looking at the colours that I'm seeing in front of me, there's a lot of red there.
There is a lot of red. Now, again, it's that rural red, but it is. I do think Camel will probably take Virginia, but it certainly over the last hour turned into quite the swing state from being quite a Republican or Democratic, sorry. Then moving up to Pennsylvania. Now, Pennsylvania has been an interesting one tonight. 83.5% counted. Trump is still ahead with 1.3 with 47.7 to go, with 1 left to declare, and that is Cameron. Now, if we look back at the historical data of Cameron, it has always been a Trump. It's 2016, 2020, Republican. Then it has always been
the way back. Yeah,
Republican. It has always gone to the Republicans. So I think, again, not confirmed, but I think Trump could take Pennsylvania. And again, the other thing, if you look up, when you look at those electoral votes you're getting, I believe, this is 16 and that one's 19. That is a big amount of electoral votes to win. And they are both, as they said, key battlegrounds. Like they're on our list here. They are front and center. Moving across more, so have a look at Michigan. 44, we're still waiting for that to come in. However, Trump is still currently holding a lead. However, not a lot. That's bar 1 blue. That's all red to go.
Yeah.
On historical data. So we're
looking geographically here. It's not.
Yeah, we're looking geographically, and it's what's still to claim is, I think, is that not blue? It's all red. There's no more blue to claim.
Yeah.
According to historical data. So if there's no swings in the individual areas,
that's Trump.
Trump already has a lead. I could see him taking Michigan, which is another 15 electoral votes on one of those key crucial swing states.
Yes.
Moving across, sort of, is Wisconsin a swing state? It's not really. It's Hawaii. Hawaii's votes. Oh, it's 5 a.m. They've already declared a win. I'm gonna go and agree with them
They
on that one.
generally go Democratic.
I don't think I don't think there's a time recently anyway.
I don't think Hawaii could cope with it.
Wisconsin is getting closer. It's 10 electoral votes. Trump is trailing by 3%, 75%. Again, let's look at the historical data of that. It's just ready to go. Again, we could see him taking Wisconsin, which was Joe Biden last time.
Only very slightly though, if we're looking at
it is very slightly.
Very slight wins.
But he's still. But again,
exactly.
Again, that's another 10 electoral votes
Yep.
if he does get it, which would be great for the campaign. Minnesota, this is blue. We're not going to
very
call
slow
it
counting.
slow counting, but when you look at the data, well, there's still a lot of small blue to go though. Like
A lot of the historical blue though has been
hold
changed
on.
to red. If you look at it,
up in St. Louis and Lake,
St. Louis and Lake is a lot of their population now, you must think.
and they have switched
Yeah.
to Republican. That's interesting.
That's interesting because that's where Tim Walz, Harris's VP candidate, is the governor of in Minnesota.
Oh,
That's
It
actually
is
very,
Minnesota, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
You might get if we can get a fact check
yes,
on
that
that,
would be
in the
great.
studio, that would be
if they
excellent.
could
But
fact check Tim Walz in St. Louis, did you say?
St. Louis.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
Minnesota. So that's interesting then, maybe reflecting her choice of a VP candidate, not as well received by people in Minnesota as maybe it was hoped to,
Yeah.
and reflected in the voting. That is a lot of blue changed to red. We could
yes.
see that being a flip state, because it was, I'm pretty sure it was, or on an individual place, but I'm pretty sure Minnesota was, it was Joe Biden 2020, it was Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton 2016, was Matt Ryan, but like the last three elections, it has been Democrats. So again, interesting there. Now, we're not going to call it quite yet. Colorado is, I think we're waiting on one place, and where is it? It's historically blue. I think
We can nearly call it a Kamala.
Do you want to even? Preemptive call?
I'm gonna call that preemptively myself.
Yes,
Does
okay.
it generally go blue in the past?
Let's look at there. That's this one here. Blue.
Joe Hillary
Blue.
Bar.
It's
Yeah.
been blue the whole time. Yeah, I think Kamala. If we have a total or somewhere running of what we have called, want to add Colorado. It's 10 active votes for. Has it even been? It is. Their BBC are calling it. So yeah, I think we're gonna go with. She's got that. So moving on to New Mexico. Now, New Mexico again is a traditional blue state. 84.9%, but it's still a small lead. But again, looking at historical data, that's. But
There
then again,
has been
what's
sort
the
of
voting
a
percentage there?
small thin of red, but still
There's
not
only
enough
there's
to
only
sway it.
4,000 votes, and that he would need to go ahead. No, she's won New Mexico. I'm pretty sure,
Yeah.
unless somehow they have three.
There
consolidation.
has been some gains by Trump, but not
definitely.
enough.
Well,
to-
compared to last time, he's 353. Last time in New Mexico, he had. Oh, he's lost actually. There was a bigger voter turnout.
Oh. Interesting.
We have a turnout so far 84.9 in fairness, but still that's interesting.
There's still a couple grey spots, so we've got the one
Oh,
grey spot.
yes,
in New
so
Mexico
we
as well,
will
so we're still waiting
keep
on
you
them
on that
coming in.
one. Now Arizona, that is the big swing state. That
Yes.
has always been a flip state. Currently, Trump with 1.6% of the vote, so we're only halfway there, is up 49.8. There's 3 areas left to count. We were actually talking about this earlier. I think Trump's going to win Arizona, and the reason I say that, again using historical data, this is the only one that's still to go for basing it, and it's Apache. They get 22,000 votes out of that. However, if we look at Arizona and here, last time La Paz got 5,000, and this is the big one. The one down the bottom, the square, brings in last time
As Trump, let's see here. Yeah.
35,000. If they do those sort of numbers again, we could see Trump winning Arizona.
That would be.
But right now, there's only 0.4% share difference.
There is, it's small, but that's
very
5,000, and
Oh,
that's
it's gone up.
35,000, and that's 25,000, so
0.5.
0.5.
Yeah.
So yeah,
We're
that
still only at 51.7 of votes counted. So
These
we've still
polls
got
only
a good
closed
bit to
an
go
hour or
yet.
two ago.
Yeah.
On the
Well,
west
We must
coast.
factor in the time difference
Yeah.
between
Yeah.
ourselves and them.
So looking at Nevada, they have a
Oh,
1.6
Nevada's actually published now.
They haven't published one area Trump in, but again, looking
Which
back
area
at
is that?
historical data,
No. Yes.
he did win 2016. Hold on, 2020. Nevada was Joe Biden. 2016 was Hillary Clinton as a state. Barack Obama. George Bush was last time. It was again interesting swing state.
See, the thing with Nevada is most of the people live in like
Yeah.
where Vegas is and where Reno
Yes.
is. So it's
And have we
it's-
got what
Apart
was
from
this
that,
one?
it
Was
is
hasn't
called?
got
all
any
of
of that,
desert.
yeah.
You can even see that here by like the split up of
The
the
fact
areas
there
of
was-
Nevada itself. There's large vasts of area, and that is actually it's in fact one of those large vasts of area that has come back with results.
Yeah.
Because they're probably the quickest counted, I'd say.
Yeah. Lincoln's quite, I think, in Nevada.
Yes.
California, no. I don't think we're going to have any surprise. Oh, we're not.
Oh no.
No, there is still some share to go. Having said that, though, can we remember a time California, hold on, has what did they go for, Bush? Yeah, they have been blue for the last 5 elections.
But we do see a little bit of an increase in
There is- that's
Lib
the thing.
Dem actually.
Yeah. California looking interesting. Now, Oregon. Okay, so Kamala has a lead, 61%. Now, what's left to claim here? Columbus and Columbia. So that's 17,000 votes. What does Trump currently need to win that state? He'd need 100,000. So I think, have they already called Oregon for it? They have called Oregon for her, I think.
I
And
think
I would
so.
tend to agree with that. Now, Washington, we were talking about this earlier. Have they? They're only 63. They have one thing left to claim, I believe. Very small, some of those places. On this map to see. Why does it do this? But Washington has one place left to call on the map. I think it's one of these we like.
Is it one of the
Or unless it's just not
islands?
called in the full percentage
I'm
yet.
not sure. It doesn't look to be.
Oh, hold on. They haven't counted the full percentage of places, that's why.
Yeah. No, they're just getting there.
So
Up and ready, but
it
at
is.
the minute it's being called as
Yeah, it's been called as Kamala, and I'm pretty sure that's how it's going to end up.
I would say so.
Hawaii, obviously, have they got any numbers that no, but we're just assuming it's a landslide. So
Yes, I would say so.
we're
We're still waiting. Alaska will be the last one we'll get, and we won't get those figures, I don't believe, until 9 a.m. this morning.
they'll start coming 6.
6.
Polling closes 6.
Polling closes at 6.
They're one
so
after this.
6 for Alaska.
So no change in Georgia yet.
hopefully you should be able to bring those Alaskan figures as well
Yes.
by the end of the broadcast.
Trump extends that lead a little bit in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
84%.
Decent enough lead
Yeah.
that he can hold, yeah.
Minnesota, again, just going back to sure there's no change. Still quite a low. Wisconsin. Minnesota, that was Michigan, sorry, before. So, any change up top? 231.69. So, Trump is now at 61,000 to 56,000.
So Kamala's gotten, what is that, 8 more?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 8 more.
So, scrolling down, no changes here yet in the Congress or.
Yeah. The Republicans are still
Senate.
1 seat down from getting the Senate.
So what I actually want to do is have a little look why this is going at Polymarket. I did talk about this before. It's like
David, like to explain this just very briefly for any new viewers that we have what Polymarket is.
so Polymarket was designed. I'm not quite sure who created it, but it was an idea of instead of having just people doing exit polls where realistically when somebody asks you what did you vote for, you could say anything, and sometimes there's people who will do that on purpose to lay them differently. But the Polymarket, the idea behind it is if you want it to, when you put money behind the candidate you think is going to win. So earlier today, I actually posted on my Twitter. I will get the exact number just so I'm fact checking myself. I put it on.
David's really hoping on this election, so he is.
Yes. No worries. But
We're all students. I mean,
yeah,
can
we're
you
all
blame us?
I had it in from Polymarket, a screenshot I took. Yeah. So today at 17 hours ago, so that was what time? 17 hours ago, be I don't even know.
Midnight last night.
No,
Or
it was
lunchtime, sorry?
Lunchtime. So
At
right
lunchtime yesterday.
Yeah, it was right lunchtime. It was currently at Donald Trump 62.3 to win, Kamala Harris 37.8. I have just opened it on my screen, and it is now showing 96.9% of people think Trump with this map predicted. So they think he's going to take Nevada and Arizona.
Georgia, and actually, I would actually tend to agree with quite a lot on what we've spoken about so far.
Yes.
We think Pennsylvania and Georgia, we think Michigan, we think Wisconsin, Arizona we were talking about too, and which would push him over the post, and that is quite interesting to see that massive drop. Now, can we look at
It's a peak and a half.
Can we look at the time? So this is when it was sitting today. Let's see
When did it
over the
come
last.
down?
Can I zoom out and see more hours? That's what I'd like to.
I think it seemed to be about
Oh, we can see swing states people voting against that. The popular vote, this was the other thing. The popular vote, Kamala Harris was always in for 70% over Trump. Now down to 7%. Now again, this is people betting. It's effectively betting on election. But the idea is backing money. So there's November 6th at 12 a.m.
12 a.m.
In the
is
last
when it spikes.
hours, as this has started to come through.
Yeah, just as we've reached this morning,
Yeah.
it's taken
It is gone
Kamala's
nuts.
taken a time.
Which is kind of weird. On the side note, saying this morning because it is now 5:11 in the morning. It's this morning. Some of you are probably waking up to actually join us, or
Good morning.
yes,
We've been up all
good
night.
morning. Yes, I haven't slept since 7 o'clock yesterday.
Yeah.
Or maybe some US viewers joining in for some coverage as well.
You never know. If you've managed to stick with us all night,
I'm impressed.
well done. You're troopers.
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
Yes.
We appreciate it.
So again, obviously, like I said, take Polly Market with
A pinch of salt.
a bag of salt.
Yeah.
But this is real people putting their money on it. But interestingly, the preferential vote just went down again, went up again.
Yeah.
So this is
A lot of Trump again.
this is a lot of Trump, 97-3. Now, if you are somebody who's put money on this and this does work out, you're going to be quite wealthy. But no, I do think should we take a look at the Senate and see what they're saying?
Yes.
I mean, in fairness, I'm going to tend to agree, considering they're one seat off a win. Like, I do agree with that.
But if we take a look, I'm going to just refresh
Yes,
again
just
here
refresh
just
this.
to check and see if we
Just
do
to see if
have a
we've any
win in the
update.
Senate yet.
So
We've actually Kamala's.
Kamala up. What have they declared for her now? They've declared
They've already called
Was it
everything.
Virginia?
Virginia has been
Yeah.
declared, which we expected. Yeah,
Yeah,
90%. Yeah,
there's-
that's definitely.
Let's have a look here at
Oh,
the
just
Senate votes,
Yes.
just out of interest to see if we do have. No, we're still
No,
sitting
we're
at
still not.
49.
That's the same too. Any state numbers with higher amounts in? So that's
And as soon as we find out about those Senate numbers, we'll be bringing them straight to you
Ah.
because we're really intrigued in them as well.
we can do this.
Oh,
Why is it all blank? Oh, this is.
that's all the individual candidates in every state.
Oh, can we just see like candidates?
Goodness, that would be good to sort of really sit and study, and if we
Yes.
be properly studying it throughout the whole of last night and this morning's events, it would
So
have been
I
excellent.
think we want to pay attention to those swing states really and see as they come in with votes. 93, I think that's the same, hasn't it? I don't think that's changed. Pennsylvania 86. Trump keeps that lead, not dropping it yet.
Just out of interest, sort of, I know we both of them have had rallies very up until I think it was yesterday
Yes.
in their swing states. How have the rallies in the swing states sort of been going? Have you been keeping track? Sort of, I know you've been keeping track in bits and pieces.
Yeah, the rallies, they're just sort of more spectacle rather than
They're quite a
anything.
show.
Yes,
I think we were talking
compared,
about that already.
yeah,
Yeah,
compared to like years
traditional
ago, traditional yeah.
debate.
It's like for Harris especially, she has a lot of celebrities on and musicians on to do all these different sort of concerts almost. She's had Bruce Springsteen, Gracie Abrams, Lady Gaga.
Yes.
She performed recently, Beyonce, and she's had endorsements from many other ones.
As my friend Elizabeth said earlier, it's literally like they're a peacock showing off their feathers.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what we're now.
Now that's not to say that Trump hasn't also put on quite a show.
Yes,
His-
they have both done their fair share.
Oh, they haven't.
He's been a professional dancer almost, you could argue, with
He
his
has.
Yes.
rendition of the YMCA. But
It's also been heard that this evening in Trump HQ, when they've been watching these figures come in, he's in fact again been doing the YMCA.
not just him, most of the people there
I mean, if I was there too, I probably would be doing the
Yeah.
same. Yeah.
joining in on the celebrations.
Yeah,
but
get a wee bit of a.
we're getting our own rendition from Johnny over here.
Go on, Donna.
It's 5:15 in the morning, folks. I'm
Yeah.
going to level with these.
We're all done.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for Lasky at this point.
Oh. What time does that come in? 6?
6, so
Yeah.
we're just gonna waffle for another 45 minutes, but hopefully we'll get some more in.
Are you checking up to see if you've
Yes,
made a wee bit or
yes,
not?
I think I have indeed, because that is
We can't really talk about that in there because that's endorsing betting, and we can't do that.
yeah.
So
But
we'll just steer away from that.
give
But
the poly market a wee refresh and see, because that
Poly Markets, it's a really interesting tool just
It
to
is.
bring it up and see,
I
because
noticed
it's independent, as in like the public's putting in
yeah,
their
and you're
perspectives
only
and
allowed
their
to put
opinions
money
instead of
on
getting
it.
the official figures.
It's some people said it's gambling. It's not gambling. It's it's effectively a stock market for events. You can look and see all sorts of other things, and it means the whole idea behind it is, instead of people just giving it what they want the exit poll, it's you have to put money behind it. You're not going to put money behind a lie always, so that's the idea of it. And
It's just interesting to see these figures against the likes of the official figures we're getting from the
well,
BBC and AP
earlier
and Reuters.
when I posted that thing on Twitter, saying it was 63 to 37. That was what Polymarket was saying. BBC had it at 48 Kamala, 47 Donald Trump, which I think is quite interesting. And then still the same no change,
Yeah.
Just,
Just keep on checking these. Are we at the senator?
It'll be up a bit.
Still at 49. I think.
Oh, they've gone up. Hold on, they've gone up in the House though to
Yep.
180 now.
Yeah. Republicans have get up to 180.
See any of
Democrats
these
down to
states?
152.
That's the same. Pennsylvania is the same. Going on what Polymarket is, I'm interested to follow. Really, the swing states is what it comes down to now. Like realistically, can I take another wee look at Arizona and see if any more's in? It's not. Oh, it is. We've just
Yes, those bottom blocks, that bottom blocks we filled in, we're just waiting.
only 5,000 turnout as opposed to 35,000. Trump may not win Arizona here.
That's a very.
Like, look at 2020 in that, please. Oh.
Ooh.
Compared to 2024. Oh, hold on. Have they finished counting? They've only counted 13% of that area.
Okay. We'll give them a wee bit of time.
Yes, we'll give it a bit of time. Why did they do that? Why did they there if it's not there?
I know they're scaring us.
They are. I was like, what happened? How did I get that wrong? Nevada as a whole, being that swing state that I think, if we do a little bit of math here now, I'm going to pull up the calculator because, again, I'm going to apologize on behalf of us. We're not in the right place to be doing any.
Nevada's
maths.
certainly a state that I never would have thought would have actually
Yeah.
granted as a swing state. I
Yeah.
thought it would have been some of the more rural states instead of ones like Nevada where there's a lot of population. But then again, that population is focused
Yeah.
on two
definitely.
centres, as you said earlier, with Reno and
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
So if we predict that Trump wins these two, and what is this worth? This is worth plus 10. And if he wins Michigan, which is 15, that would give him an extra 42 votes, which would...
Put him over.
Yeah, that would put him over.
That
So
would
if
put
he
him
wins those four predicted swing... Hold on, I haven't even counted... That's without... We could have a landslide here. That's without counting Pennsylvania. If we also count Pennsylvania, and there's Alaska too, if he wins
There's
those states
Alaska,
predicted...
and New Mexico, and Minnesota,
New Mexico's probably
and-
going to go Democrat.
Yeah.
and Georgia, and Maine, and New Hampshire,
Yeah.
and Connecticut, and New Jersey.
So as it
Still
sits,
waiting on those figures.
I would say he's going to win Georgia.
Yeah.
He's probably... Let's take another look at Pennsylvania. It's close. I don't even know.
We're just waiting on one little bit
We
up
are.
here.
And what was the...
Let's see.
It was
It's
Republican.
Cameron.
No, it's... or not Cameron.
Hold
It's-
on. That's just updated there.
No, I pitched it in 2020.
Oh.
We're that cooked now. We're seeing things. Again, apologies.
Pressing buttons now, I'm not even
Yeah.
saying it.
So he would get 3 from Alaska. Alaska's not going to make the difference, I don't think.
No.
3's not going to put it over. But if he gets... Well, let's actually play this. What's he on right now with what they put
230.
him? So 230. So if we take that 230, add our 3, because he's going to win Alaska. And if we take Georgia, that's 16. Plus Pennsylvania is 19, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
So if he
That's
wins...
him.
So with just winning those 2, all he needs to do is win Arizona or any one of the other states he needs to win, and he's won. Now, on the other hand, for Kamala to win, I believe she needs to win most of what's left. The majority.
So need to have any
What's
sort of
what's the AP, the Associated Press one saying?
Let's
yes,
bring it up
let's
here
bring
and
up AP
see.
and see what they're going, because I think it's good to... BBC has not updated in...
It's quite selective on whenever it calls a state. The AP sort of shows when what way they're leaning and that sort of thing. So there's the AP showing that Minnesota's leaning blue, but all of
But
the other swing
these-
states are
So hold
leaning
on.
red, bar Nevada, which it hasn't
How are we
called.
getting...
We also have on AP
Trump on the
that
popular vote
we
too.
have Connecticut, New Jersey have both gone Kamala. New Mexico
Yes.
has also been called as Kamala. We're still waiting on Georgia and Arizona.
Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are still swinging
Can I
Republican.
ask, is this including the blurred out ones? No, it's not.
No.
Right, so as it stands, there we go. Give it a wee refresh actually and see if it's changed anything. No, it's the same. So, according to this, the Republicans have won the Senate.
Oh,
Am I reading that right? I saw on.
let's just refresh here
AP.
again and see.
Hold on.
We're still not. getting-
According to AP, or this is AP, isn't it?
This is AP, yeah.
The Republicans have won the Senate 51 to 42. We have nothing else to confirm that right now.
Let's
If we
just.
can, can we even get guys in the studio if anybody could confirm that for us? If Republicans have won the Senate 51 to 40.
Let's see here. News.
That would be great if we could get that confirmed. We are
See if we can get these live updates here.
Where's this
We
one? This is
couldn't.
5:07. This is 50 minutes ago. This is just now. It's apparently coming in.
No.
Do we want to try another news site? Do you want to try Sky News?
We can try.
Try a couple of Sky ones.
Actually, I'm going to pull up Reuters just.
Good idea.
Reuters.
Just to try and get a
See if we can get a different angle on this just.
US election. I've got a whole tab for it.
Reuters have called that Republicans taking the Senate there.
Did that come through? Hold on.
Oh.
You scroll down.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Hold on.
Poised.
So according to two sources now,
Let's just double check this here
Yes.
before we report.
I swear that said. Are we just seeing things now?
Probably.
Oh, Senate.
Senate.
Oh, sure.
Oh. Goodness, go away. Nope, we're still sitting at 49.
2 hours ago.
That was, yeah,
That's pinned.
a
Where's
few seconds ago.
4 minutes ago?
Hold on, let's go on.
I'm sorry.
Let's go back here just.
Now, taking the Senate would be big if Trump does win,
Yes.
because that will help him get.
Appears to have poised, it said there.
That'll
It's
help get
poised,
his
yes.
policies through.
So basically, he is basically set
Yeah.
to take the Senate. Oh, they're getting lovely looking stickers. The Georgians are getting nice. What
Wee
is that?
orange.
Is that a wee orange?
I voted sticker.
Look, well, you didn't get those at our polls.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely a very different occasion, these presidential elections, compared to our general elections over here.
It's more
Yes.
interesting, I think.
It's more of a ceremony
Oh, it
almost.
is.
It's
Oh,
519. Oh, we've got
Reloading.
BBC. Hold on.
oh. We're just getting updates about
First swing
Kamala
states
Harris's
from
watch
BBC.
party.
After first swings which are called for Donald Trump, energy has begun to shift. So it seems the general consensus is that this maybe isn't going as well as we first thought
Yes.
for Harris.
It's saying here just in the BBC that apparently it started even they were singing and dancing the night away, and now they're starting to say, let's just say, Hard Street Jordan Nelson saying, I know there are a lot of worries with numbers right now, but Nelson said his fellow supporters were doing their best to keep the mood up. The best that we can do is unite and keep the faith amongst ourselves. That's just coming direct from the BBC there.
So according to Polymarket, just an update here, Donald Trump to win 97% to 3, popular vote winner 91 to 10, which was interesting considering if this is the one I wanted to show you. Actually, I couldn't see it in this, but the if it would load, that'd be great. This today, if you look at how quickly that's gone, it was a Harris was popular vote right a peak of 72, and then
today it's just flipped.
it flipped. Both have.
My goodness.
So if we
There we go.
Senate have officially won it then.
Yep.
So we can say that now, yeah.
According to Reuters, yeah, we've got 50 seats here.
Okay.
Let's just double check this on the BBC
Yes, just double confirm.
before we take this any further,
Yes, that
folks.
would be.
Let's see here. There we go. BBC's just confirmed it. They've got 50
Yes.
seats. They have officially won the US Senate.
So far, obviously, presidential is still up for grabs. It's not a done deal any means, and also so is the House. However, to the Republican Party, they've had a good day. They've won the Senate. Maybe we'll see more celebration from them. Maybe not.
Yeah.
We'll know. Never know. We will see as is it night or morning now?
It's
What are we going?
it's well into the morning,
Yeah,
David.
it's early hours. Of the
It's nighttime for them.
morning. It is.
They're all having wee doze now, and
and we're still up.
we're starting to wake up over here,
Well,
folks.
We're still up.
Goodness, folks, if I was up at 5:30 in the morning every morning, I would be doing so well for myself. That does not
Instead,
happen.
We're just not going to bed, and they're still up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
looking
sure, we're all
here,
young.
Exactly.
Pennsylvania is.
Have you any more
I'm currently checking to see.
sways? Let's bring back up. Oh, goodness. There we go. Still no changes on this end here with AP.
No, nothing.
No.
Trump's still holding out now. Again, I know some. How much of California have reported? That's what interesting, because that will be, I think, one of the biggest ones. What's AP saying here?
Still the
What's
same.
their predictions? Is this a blue win, or this
It's-
I
is?
don't think they have enough data to even
No.
suggest.
Oh, it's 1.6.
It's still the ground.
Yeah.
So far, if we take what's Arizona? So if we take 11 plus 16 plus 19 plus 15 plus 10. So if AP is correct, we're looking at a Trump for president.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trump for president and a Republican Senate.
Yes, and possibly the House is not. Can we actually see the House? I'd be interested to see how that's going and predicted. So this is still to declare, isn't it? And
Yes.
possibly we're looking at a Republican House.
Because at the minute we've got 179 seats going to Republicans and 148 going to Democrats. So there still is a good bit of a gap there. Democrats could still catch them, but at the minute it's looking quite likely that Republicans to take
All three. This could be.
everything.
I can't remember the last time this happened.
No.
This would be quite the. And I think actually why we're sort of waiting for more information, because we don't really have much more now. Sort of talking about it earlier where we said about, I think it was actually when I first came on, I was asked, why is this election so important? I think just watching these results last year has shown there is such a shift in, opinion, like states, we're talking about here, like, again, Georgia and Pennsylvania were both won by the Democrats, both by a margin, both won. And I think, also we're talking about campaign structures and how campaigns work. And I think, obviously, once we get confirmation who actually wins, but at the look of it, Trump took that early lead. I thought maybe it would dip because of the way the voting was, but it looks like maybe his election campaign it worked. It worked better possibly than
Seems
Kamala's.
to be so.
Like, having said that, to me, both of them were amazing. For both the
Yeah.
comedy and also, they were amazing. We were joking about Coachella earlier. I think it was
Yeah.
that's what me
Yeah.
and Fiona it was like that, and it was, but it's been an interesting election. Probably one of the most interesting yet.
Yeah. It's definitely not going the way that quite a lot of people thought it would.
Yeah.
But it's just been watching this throughout the night and how it's changed.
has.
It's been quite something.
So I'm just thinking it's coming up to 5:30 here. Should we probably take a break for a wee bit?
I think
Yeah.
we'll take a quick
Yes.
break, folks, and we'll come back when we have a bit more news for you,
Yes.
because instead of us talking your ear off with
Yes.
useless nonsense that you
Because
don't need
it's
to
sort
hear,
of now it's drip feed from a few states. So once we have news, we will be back on.
we'll be back with you in and around probably about 6 o'clock.
Yes.
We'll take a quick
So-
break. We're going to go out of yourselves a cuppa, we'll
Yes.
wake up a wee bit, and we'll be back with you bright and bushy
Go and
tails.
do the same as
at
well.
6
If
o'clock.
you're still joining with it, if you're still on, I'm impressed. But go and do the same,
Indeed.
and we will be back shortly.
Perfect. Thank you very much, folks. Take care.
Yes.
We'll see you in a bit. That was excellent. Good job. That's
This is-
mind-boggling, so it
Are
is.
we off air before I speak?
That's mind-boggling. Like, look at... So 51, they've gone up again.
Yeah, just make sure before we speak, because I don't want to make it look like we're putting an opinion in. That's why I want to be impartial. I just want to confirm there's the AirPod delay. Just, we're being impartial. I read all of the rules on Ofcom. I've never done that. And I'm following them. I haven't done anything bad.
No, you haven't done anything bad. It's just sometimes in terms of betting and so on, you can't endorse things like that.